Ladies and gentlemen, you are now live on YouTube.
All right. I asked Lee to give us a report on bangers and mash.
Yeah, you don't have to have that.
No?
Once is enough.
Yeah.
I like to block
Did y'all see the bangers and mash?
We didn't know what it was.
We didn't know either. We were sure when we got it, we were gonna eat it, but then we thought, will it move?
Oh, it didn't move.
Didn't move. Yeah. It, just so you know, it tasted pretty good, but I was like, woke up this morning and I thought, did the chef maybe think he should put them this way, or this way, or something else?
Yeah, it was a weird presentation.
Yeah. All right. I guess we're official. Okay, yeah.
Well timed, Colleen, well timed.
All right, well, I just want to thank everybody in the room entirely for a good day yesterday. Appreciate the work that was done to get to where we are, getting through the PALAs and a little bit into the PALA rules. So we're going to jump in there right after Ron gives us a brief look at some of the surrounding states programs. So we're going to start with that, and then we're going to jump back into that PALA white sheet project, and then go on down through a number of these access agreements that we want to address by the end of the day. So if everybody has those, we're going to be using those big sheets here in a little while that we got yesterday. And a very important note, if you want to get reimbursed for your expenses coming here, you want to fill this out. Otherwise, it's another gift you can give to Montana.
Get a lot of $4 application fees back.
No. Yes, it is. Include your $5, Drew. But yeah, by the end of that day. All right, so Ron, are you ready to up and go?
Yeah, I'm passing around a sheet there, a handout, if you guys will all, there should be enough for staff too, so if the extras get to hope, maybe we can get them around to the.
Fine, I'll get one.
We have one over here.
Make sure we're over there. Everybody good there?
I'd have to share, I think I made 30 copies, hopefully I got enough for everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was tasked here some time ago, I think even at our first meeting, gathering up what our surrounding states around Montana does for access. I don't know how I got tasked with it, but I did, so I'm gonna do my best. I ended up calling each of the states and talking to their access coordinators where they have one. Some of them, I'm not sure if they were the coordinators, but they've kind of taken on that role, so. I guess I'll just start with Idaho, get into this. I started with a PowerPoint. There was a lot of information I had in there. And then after talking to everybody, it really became pretty clear to me and pretty simple what the other states are doing. I think you guys might find the same. So I'll just start with the state of Idaho there at the top. I put what each state has for total acres, you know, in each of their states. Idaho is 2/3 public land. So just about the opposite of Montana, where we're about 2/3 private land. So they're a little different than us. Their program is called Access Yes. They don't allocate a great deal of money for access each year. About $500,000 is allocated annually for access. And that's generally for the smaller landowners. I'll talk about the larger timber companies here in a minute, but about $500,000. Each region within Idaho gets allocated a certain amount of money. Obviously in the north where they have a lot of public land, they don't get allocated as much. Other places get allocated a little more. It's a little different than the other states in that it's done by a bid process. Landowners actually submit a bid to the department saying, hey, I will allow this for this amount of money. Usually between $1 to $2 and per acre. And when I say $1 to $2, it's usually $1. So he says, you know, $1.15, excuse me, is getting up there. Sometimes you can get $1.25, but what the landowners hear, hey, my neighbor got $1.25, I want, you know, $1.26 is kind of how it's starting to go, that type of thing. So these are generally, that 500,000 is usually for these smaller landowners, you know, not great big ranchers like we have here in Montana. There is a review committee by the department staff for each bid that's submitted. So each region has just a review committee, similar to I think what we do. You guys can sure speak up anytime, but similar to what we do within the region. Each, you know, new block management area is reviewed by staff. It's a very small program. There's about 336,000 acres of private land enrolled in Access Yes in the state of Idaho. So not a very big program at all. Then when you put in the large timber companies, they get a set amount at $1 an acre. and they have about 890,000 acres in larger tracts of these timber companies enrolled. And we have that here in Montana also with something similar. Macy, I don't want to overtalk, but we do have, obviously timber companies enrolled in access programs or conservation easements in the state. So, and then they like to throw in the 2 million acres. What they do in the state of Idaho, they have to enter into an agreement with their Dnrc or whatever they call it for their state lands. So they have about 2.3 million acres of public state land that they are in access agreements with. So that's Idaho in a nutshell. It's pretty simple. It's a pretty small program.
Ron, in regards to that public land access, is there a budget for that?
It's just an agreement. No, there's no money exchanging hands. It's just an agreement. Which lands? I think it's neat in that then there's no question on which state land sections you can hunt. They're in an agreement, so hunters know which are accessible, if you will.
Okay.
So. Wyoming, I'll just circle around. There's about 62 million acres in the state of Wyoming. They sent me numbers in a little different format there, but you can see, there's about 48% federal public lands in Wyoming. There's about 5.6% state land, and there's 800, square miles of Wyoming game and fish land, kind of like our wildlife management areas, if you will. That are open to hunting. Their program is also called Access. Yes, they use the same name as Idaho. Their biggest one, there's about 3 programs in Wyoming. I'm going to talk a little more in depth in Wyoming here as far as numbers go, but their biggest program is their walk-in hunting access program. It's wide open. It's all walk-in hunting, of course, no permission slip needed. You don't sign in, anything like that. It's posted and you just go. They don't track how many people, go each day or anything like that. So if it's posted as the walk-in hunting program, you can just go. No species restrictions either. It's wide open. Their hunter management areas are a little more restricted. They are private lands. And so landowners do have the option to enter into that where a permission slip is needed, because some landowners want to know, how many people are going. They want to control that access a little bit more. Rather than paid per acre, Wyoming does, they pay their landowners in blocks of acres. And so, anywhere from 251 acres to 500 acres, or 501 acres to 650 acres. So they pay them in blocks. They don't get paid very darn much in Wyoming at all. I was really shocked. They get paid very little. If you enrolled 5,000 acres for 5 years, it's wide open. You would get $3,400 as a landowner. Your base payment for the first year would be $2,800 for 5,000 acres. That goes up to 10,000. So between 5,000 and 10,000 acres, you get $2,800. And then you get a 5% bonus every year that you stay in. Most landowners, he says, enrolls in 5-year deals. So you get the 20% bonus over that 5 years. But again, you'd only get $3,400 for having your place in for 5 years. I didn't think that was very much, but that's just my personal opinion. So.
Mr. Chair, can we ask questions along the way, or do you want to do it at the end? Just really quick.
Sure.
Just so really quick though, with that, so I'm just trying to understand that a little bit too. So what are how are their licenses given? I mean, say to landowners and all that. Do landowners get tags? What is their setup for that? I'm just trying to make a correlation to the $3,000 for 5,000 acres. If there's something different that might.
Yeah, no, that's a good question, Rich. And I didn't talk to them about licenses and whether or not they get licensed. I can follow up with that.
I'm just curious about the dollar amount and what there might be some other incentive or something that's within that I don't know. That's why I was trying.
Yeah, none of them talked about licenses at all. Yeah, because I asked all the incentives for landowners and licenses didn't come up.
Okay.
I wish I would have asked that specifically though. I wouldn't mind following up because I would like to know, so I can sure do that.
Ron?
Yeah.
How are those funded? Like in Wyoming, what funds that program?
Not legislative, it's kind of up to the department, what the department can afford is the way they put it to me.
They have no fundraiser like the guaranteed outfitter tag and stuff like that?
No. No,
Thank you.
there's, in Wyoming, there's 2.6 million acres enrolled in 2021, there was 2.6 million acres, so far less than obviously Montana has in our block management program. They also have a hunter landowner assistance program, and the department runs that, but they really don't have anything to do with it. Essentially, it's landowners coming to the department saying, I've got a ton of whitetail on my place, please send me hunters. And so with that, the goal of that is just trying to connect hunters and landowners together to do their own thing. Landowners, they don't receive any payment for that. They're not enrolled in any contract, nothing like that. They can charge trespass fees if they want to once you send the hunters out there. It's just getting phone numbers together, if you will, connecting hunters and landowners. That's all it is.
Do you have a designated staff member that just does that, or is that somebody's job?
It's done regionally, yeah, within the region. So kind of like we would do, I think we do that a little bit too. I know we have in 6 before, where landowners that said, give people my name and number, and that's just handled regionally in region 6.
Okay.
Wyoming was great to talk to. There was a lot of similarities with the state of Montana in that they talked a lot about elk numbers just going through the roof, whitetail numbers going through the roof, somewhat declining mule deer, and the same situation of non-traditional, if you will, landowners buying up ranches in the state of Wyoming and locking them down. He said I could come down there and take a drive with him. He could show me 3,000 white-tailed deer. Couldn't tell me a place that I could go hunting, you know. So I read their report, their Plpw report to their legislative committee, and you could almost cut and paste some of it and send it to our EQC, you know, from you guys. It was just that similar, just in the same exact boat that the state of Montana is in. So. South Dakota was a completely different, you know, it's kind of what you'd expect. It's about birds, if you will, you know, there's some deer hunting, but it's all about birds. 80% of South Dakota is private. They have about 300,000 acres of wildlife management area land. Their big program is their walk-in program as well. Not a huge program. In 2017, they had 1.2 million acres enrolled, and you know, 4 years later, or whatever, in 2021, they had only increased about 100,000 acres to 1.3 million acres. So about 1,500 landowners they have enrolled in that program. The landowners there too, just like Idaho and Wyoming, they're paid by acre. Not by, you know, how many hunters go on the property. It's paid by acre. He said the average size of the ranch in South Dakota, you know, it's smaller. It's 2,000-3,000 acres. Much of this land that's enrolled is in western South Dakota. It's completely left up to the regions, if you will, how to handle this, and it's 100% negotiable with the landowners, how much they get paid. It's usually $1 less depending on habitat, but it's completely up to the biologists within the region, and a lot of focus on habitat, of course, you know, for birds. They did send me a little bit of payment sheets, but you know, for pheasant, waterfowl habitat though, undisturbed, I mean, prime stuff, a landowner could earn up to $10 per acre for premier bird habitat. Most of that stuff that gets paid in $10 per acre is in eastern South Dakota, so not the west. But again, paid by acres.
Hey, Ron,
Yeah.
having a little bit of familiarity with South Dakota, did they tell you that most of it was bird related? The reason I asked that was just, I'm familiar with quite a few of the walk-in areas in the far western part, and I would say far more of those are focused on mule deer and antelope and,
Yeah.
and as you get towards the river and then start getting east of the river, certainly birds become much more significant, but there's a lot of acres on the western part, and I know a lot of people that hunt them, that they hunt them for big game, and the potential for birds is essentially zero on a lot of them.
Yeah, we did talk about that, especially antelope, but deer too.
But there's the odd is still most of it is dominated by birds.
It is, he said waterfowl and
Anything.
for sure. Waterfowl's big. I've never hunted in any other state, but waterfowl, he says, is a big deal in South Dakota, so.
Ron, I have a question. I've lost the thread on this, but, have they stopped feeding the elk down in Wyoming?
I didn't talk to him about any of that at all. We did talk about elk numbers and how they're on the rise, but inaccessible elk, so I didn't talk to him about their feeding program at all.
Okay, one question. Do many of these agencies work in collaboration, whether that's just funding or talking with their state tourism departments? Did any of that ever come up?
No, we didn't talk about that at all.
And the reason I asked is, South Dakota, with their pheasant hunting specifically is a big tourist driver. It's, there's lots of other money spent in the state besides just on guys, coming in to shoot birds, so.
Yeah, I talked to them about legislative stuff and where their money comes from, a lot of the states for their programs and stuff, and it just varies, some, North Dakota, for example, legislature has nothing to do with it, it's just kind of whatever the department can afford, so, they were all different. I guess the only take home, we'll still talk about North Dakota, but the only take home was, everybody pays by the acre, and it's so different, as you guys can see by the numbers too, our block management program alone is, huge compared to what we're talking about in these other states. So we got a lot of acres enrolled compared to Everett.
Ron, did you get hunter numbers from these states too?
So they don't track that. I mean, when it's paid by the acre, it's wide open. I don't know about, all, and I should say there is other programs that I'm not touching on here, but they're so small that they're not even worth talking about. They have programs kind of like our Unlocking Public Land, where they have 5 landowners enrolled in a program for whatever reason. They have other programs that touch off federal programs like CRP programs where, landowners can receive a payment or incentive, piggybacking on federal programs too.
I actually just meant like overall resident, non-resident license sales.
No, I didn't get into that. Just what access they have and what incentives they have, other than I didn't ask about the licenses, so.
You didn't see any programs that you'd want to jump on board then went through all of these that are, there's nothing better than our block management program and any of these other states.
I'll tell you, Eric, I was, in talking with them and some of them said it, hunters tell them, you need to do this like Montana. So, and they're just such smaller, it felt to me like we got a pretty good thing going. I know some people think block management's broken, or I've heard that being said. Whether it is or isn't, that isn't for me to decide. That's for you guys to figure out. But I think we got a pretty good thing going compared to other states. So,
did you have any takeaway that we could come up with a type 3 block management that's perhaps a step better than what we have now?
Not at all. I hadn't even heard that idea until yesterday. So any type of other, program. So
Must not be on the hot top floor.
I'm not. No, stay away from certain things.
Probably a wise thing. That and methamphetamine, you can maintain that.
I saved North Dakota for last for a couple of reasons I'll get to in a minute here. There's about 45 million acres in North Dakota, 2.3 million acres of federal lands, got 1.7 of state, and then a little bit of North Dakota game and fish management areas. There's a little bit of state forest. Their main program is private lands open to sportsmen or plots. And there's one program within that plots. There's a few programs within plots, but their main program is their working lands program, and it's a catch-all. program, and basically they can incorporate anything they want to within that. So if they want to open up, public land with, they're deeded, they can do all kinds of things with their contract. They're extremely big on habitat in North Dakota. And I sent Chair Beal their sheet on how they work out the amount of money that landowners are paid. And it's variable. If he wants to share that with you, I'll leave that up to him. But habitat features of, not harvested crop or undisturbed, whatever. It can vary. The payment can vary all over the board. You could get $10 an acre for something, or you could get up to $25 an acre for stuff. It's just really about habitat was the take home I got from North Dakota. It's a small program. There's only about 800,000 acres of private land enrolled in plots. Again, landowners are paid by the acre, but it's not like $1 an acre or $2 an acre. It just depends on your property. And, it's really up to the biologist and habitat features, what they're trying to get after. Yeah.
Can you explain maybe the group too, that North Dakota is interesting in regards to, you have to post your property. Did you talk about that at all with these guys?
A little bit, in North Dakota, they could post their land electronically, right? They have a program that was signed by their legislature. I don't know, a couple years ago, something like that. Maybe you guys know more about it than me, but hunters can actually go in and see which lands are posted and electronically. So you don't have to do it on the ground even. That's a legal binding way to cite somebody for, trespass is based on that. Hunters can go to the website. I think landowners have to do it every single year. They have to go in there and update, if they want their land posted or part of it posted, that type of thing. So I did look into that, and I went into their website, checked it out, and it's a feature that can be used, so to see what land's posted and what's not. So that's the only state I know of that, where you can do that electronically, not on the ground. So
Drew, are you referencing the fact that it's open unless posted?
You had that nuance too, yeah.
So
if it's not posted, it's.
Yeah.
There's no permission required.
Yeah, it's completely different than Montana, where Montana, you don't have to have your land posted. The hunter still has to have permission whether the land's posted or not. In North Dakota, that's not the case, so.
What's not, took several sessions.
Did it? Yeah, you guys might know more about that, some of you than me, for sure. So it's interesting. That's I was the warden on the CSKT reservation in Polson, and that's the way it is in Polson too, on the reservation. If it's not posted, then you can go. So different than the state of Montana. The reason I saved North Dakota for last was for this reason. They really stressed how many programs they had at one time. They had upwards, I think they had 6 to 8 different programs. I thought about our sheet, yesterday that was handed out. They had 6 to 8 different programs. It was very confusing for the staff. It was very confusing for hunters. They weren't sure whether they had to sign in, not sign in, that type of thing. Payment sheets were all over the place. They had multiple contracts for, the same property with different landowners. It just got very confusing. So, a year or two ago, I think they said they did a big restructure of all their programs. It's still ongoing, but essentially they have everything down to the one program, to the plots program. And within that, program, they can incorporate anything they want into it essentially. But he says it's really helped tremendously because even landowners would be competing. Hey, my neighbor got this, why can't I get this? And it started causing this a little bit with the department and with landowners as well. So he says it's really helped quite a bit getting everything down to one program rather than having so many programs out there. Again, this one, there are a few programs within North Dakota that I didn't think were worth going into, but they piggybacked two off, programs like CRP and stuff like that. It almost sounds a little simple, but after talking to them, like I said, I had made it pretty complicated. And it's really, they're paid by the acre, and there's not much more to it than that, quite honestly. All the states, though, did talk about exactly the things you guys are talking about. Just the influx of people, more people than they've ever seen before. Same kind of things that you hear in Montana.
Thank you, Ron.
Yeah, hopefully it's helpful.
I guess the comment I'd make, a couple of them, in regards to first, the programs that are on our sheet that you just referenced, their work through on. You know, if there are some current ideas on condensing those or wrapping one into another, that would be helpful. You know, I look at, let's take the two biggies for us, it's block and Pala. If you offer them at the same time, then, and that's where we got to yesterday, we didn't quite finish. But if we offer them, the department offers them to the landowner at one point, and they see that slate, is that confusing? That would be a question to landowners. And then if that's done at the administrative level at one time, regardless of the deadlines. So whenever the earliest deadline is, you offer this to all landowners at one time, would that solve that problem, or do those programs need to individually be incorporated together to streamline it? Or just left alone? That's kind of what I would throw out to all of us about this part of it. As we talk about each of those programs. Any thought on that?
Chair, if I may, sorry, Paul.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
When I saw that yesterday in Pala, it's great and you're opening up more programs, but I do wonder from my enforcement background, what that looks like on the ground a little bit as we get more of those. I contact a hunter in the field, are you hunting the Pala or are you hunting the block? You're on the road, block management on both sides. Which are you hunting? You know, are you hunting both? I wonder what that's gonna start to look like a little bit on the ground. I just throw that out for you guys to think about what it's like for staff contacting hunters in the field too, so.
Well, and one of the complications with it that I see is that under block, you do gain access to block public land, but you don't necessarily get compensated for it. Under Pala you do, and you can do both. So it seems like they could be offered at one time in the cumulative payment consideration, but also be able to select and opt out. If you didn't allow an opt out, then the question Drew brought up about contingent leased public land would be an issue, I think. Is that complicated enough?
Thing I've struggled with in our circumstances is almost all the roads go through a piece of private land. And so if you sign it up in block management, and you get to the edge of that private land, if it's a butts federal,
you're on.
So it looks kind of, to me, kind of like double dipping. If you're getting paid, you know, there's a preferential rate on grading fees on public land. And the way I would look at it is, we're offering the private, but if there's a road goes through, nobody knows whose roads are dedicated or aren't up there, because most of the homesteaders didn't last long enough to get through the process, you know. And so there's a trail, and I don't know how to do it. I've just been kind of hiding and watching. I don't want to appear to be a double dipper, you know, because you have these blocks of public land that you benefit from the grazing on. You have some stewardship responsibilities, but you know, if you give them that, like we were talking about yesterday, if you give them access to go wherever on your private, unless you just said park here and walk, you know, and if there's a road, they can drive through there and get to the public. And where do you go? Should that be a Pala? I don't know.
Well, and just my understanding to address the double dipping question, when the legislature created the Pala opportunity, the double dipping was approved essentially through the legislature. You have to consider that an opportunity that's an accumulative opportunity. And many of these Palas are now going that way. Is that a bad thing?
I think it's a personal choice.
Yeah, well, But remember, the pallet was created for those who didn't want to have access on their own private place,
Right.
but they were good to let a road go through and access at that point, however it did. Two different concepts, for sure.
Like quandary.
So,
Thank you.
all you had a,
Well, I'm just
Comment?
wondering, I was gonna ask about, are we gonna dive into block management later in the
Oh, yeah.
discussion?
sure,
So I see some things on here that might be very useful for that conversation.
sure,
But-
sure.
But yeah, maybe, I'm looking at some of these other programs, they're not creating a lot of stuff, but it sure would seem maybe wise if we could combine them, and make a lot less, maybe a lot less work for you guys, you know, too. But I don't know, it seems like it. There's some programs that are very successful and some that aren't so much.
Yeah, good observation. Other comments? So that,
What do we do when we run out of Talon money?
there are two different budgets right now. So
And we're
Yeah.
not fully expending that.
we haven't spent all that money.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, those, I think we look at those things and then you get into how does that affect how you appropriate the funding? Those have to be addressed because it takes different action to do it. But you put it forward and see what happens, how it goes, if we come to that point. I would like to, on that last thing on Ron's presentation, address the thing about habitat. As far as the other programs, North Dakota in specific, we talk a lot about the land and the impact of the hunting, and the disparity between lands for habitat. What we don't do in these access programs that I'm aware of in a great degree is talk about improving that habitat. Now, maybe there's things out there that you guys all do every day that we don't hear about individually. But it seems to me as an additive in, say, POA or a block in particular, that you could try to incorporate habitat enhancement into that, not to offer another program, but to offer it within, PALA, we've built all these little additives, and I don't know, be curious what all of you think about that, because going through that process takes some time to quantify that, but there's a justifiable reason why you quantified it that way. I don't know how it works out in the application process for you, but if there was an opportunity to include that within how we look at these, would that make sense? Just as a thought.
I think, because it was interesting yesterday when Derek talked about it, I think it's kind of in there, maybe it could be worded a little differently. I think it's a huge aspect because if someone isn't doing a good job of taking care of their, which typically they're trying to take care of their cows. At least, so if they're not doing a good job of that and they're letting it basically looking like this floor, there's no wildlife that are gonna be there. They're gonna go somewhere else. They're not stupid. So that's a huge thing. The other thing that's huge is the water. If people have done water developments on their places, I see it all the time. These stock water systems that people have put in, that's where animals, especially in years like this, that's where those wildlife are using water too. I see them at the overflows. They don't typically drink out of the tanks. I don't see that too often, but they're where the water is too. So if landowners have done that, that's a huge thing. So I just thought I hadn't noticed it initially, but I think that's I can't remember if it's number 5 or number 8, somewhere in
Quality of habitat.
Yeah, I think that really needs to be looked at, or someone needs to be able to know as far as the regional guys, like if places, how they are, and they can talk to state DNRC people. The DNRC guys are out a lot of people have state land and kind of intermixed with their private. So I would think for me, that would be something to add to that wouldn't take a lot of extra work, I don't think. And adding another hard thing, I think it's a huge bonus point for someone if they're doing a good job. That if they're not doing a good job, they should be knocked out. It shouldn't hurt. So,
Well, I've been kind of mulling around in my mind at that third type of block management, something that's an improvement over what we got. There's a lot of satisfaction with what we have and there's a lot of dissatisfaction with what we have. The biggest complaint I hear about block management is the lack of success in the Region 7 office. FWP personnel are telling people that go in there seeking advice on where to hunt, don't go to the block management areas, they're hunted out. That's what the Region 7 department is telling people. I'd like to see us develop a third type of block management where these landowners are rewarded for. I think there should be a mandatory habitat enhancement measure to a program where the landowner has to set aside a few acres here and there for the wildlife and leave them ungrazed. Maybe a payment by the acre for the landowners. Created by the biologist, work with the region, whichever office they're in 1 through 7. Sit down with the biologist and evaluate the property and then receive a payment for the acres enrolled and how good the acres are, because not every acre is created equal. And you said, yes, you know, that a section of farmland, 640 acres of farmland isn't worth what 640 acres in Missouri Breaks is worth as far as recreation goes. Develop some kind of a program, evaluate the habitat, and then pay by the acre for the habitat, and then by the successful hunter. You know, the landowner providing an opportunity for people to come in and successfully run 5 whitetail hunts, 5 elk hunts, whatever it is, figure out a payment schedule to reward them for basically for providing the habitat and the wildlife for the public. But right now, they're just paid by the number of boots they put through the place. And then make this maybe a lottery type of block management. One that's, in order to qualify, you have to have had a master hunter course or something offered by FWP. Make it something a little more special that the people want to be involved in, and it's going to attract a better type of hunter. Reward the better landowner and the better hunter.
Just 1 second. Region 7.
Yes.
So you get your hunter surveys back after block and all is done. What do you hear on the ground generally? What are your reports back?
92 to 95% of the hunters are satisfied with their experience on block. Where you got your information that we're telling people not to hunt block management, that is not true.
Okay, well, that came from some non-resident hunters last fall to talk to on the county road. How did you wind up here? They said, people in the office told us don't go hunt the block management, come out here and hunt these isolated parcels.
It could have also been, environmental conditions too, could have played into some of that last year for sure.
But that's what some non-residents told us.
Okay, well.
Okay, well, that's what they told.
Over 90% of our, we get our comments back at the end of the year. 92 to 95%.
Well, the guys I talked to on the road, that's what they told us.
Okay, well, that's fair.
You know, and I'm not making it up.
So one follow-up to that. So I think one of the challenges with hunter survey cards and everything is the completeness of data. And unfortunately, I mean, when you mentioned about post property electronically, how do we want to solve problems here that we see? You know, it has to be factual data. And what I see from what I read, when I first got interested in PLPW, it was due to an audit that was done, independent audit that was done of the block management program. And there were just some things in there I saw that were not consistent. So I was interested in being part of making that a little more consistent, because there are great things that happen in certain parts of the state. And a lot of it is information gathering and communication. And to Eric's comment and point, I mean, we all hear, this is kind of where it gets emotional. We all hear, you know, Paul sends me these emails about this blog. And then Eric says, don't be on the blog. And so we interject that into the facts that we have to operate within. And it just seems to me that they're counterproductive if they're not factual. And that's hard to get to, because we all, Hope and I were talking about this a little bit, we all are in our own world when we go home. And that's where we operate. But when we're here, we're in this picture, this globe of Montana, you know, and we've got to figure out how to resolve this bunch of elk or this over impact. And the more we can deal with the specifics and resolve them, I think the further we go ahead. And I get it. I mean, I hunt a lot of block management in the east, and it's great. And I know I hunt in some places where, you know, I remember one that's one section, and it's like, why did I go there? And that to me is the problem. It's too quick to impact one section. It's just simple. You show up and it's over. So I don't know. I think we've got to keep it to that information that we can dissect, that has some clear basis. Rich.
I'm happy to hear that. I mean, from the standpoint that, I mean, really, if someone's taking the time to fill out a survey to you guys, then I'm pretty happy to hear that, because we have a big block of state land where we are. And if I hear that the people getting access to public land is having a good experience, I kind of have a sigh of relief, because normally we're kind of hearing the general on the counter, you're hearing the other way. So I'm encouraged to hear that. That's a good thing. I did want to just touch on what you said though, Eric, because I like the idea. I don't know if maybe we can incorporate it into the current BMA, but the biologist, how many biologists do we have in FWP that have the time to assess properties? Do we have an answer? Is there an answer? How many biologists do we have in FWP?
Well, I couldn't answer that honestly, but
Well, I could say just in my experience alone, you know, what Hope said about, you know, these folks and their dedication and the need for staff to go out on the ground and evaluate the habitat, that gets done on every block management, you know, every time. And a warden, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, a warden and the biologist together, Drew, they evaluate the property together. They both sign off on the evaluation forms, if you will. There's a number of staff that are extremely dedicated to going out and enrolling landowners in block management or programs. So I don't think it's not that we don't have enough staff to go and talk to landowners. There's a lot of dedicated folks. Even regional supervisors have their contracts and their landowners that they go out and sign up every single year contract renewal.
Well, and just to be clear though, I'm not talking about that. I love that. I mean, there has to be that aspect, but there is not a science base behind it. So 6 years ago, I hired a biologist from Utah. He comes twice a year and he spends about 4 days each of those times. And I get every year, I get an annual report of everything from birds to fish to elk. And what I'm trying to do is, if I'm going to manage cows, I want to kind of know what the wildlife are doing, because they don't stay necessarily on us, but I need to know. And I feel that that's an opportunity. If we're looking at access, if we're looking at creating these things, that the science behind it is an important aspect. Not so much the guys on the ground going out, because I can go out and I can see, and I know you guys I love the game wardens. They're out, they have a really good boots on the ground, if you will. But the understanding of what is there when we talk about, you know, numbers of deer, elk, and then how we then develop programs that can say, okay, holy crap, we've got a 60% increase in elk and a 30% decrease in mule deer. What the heck? And how, then we can, as a group, then how can we manage these things better? So it was more to that, Ron, than it was. I love that you guys are out there. I just thought we're kind of getting into this. If we're trying to do some things, I think the biologist aspect is just an area, maybe, I know FTEs are tough. That's what I thought would be an opportunity.
Thanks, Rich.
Mr. Chairman, what I think would be helpful is, I don't know who wants to do it, but could you talk about just the process you use when you evaluate a property? Who goes, who's looking at what's the engagement of other staff?
Yeah, thank you, Hope, because I was wondering that too, if you guys have been provided even a evaluation form of a property when we start fresh, maybe that would be helpful.
Just so the council can understand what the process is for evaluating the property who's involved.
Not all at once. No, most times, it's gonna be a biologist or a warden that are gonna bring new potential properties to us. And we do have an evaluation form that is filled out by the field staff or
us managers in conjunction with field staff. So that's kind of the process. So we do have that form that goes in with the new contracts every year.
And what are you looking for with the form? What's observed? What's the?
Help me out, guys, what's on there?
Chair. Oh, would you like me to go print a bunch of them?
I wouldn't mind seeing it.
Sure.
honestly.
That helps. Yeah. Retired now.
You may not come back.
Yeah. He's out. Tim.
And this evaluation form is done across the state because of the audit.
Right.
Because of the consistency.
Right.
We work as a team.
Yep.
It's done consistently.
Yep.
Across the state.
And I didn't mean to imply there wasn't that.
No, I'm glad that you are here, and that's the reason that you were here. So.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm so glad you brought that up because I have like 3 papers of different questions. Because what a tremendous opportunity to have every one of you in this room, because I've been on Plpw in the past and now, and we've never had this opportunity. So I think for us as council members, we need to really tap into these types of gals. So I'm going to throw out some questions and you can answer if you like, but I have a list of them. And one of those was, what was the process? And how are contacts made? And how can we make that job easier? So I tell you, being involved with the fishing game, and I'm friends with all the game wardens, I'm always like, whenever their truck pulls up, I'm like, holy crap, what did one of my employees do? You know? And so we want to make people happy to see you, and I'm sure they are, but is there a process we can do or something we can help make your life easier when your boots are on the ground? The other question I had, office time versus boots on the ground time. Like every job, we get more and more burdened with paperwork. Is there too much paperwork for making you guys fill out? Boy, I see a lot of heads nodding there. Yeah, okay. So as we're going through this process, with having your input, that can be helpful. And I don't mean to overstep my boundaries here, Mr. Chairman.
Good.
Okay.
Great points, great points.
All right. How do we appreciate the landowner? We used to have dinners for them. I loved your idea, Marcus, about getting them out on the ground and getting the hunters to help work with the landowner. I mean, is it a program we could help promote? I mean, the juniper problem right now on a lot of the lands is horrible. You know, we always think about fencing, you know. We're also dealing with CWD, we're dealing with diseases, we're dealing with water shortage, we're dealing with food shortages for these. And we're dealing with 2 totally separate types of landowners than we have dealt with in the past. You have a landowner now who comes in that is very different than our traditional landowners. The incentive for them may not be the same as it is for a traditional landowner. So what incentives would work for both types of landowners and make the programs appealing? So, and how do we streamline all of this? So those are all my questions I have written down. There's a few more, but I won't bore you with those. But please give us your input as we're trying to come up with solutions to help you.
Thanks, Don.
Mr. Chair, Drew, I just had one thing. Cynthia kind of talked about finances and, you know, looking at the numbers that Ron put forth to us. I mean, these are all really good problems to have. I mean, you know, thinking about the glass half full, we have as many acres enrolled in BMA as pretty much these 4 other states have combined. So good problems to have. I would just say that, you know, one of the ways, again, really good points down on other incentives. Obviously, money is one, but it's not the catch-all. But in terms of funding, you know, sportswomen and sportsmen of Montana, they've stepped up multiple times to help pay for these programs. And I think if money is one of the things that we need to do, I think they'll continue to step up and pay. You know, I think the last legislature is that when we had that $4 fee that just went through that you could opt in to pay back. And do you guys have any idea how many sportsmen opted into that? That'd be an interesting number to find out after the application process is over for the year. But I would just basically just a general observation that the sports people of Montana are willing to step up and pay for this. So keep that in our back pocket.
Dale, you still have some?
Just maybe going to what Donna said. Oh, I'm sorry.
So unusual for 2 Dales.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it's like this, Dale, did you have something?
No, go ahead.
No, I didn't have anything. Mr. Trivia, I did not have it.
Sorry, sorry, Dale.
Well, just listening to what both Donna and Eric said and potentially basing the pay on the quality of habitat. And then talking about minimizing the workload for these people. I think if you tried to go to an approach where you paid for quality habitat, it would be an absolute monster in terms of how you would evaluate. It's one thing to say, okay, if you are going to plant a food crop for pheasants or whatever, and there's X number of acres, that's one thing. But to say, you know, we're gonna come out and look at your 30,000 acre ranch and 22% of it is in really excellent condition and 22% of it is in terrible condition, the rest of it is something else, just to try to do that. And then how do you have two landowners that are side by side and they're saying, hey, we're gonna pay you this much because your habitat is this and the next person's not. You would create so many hard feelings and such a workload for the department. If we're truly wanting to simplify this, I'm not throwing it out. I just think we need to be really careful what we suggest here.
So I think that leads into us jumping back to here so we can finish the Pala criteria, we think, and then go on through the rest and get to block and talk about it within that. To Eric's point about a type 3, and then the comment I made to Ron, I don't think we should have a new program, but it could be part of what already exists. So we don't have another program to try to figure out, to get these guys to try to figure out if somebody wants to do. Does that make sense? I mean, I think we need to put it under that umbrella and see if it can fit in there as an additive somehow. Just simply, you know, maybe that's where you get the biologist, Dale, to come in and say, you know, to Rich's point, he wants to manage more to the habitat. And yet, I think most landowners manage their habitat as best as they well know. But they're probably not thinking about the very best thing for pheasant. You know, if I leave this strip or if I, whatever, to leave cover or food. So maybe we can come back to that and consider it from the North Dakota stuff as part of what we're already doing, instead of a new one.
Well, I'm glad funding came up. As many of you know, that the outfitters got an extra preference point for their clients last year or this year. And we had 7,204 preference points sold at $100 a piece. That raised $720,400. It was split up. 10% goes to administration fees. And so that leaves $648,000, which is about $162,000 for each one of these programs. Public access land agreements, the PALAs, that program will get $162,000. The block management program will get $162,000. Purchase of permanent easements, and I don't know what that program is titled, but that's $162,000 in future fishery permanent easements. It's 162. That's a lot of money coming in.
Yep.
So
thanks for that.
And so that helps, you know, explain a little bit where the funding's coming from, extra funding. So.
Okay, thank you. All right. So we can jump our brains into where we were yesterday and I know.
Will it help if I get out the orange marker and stand?
Yeah,
in front of
stand
it?
up, okay.
Stand in front of the board.
Which side's got the anecdotal?
It's 7:30.
Oh, God.
Science. page.
No.
Anecdotal.
So back on these sheets yonder. Specifically to the public access land agreements. Yesterday, we were addressing the items that we thought we would put forward as an improvement, change or deletion, whatever. And so far within that, we have adjusting the 2-mile rule to a 1-mile with special considerations. 1 application period, 1 access menu presented by the regional folks. And then staff to come up with a new plan for streamlining this PALA approval that we went through yesterday. So we put those down. So what other PALA changes, improvements are on the plate, Lee?
I'd like to see something. We've only got one right on the north end of our ranch. And there's a sign there that says it's a pallet, but there's no way to know. I don't think it'd be hard to have a box and say, if you're this year act, what you want to do, say what you're doing. You don't have to, the block management's on up.
So a sign-in box.
Put a sign-in box on
Okay.
the ones that you put up where there's a pallet and say, if you want, if this is access to public land, sign up.
So within that, what are you hoping to get out of that?
You'd have a better idea if there's been a bunch of controversy about how many people actually use it. You'd have, if they signed up, you'd know.
Discussion about that?
There's no other way of determining it at this point, is there?
Well, clearly you'd have to differentiate. If there's a block management associated with it, they already got it, so we wouldn't need it. If it's a standalone PALA, there isn't a block management.
Well, the case that I'm familiar with is right on the north end of our ranch.
Okay.
There's a county designation, used to be, they say it's a county road. It hasn't had a road grader on it for 15 years, but it's an established trail that goes through a bunch of deeded land. And our ranch is immediately adjacent to it. And we have deeded land right there, and we do have a sign-in box there. But the road goes on up to another piece of stuff that we have. And, you know, I just think it wouldn't take much, would it, to the block management guys going by there, they could pick unscrew the lid and take the tags out in the fall, and you'd have an idea, wouldn't you?
Yeah, there's a sign-in box there during the fall anyways.
Oh, on the pallet?
Yeah,
Oh,
on the
really?
block man.
No, but I'm talking about on the pallet. There's no way to know what's going on there. The next sign-in box they get to is when they hit Westland.
Yeah, we just leave the sign-in box up and have a pallet slip or whatever.
Yeah, I have one for the pallet, the
Yeah.
box. Just put it on the post. It's got the sign says, thanks, everybody. We've got public access across this deeded land now.
Okay.
If you appreciate it, or if you're gonna use it, sign it.
Colin, did you have a comment?
Can I just clarify?
Yeah.
So are you saying at all palas or just ones associated with blocks so you can?
No, they're not, it's not
Yeah,
associated with block management. The family's only got 80 acres in a 16,000 acre pasture, and the road goes through it. And so their opportunity was a pallet. And
So Hope was asking, should that box be on just those
yeah,
standalones?
for the pallet. That was what I thought.
All pallets.
Every one of them.
Yeah.
If they're going to the lake on Nichols's, or
Yeah.
they're going to the Newberry Flat on Bertholds, or if they're up along the border, if they're accessing the palace, say, I don't really want to hunt this guy's deeded land, I want to do the public stuff, and I'm find my name and drop it in the hole.
Colin, did you have a comment on that?
You keep open, I said.
Oh, I thought you were.
No, I'm thinking about man hours. What would that,
That's my question.
yeah,
Yeah.
what would that require us to task the department to do for man hours? If they're already there, fine, but if not, I think about those old highway.
How often do you collect them? Once a season, it'd be often enough, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we still have to maintain the signs. And so, I mean, it's
Or you're
gonna
gonna be
be,
there anyway if you're doing that, right?
Yeah.
Nobody defaces those signs.
Dale?
It's
too new, they don't know what it is yet.
Dale?
To me, I guess I would ask this question, and that is, okay, we're gonna put in sign-in boxes. if they're not required to sign in, you're gonna assume that some aren't signing in, so you lose that data. But even if they are required to sign in, at the end of the day, other than, yeah, it gives you an idea how many people are using it, what does it really do for the department?
And I just to maybe answer that for Lee, I think when we were discussing pals that stood alone, we're trying to project how many people are gonna use it. And we never have, next year, we don't have a number. Is it worth that data to do that in the standalone palace? That's how I understand it.
I wouldn't think it'd be that big a deal, but it's, yeah, now you guys go out there daily. If you go, you drive right up there anyway, most of them. You gotta use the road to access the next block management.
The signs are at the main entrance, where the palace starts.
Oh,
So can I get a gauge from staff? And I'm being really specific and deliberate about this, Lee, just because of my past role in doing things at the legislative level of, you know, writing in what appear to be easy things to accomplish and then not
Right.
really asking what the staff impact is. So I promised these guys in this role, I would be more deliberate about asking what staff impact is. So if you use 5 fingers, 1 to 5, 5 being a lot of effort, 1 being the least, can you just hold up your hands, access managers, and say, adding a sign-in box at each pallet from 1 to 5, what level of extra work does that give?
To the standalone
To-
pallets
to-
or all of them?
To all of them.
Would you want a sign-in box for a pallet and a block management, so you have to sign to both?
Well, you'd almost have to.
Yeah.
Or incorporate
And don't be afraid to be honest. It's okay. If it's not a problem, fine, but I want to know, I want to get a sense, because, you know, we get into the back rooms and, you know, there's the like, oh God, on some stuff. And I don't, let's have an open conversation about this.
It's not gonna take a bunch more time because we're gonna be there anyway, especially for the ones that are on.
Okay.
But it's gonna cause confusion, I think, with public and hunters and users. Why are there 2 sign-in boxes here? And then we're making them sign in twice.
That's a great point, because you're gonna have people that think they're signing into the block management
Right.
box, and they drop their name in there, and then the warden's gonna say, hey, where's your ticket at? Well, I signed in.
Right.
It's gonna create
And
confusion.
then the 2 block management powers we have where they need permission from the landowner to put blocks up, that's gonna cause problems. People are.
Let's go on.
So I
want to collect data, but how do I do it?
I just got Lee's wink and I think he said, dumb idea. So.
I
think-
doubt if many hunters even know what the pallet is.
Tim?
Yeah, so we were on our way down there. We stopped at
years.
American Prairie's new campsite. They have a reservation system. It's a QR code on the sign. That's how you make your reservation.
Okay, let's go there.
I know we're 5 to whatever.
3 to 5.
Yeah.
But.
Okay.
All these young guys like this stuff done on their phones.
I know.
Guys like me and Lee, I'm just barely out of the bag phone mode.
Well, you know, we all carry our phone in the field so we can take our picture.
Lee's still ringing his like this.
Okay, so I think we're gonna
Hold
drop
your
that.
peace.
Move on.
That's fine.
Okay,
It's just
All
an
right.
idea that it's like the block management deals. The first block management sign after you enter the ranch is on a piece of deeded land. And you go up there and you go, here, you're signing into this block management deal. What in the hell for? You know, it's on the top of a ridge where the road goes through. You know, hell, there hasn't been anything by there since the last jackrabbit fire. You know, when you're supposed to, you know.
Yep.
But it opens the rest of it up.
okay, so do we have other suggestions for Pala change? Dale?
I'm gonna combine these two because I think they're somewhat related. And then we touched on them yesterday. But and they're both mentioned here. But I still believe the department staff need to have the ability to reject a PAL application when it's submitted. If they look at it and say, you know, there's not enough value to for us to even pay you $500 or whatever. And I guess the litmus test that again I would use is, would a reasonable hunter go out to this piece of property? If that's all there was, it wasn't connected to block management, and that's all there was, would they go out there to hunt? And then that also ties into what, should there be a minimum size? I don't really believe there should be, because I could see an 80-acre tract of really good pheasant habitat being something that people would absolutely go to. Are they gonna go to 80 acres to hunt animal? Probably not. I mean, but for pheasants, they might. Like, so maybe just to consolidate a little bit is that my recommendations are the department personnel have the ability to accept or reject the PAL applications, and they use their judgment as to whether or not the parcel is big enough to be something that the public would use.
Okay. So essentially you're saying authorize the regional folks to be able to reject the PAL.
Yes.
If it doesn't meet that criteria. Everybody, any discussion on it?
Ask for a show of hands amongst all the people, see who wants to have that power.
Okay, all right, fine. In conjunction with Oak's effort, how do you all feel about that? Just simply thumbs up or down to your ability to be able to reject that. All right, how's ours?
And maybe we have a checkpoint in there, like where they check in with their regional supervisor, for instance, if they're gonna reject something, take it to the regional soup and say, this is the region, this is the reason, have the regional soup provide oversight.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Good idea.
We're there, and then does that include the minimum acreage?
It does.
Make it the same.
Okay, so we're good there. Other thoughts on PALs? Nothing.
Land management. If they spread leaves or do something to improve habitat, and will be a land management fund that they would be paid a year after they showed us the receipts.
So they could apply for that, right? I mean, they could apply for a culvert or bridge or whatever. Could they apply for another request that's like in block management?
Well, the road improvements are reimbursement for pallet. So after they get the work done, then yes, they submit receipts for reimbursement. The weed management payment that we do in block management is just part of the contract. And when they sign it, they agree to use that extra weed management payment for weed control activities.
And that's available in the pallet? Yeah, I know it's in block, but it's not available in the pallet. No, okay.
Mr. Chair, if I remember correctly from yesterday, somebody said that a more permanent fix, like say a culvert or a permanent fix like a bridge, and these are still on one-year contracts. I don't think that I should be the beneficiary of the state's money if I take the PAL money for 1 year and get a bridge put in, and then next year say, oh, sorry, guys, we're out. But for me, that doesn't work. If it works for everybody else, great, but to me, if you get a permanent improvement, you should have to sign something, a long-term enough deal that the public is compensated through access for the bridge they just gave you. For me, they gave me a bridge. I expect to give the public access for a very long time. That's a huge.
How long is a very long time?
I think the 3 to 5
Yeah.
years, is, you know, I mean, I.
5, 7 years, I mean.
Yeah, and I think the one we did was 10 on a bridge.
10 would be not out of, 10 is not unreasonable on something like a bridge.
And it's up to 10,000 then.
Yeah.
It's $1,000 per year.
We've been operating under the guidelines of $1,000 per year for improvements.
Mhm.
So yeah, if you did a cattle guard, $3 grand, you're gonna have to be in the program for 3 years.
So that's
your place.
Is that in the rules now?
It is, yeah. Okay, perfect.
It's not an official department administrative rule, it's just a program policy.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more like, you know, all that falls under that, but we kind of label it more as a habitat improvement fund, not your property improvement fund. I think. So that it's more palatable by the hunters as well. So if they do something to their land to improve wildlife habitat, they should be.
You want to sign in box on
I
that?
know who determines whether there's an improvement or not. We have a state road easement that goes through a big block of state land, and I said I was gonna grade the road, and I asked the state land manager if I could put that on as an improvement. He said I'd have to look at it, see if it was an improvement or not. So how do you quantify what's an habitat?
So I kind of hear two things from Donna. One is weeds, which is another mitigation that I would consider like a cattle guard or, it's an impact mitigation.
Our legal unit said this year that weed spraying is not improvement. Okay, so if you're going to offer, but it could be a negotiable term of the agreement, it's just not considered an improvement that's reimbursable. Like the other ones. So if you wanted to offer weeds, there's a couple paths. One would be statutory language like we have for block, which authorizes additional monies for weed control. Or you could take that as part of the overall program and roll that in as a cost list item, that fact sheet that has all those different factors you could plug in. Payment for weed control if they authorize motorized access or something.
So on the region level, would that help on PALA negotiation or opportunity? What you see? Anybody from one of the regions?
Yeah.
Tim, you had one that was.
Yeah,
Question, right?
Rich brought it up when we were going over the road stuff for weed spray. If there was a monetary thing, that'd be great.
Okay. So do we want to make a recommendation that the department looks at creating a way to offer weed spraying as a compensation on a PALA access agreement as a group? Or up?
Yeah.
Anybody opposed to that? Or you didn't raise your thumb.
Indifferent.
Didn't care about weeds.
Okay, so let's put it down. I think the department has to figure out what that means to include it in a PALA. Jason?
Yeah, we'll figure that.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah, that's something that needs.
I just
Rich?
I just have, it's just something that I don't know how to, when we look at some of these palas and as I think about, and I'm sorry, just using my own, but just because I guess it's familiar to me, is that if there was a way to, as we look at these BLM pieces, that if a neighbor of mine was going to do that, if they could have the access come to say their private property and then this whole walk-in thing, like I got to get my hands around how that could potentially be. And I mean, even talking to BLM about some of these lands that haven't been touched for a while, I see private, just in this example, like there's opportunities around, and if my neighbor was going to do something like that, could they, whatever they have their lease of or their access, and I know that the BLM is, once you're on it, so I get that, but in some circumstances, the block management of say my neighbor in this particular instance is like, it's opening up access to a whole bunch of property below or above us. And I'm fine with that. It just, but the driving part, and I gotta get my hands on that. I don't know if that's for this, when we're talking about PAL, and I want to be able to look at these if we're looking at, or the regions are looking and say, hey, we want to do this. But when we look at how some of the roads are drawn in on the applications, could we look at how we still provide access, but maybe don't just, again, open up just roads everywhere through that? I don't know how to say that right.
So let me put this back to Derek, just for your input. So what Rich is talking to, if you're suggesting a PALA across private property and you end the access agreement 100 yards from the BLM or whatever the public land is that's going to be accessed, is that a viable PALA to make a parking spot or whatever at the end of that road, but not connecting to the BLM Is that possible? Under your understanding of PALA?
Yes, yes, it is, but with current assessment sheet, that they would receive that motorized access component bonus.
Okay, so wouldn't they receive the distance of the road consideration? So if it's 5 miles in, I understand they wouldn't qualify for every additive, right? But if it gives them access to 15,000 acres of block management, let's just say it's a wild number, they're getting that access. They're not getting the motorized additive.
Correct.
Tim,
Tim?
I think the assessment form says that it's motorized vehicle access to the boundary.
Yeah.
The boundary of the BLM. It doesn't say onto or through. So you can establish a parking area on the private property. Regarding the brewer stuff,
Yeah.
If it would have kept going forward, we were gonna sit down with the BLM.
Yeah.
And make those changes in those.
Because we talked about, I thought the group should, because I said, I don't want it to, I want there to be access. And I think it was interesting when I looked back through that, Tim, like, I think that's one thing too, we have to, as the people looking, like, when I looked on Google Earth and had been down there, the roads that I see there, they're not roads. I mean, they're, I don't know how they got established there, and if that's creating then, like, well, if I'm a hunter and this is what's published or whatever, I guess I can just kind of, I don't see the road there and I know it's BLM, I can kind of go that way. I can cut right. I guess that's some of this stuff just.
So that is me going through and digitizing those roads.
Right.
And so, and some of those aerial photos are so good that cow trails show up and they look like roads. So that's why I was sitting down with BLM.
Okay.
That stuff that goes to the west through Brewers, that wasn't gonna be an access road that went through your.
Well, so then that's cool then. So I guess that it gets back to you guys then. You guys you're the first area of doing that. You know the area. I guess that's maybe what I'm getting. It's maybe a kind of a moot point. As long as it's being reviewed consciously,
Oh, yeah.
you know, and that there's that opportunity, I think we're good. I don't mean to dive into it more.
Hey, Drew?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just to piggyback off of some of your points, Rich, I think some of the problem with that is the perception from sportsmen is that you're basically saying that they're gonna get to the BLM land that is yours and mine and everybody's, and they're instantly going to be bad. And the lessee who's driving on that property is always going to be good. And that's not always true.
Right.
And so we're giving them an access program, but really we're putting so many restraints on that. I mean, because again, we know this one's not going to go through, but if you look at this one, to physically walk in, you know, some of these regions, you can't do it without driving in there. So because you're the lessee, you're the only one that gets to drive on that. I don't want to use the word fair, but it's not fair.
Yeah, if I could, I would agree with what Drew's saying there, Rich. I think that there should be equitable use and equitable access. And I understand you're leasing, you're paying money to graze there. And I don't discount that, but I think there should be equitable access and equitable use there. I would suggest that this is an issue that be taken to the BLM when they make their whatever use maps, whatever BLM calls it, and have those addressed in. Because I'm with you. I think there's far too many roads that are just ad hoc on BLM land and they're not signed. And we heard from Adam Carr yesterday that they just don't have what they need to police that appropriately. And I think all of us who use that could be policing that ourselves, but we don't have the signs to put up and we don't have the authority to put those up. But I think that your concern, I think is definitely valid, but I think it might be better addressed within that framework of the BLM.
Fair enough. Yep, I think that's fair. Because I see your point, and this is one isolated case. It's not statewide. There's probably a lot of others. I think the concern is definitely taken. That's all that we need right now, and the BLM can work through it through there. And like I said, I'm fine with that.
If you go fight that fight with BLM, let me know.
Yeah. No, it's not a fight. It's not, it's just, I think they're very understanding of a lot of these areas, especially on Missouri, have never, the reason they're so awesome is because they haven't been. And but I do realize, you're right, no one, you're not gonna hike in 6 miles and then it brings the elk in the September or the sheep or whatever you're out there. I get it. The inherent concerns are just, I've already said them 100 times. It's just, what I've seen of the 1%, and I hate to go back, that's what I'm most concerned. And there's no leafy spurs down there, there's no knapweed down there, nothing yet. But you get knapweed into this country down here or spurge, all of that lovely, pristine, never touched stuff goes away. And we maybe can't stop it. It's just, but then it falls on my responsibility to spray it, keep it, all that stuff. So anyway, enough said.
Dale.
So just maybe to talk to this point a minute, just from BLM standpoint, Adam Carr talked about travel management, which is a formal planning process that takes some time.
Right.
That's where they're trying to get to it, but like he said, it could take years before that's finalized. However, there's another process that you could probably work with your local BLM office to do, and something we've done in Miles City many times is that we're out on a piece of land and we see people are starting to drive off on an area that's not had a trail. We'll post a Carsonite post out there and said, no vehicle travel. And does it stop everybody? It stops most of them.
Yeah.
And most people respect that, and that doesn't require a planning process. And it's something that, especially on some of those really old 2-track trails that maybe went down to fix a reservoir or whatever, that really aren't vehicular trails other than they weren't 20 years ago, and they went in there with a D8 cat and you can still see the line. I mean, a lot of times that's all it takes to keep people off of there. So it doesn't have to be a many-year process to get those roads identified as either open or closed. And they're not going to probably, by putting Carsonite posts, they may or may not put in signs that say this trail is open, but they may very well put in signs that say the trails are closed.
Dale's point and yours, Rich, is I hunted in Arizona a few years ago and wasn't that familiar with it, obviously, and doing it myself and using that Forest Service travel plan map and located elk go up this road. Arizona has way too much access on public ground. I'll just say that right up front. Every windmill, every water tank has a road to it. And on that Prescott National Forest, if you can retrieve it within 1 mile without crossing an active creek or wetland, you can drive to it. So then you create a road. So we go up this road and park the truck, go hunt, come back the truck, and there's a Forest Service law enforcement guy parked in my truck. And he says, you're on the closed road. And I said, I did not know that. And he said, do you have the travel plan? I said, yep. I said, but all of these closed roads have a carbonite travel post or restriction. Somebody had torn something out.
Yeah, the over.
And I said, I apologize. I did not know that. And he looks at my truck and I had on the back of the truck, ask first to hunt. our bumper sticker. And he looks at that and he goes, okay, I'll trust you. Get the hell out of here. But I mean,
Ed, I gotta say,
to both your points.
those Carsonite, sorry, Dale, my 15 years experience, I can't count the number of those things that are laying over flat on the ground. I'm sorry, I don't think they do a whole heck of a lot.
I appreciate that conversation, and I think somehow we got to get there where when we try to get access to this, we're using this example, but whatever that example is multiplied wherever it is in Montana. When we look at that potential, I think we have to address those. Will the BLM allow restricted travel so we don't kill the place with love, right? Can we do that when we make this application? Can we have that coordinated effort so it can be somewhat restricted? CMR, can you drive all over CMR? I think there's parts of it that's retrieval only.
The CMR is no off-road travel.
Yeah, but I mean on the roads.
No retrieval, no nothing.
Yeah.
Same as the BLM in Region 6 is. no
Bitter
off-road
Creek
travel.
over in the study areas in the middle of where I'm at. Ever since '79, and they've got those blow in the wind signs. And you'll see the guys that I went to high school with driving around down in there and say, how'd you get in here? This isn't your supposed to be here. He said, well, they grandfathered me in. I was not done before where they put the sign up.
Yeah. Got a good answer, right? Okay,
That is part of our review process with all the public land agencies before the applications come before this council. Current process is we do sit down with DNRC, BLM, Forest Service if needed, and review the projects to get their, I'd say their approval, but at least their awareness, and so we can address any of the concerns that they have. You know, we did change some of the language in our contract due to some concerns that came out of one of the BLM field offices. So it is part of the process now that those public land agencies do see the applications and similar with block, they need to sign off, but basically that we've had that conversation.
Thanks. My last comment back to Drew on that is it not worth that access if you stop short?
Yeah, and that's, I mean, it's $1 million question, right? I mean, depends on who you're talking to.
Well, so we'll go into the 454s at some point. The original concept with the 454s was gaining access for 400s. And at that point, this council thought, well, let's give it a try. Now I know where it is now, but the whole thing was it allowed 400s who couldn't hunt the opportunity to hunt, public hunters on private land. Was it worth it? So that's, I think, what we've got to ask ourselves. If you could provide access up to that point where you can walk in, if you can't control it on the BLM, which, you know, it does go to that quality issue. If you could restrict the driving on there, great. You know, do you need to go everywhere? You would agree no, and it actually ruins it. It can ruin it.
It can ruin it.
Yeah.
And again, to your point about loving things to death, you know, that's the balance. That's what, you know, these managers are trying to balance. That's what we're trying to help with. You know, that's why Rich brought that up, you know, because we talked about that yesterday. You know, maybe we put that caveat in there that if you don't have the lease, you can still do a private land easement up to the edge, and then that way you force them to make that a walk-in only. That might be a good compromise. I absolutely agree that, you know, I'm here to try and help get more access, and if that's the compromise, then, you know, sign me up for a good time. That's why I talked in detail yesterday about that, the fact that you have to have the lease of that adjacent public land. The only argument I heard for that yesterday was that it might make my neighbor mad. Well, there's a lot of things that might make your neighbor mad, so.
Buffalo. Whoop, didn't say that.
So, anything we can do to increase access to those pieces and keep landowners' concerns in mind, but also keeping the concerns of public landowners in mind as well. Thank you. Question?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a quick comment. My name is Drew Henry, if you guys forgot it. I'm the regional supervisor in Glasgow. I started my career with Fish, Wildlife and Parks as block management technician, right alongside Tim and the rest of the Region 6 crew over there. And spent 10 years as a biologist. So access is near and dear to me. So first of all, thank you for allowing folks from FDP to come and sit. I think it's hugely important to have the experts in the room. And when I found out that there was an opportunity to come and actually have face-to-face interaction with folks, I was all over it. So thank you for that. One thing I wanted to say was that whether it's a block management agreement or whether it's a PALA agreement or any other agreement, the critical touch point for field staff is that face-to-face interaction with the landowner and being able to design the project for what they need, right? So often when it's block, you know, when we initiate a new contract, I would say often we are probably more encouraging the landowner to be more conservative at the get-go. Often they would prefer to just open it up. Now that's all I've ever done is open it up. But you know, we don't want to be overrun. We don't want them to be stressed. We don't want them to have more problem than it's worth. And then maybe work into being a little more liberal with access. We've done similar things with your property. We've backed it off over the years.
Yeah, it's better.
You still get there and you still drive. Similarly with these pallet projects, I think it's what you're describing, Rich. I think it's going to be opportunistic in very certain places, you know, where it may be problematic. But the one thing I would encourage us not to forget is that this is initially about the landowner and the landowner wanting people to get through their property and onto the public land. I probably am not necessarily, unless I'm interested in block, having a parking area on my property. So You know, being able to design these things for a landowner for their needs without them being punished, or not punished, but, you know, maybe not getting an incentive, or, you know, not being incentivized because I don't want a parking area on my property, makes it really hard on field staff to design these things for the landowner and for their needs.
Fair. Thank you.
You guys, you do have a latitude to work with an individual landowner on these, if he wants a parking area and he's deeded, that opens up a lot of access to public, but he doesn't want people driving in the public.
Yeah, we actually had
You do
one
that, correct?
that we were working on, Corey was working on, that didn't come to fruition this year.
Mhm.
But he wanted to put parking areas on his private, 100, 200 yards before the deal.
Yeah.
And make them walk. So yes, we do have that.
Okay, good, good. Because I think that's very important, because you might get a landowner like Rich who doesn't want that driving all over everywhere. And that'll be the difference between getting that piece of property and not, and opening that access. That's paramount.
Okay, any other points on pallet? I have one. Just to throw out, as Drew was talking about with the neighbor's lease on closed public land. Is there a creative way to offer a pallet to that landowner that doesn't have, I mean, again, this is a code issue, the lease. So when the pallet applicant that has the lease makes the application to then talk to the neighboring landowner that doesn't have the lease, to see if that would work for them to allow that, and then potentially apply for a pallet application on their end of it. And I don't know even how many of those might be real. But where we're running into this, like, if you go back to the Blaze Bird bill, you know, two brothers, two agreements, they're in concert over it. Maybe they're not. Earlier agreements, we talked about certain families aren't in agreement, and we approved them because we worked that out unknowingly, but they're there relationally in that region. Does that make any sense? Or is it
Or
not?
on both ends of the candle kind of sort of.
Yeah, so some sort of pallet opportunity for the non-leased provider. So they don't own the lease on it, but they're gonna agree to do it. Because the other applicant is applying.
Isn't that person already, can't they go to him or her and say, all right, you know, that option's available anyway, isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, the way the statute reads, Mr. Chair, is that a public access land agreement may be granted only to a landowner who is providing access across their land, to public land that is leased by the landowner, or to public land for which there is no leaseholder.
Right.
So if they were,
It's too big a deal.
well, you could make a recommendation if you wanted to go down that road. but-
No, I was only throwing it there.
So just a point of clarification, Mr. Chairman. Am I hearing what you're throwing out is, okay, we have this landowner that is private land that they're crossing over to get public land. And the public, what you're proposing is that they may cross the private land. That person is in Pala. However, there could be an instance where the public land adjacent to the private land is not leased by him, but the person that leases that public land would also be compensated. And is that what I'm hearing? You're
I don't know if that's a solution or not.
Okay. I guess I would have a little bit of concern saying we're gonna compensate somebody that has public land. We're gonna pay the person that has public land because they have public land and somebody is coming on to it when they're already being well compensated by the fact that they have public land when their grazing fees are
Sure.
1/30 of the normal rate. And that is part of the factor why grazing fees are what they are, is because they end up with impacts that a private landowner can control. So to pay them again on that, I just think that's not a path we
Not a
want
good
to
idea.
go down.
Okay. All right. Any others? All right, we're gonna move to, we need a break or should we move to the next break? Really quick one, just 5-minute break. Sorry.
45 seconds.
45 seconds.
10:11.
There's a tree outside.
Contrary to orange top, these are both caffeinated sets of coffee.
Yeah.
Mine will be looking for.
Great. All right. We're still live, yeah. So we're gonna jump into block management. So again, just going through this process of identifying recommendations we want to put forward on block. So back on your sheet, if we could, let's start through those questions below. I think we'll just start there. So on the block management program, we all know what it is. Let's answer these questions. How should FWP treat public land currently inside block management boundaries? And I had a question as to what were we looking for here?
Ron, you want to lay it out?
Absolutely.
You've been waiting for this apparently.
I have been, just from an enforcement standpoint. You know, I've heard the word trespass thrown around a lot in your guys' conversations. And there's two things we've talked about that in previous meetings. There's criminal trespass and there's failure to obtain landowner permission for hunting. So when your land's posted by statute, it has to be posted according to statute. That's criminal trespass. Failure to obtain landowner permission for hunting is when your land's not posted, or maybe you didn't get permission, that type of thing. But that statute is very clear in that it speaks to private property. Okay, so if someone's hunting public land, we couldn't cite someone for hunt or failure to obtain landowner permission for hunting. Even if it's incorporated within the block management area, it's not private. So if someone didn't sign in to a block management area, it's not posted for criminal trespass. They're in there hunting the state land, for example, they didn't sign in. We couldn't cite them for failure to obtain landowner permission for hunting. We couldn't have cited them for anything because that's only specific to private property. So that's, from an enforcement standpoint, it's an issue to incorporate public lands into block management. Then from the other side of it, I was talking to Kendra last night, but there are pieces, and it's gotten a little better, you know, in Region 2, for example, where we have Dnrc several sections connected together, and it's all in block management. And I question why, because it's public land. You can go hunt it. There's rules on that public land already, you know, that are enforceable. Why do we have it in block management where we have to sign it? We have to administer boxes in some situations. We're taking staff away from private deeded land, block management areas, and focusing them on public land areas, you know. So there's a couple issues there. From an enforcement standpoint, we're going to run into a problem, and we have having these lands enrolled. But I do worry what it looks like if we all of a sudden took them out and said, oh, you know, people would be like, we lost 1.2 million acres of block management, which isn't really the case.
Are you paying for that block management on DNRC?
No, in some situations, I can't speak of, Jason, maybe you could help me with that.
I'd like Mr. Chair now to ask Jason to talk
Yeah.
about why historically it's been this way.
Sure. Well, I don't know if I'm the best one to represent, but so every property, as you guys can imagine, is unique and different. A lot of them have public lands incorporated into the boundary, one for the ease of use, right? So we talked about those checkerboard situations where if you just cut out all those different pieces, hunters mostly be confused. Part of it, if you think about the good neighbor approach that you guys have talked about too, you know, where you've got somebody who has a lease and somebody who doesn't, we kind of accommodate for that. Some of it's got other historical arrangements or agreements. I know that's the ones Ron's kind of talking about. Kendra is not here right now, but there's some places in the state that have got multiple use agreements from way back when. And then you've got this time point about 92, right, Travis? 92, 94? 92, when, if you think about state land in Montana not being open to public access prior to that FWP negotiated agreement with DNRC to allow public access to state land. So we've got quite a few properties that also were open for public access prior to that early 90s timeframe that we've basically been including in the big boundary ever since. So there's a variety of reasons, but like I said, every property is a little bit unique. We've taken the approach from a program standpoint to try and get as much public land out of most of the places as possible. Some regions have gone to great extent, and some regions haven't quite got there yet. But again, it's a variety of factors. Did I cover anything else you guys think about? Your perspective? I mean, you know, one time block management was a big paper map with a Sharpie drawn on it and nothing was in color, right? Where it was just black squares, gray squares, white squares, and nobody saw it any different. And so we just would say, here's everywhere you can go. And now obviously with the technology pieces, that's changed as well. But you're right, Ron, in the sense that, yeah, if we just said no public land inside the boundaries, which is what you see on that 1.2 million, there's actually even more that's accessible because of the private land.
Yeah, and some of it
That's
does
where you
make
find.
sense, you know, on a map to make it easier for hunters, there's a little, I don't know, 160 or 120 in there. It makes sense, but when you're driving along a county road and you've got 3,000 acres of BLM here and it's incorporated in a block management where you got to sign in to hunt the BLM, you know, I think in a courtroom, have a hard time saying, you know, somebody needed to sign in and get permission to hunt that BLM.
Chair, question for Ron. They don't have to sign it. We have that disclaimer on the map that says if you're only using accessible public lands, not talking about forming their own DNRC. But if they're only using accessible, legally accessible public lands, they don't have to sign it.
I think there may be some inconsistency across the state with that, Dale, I think. Am I wrong?
Another question,
That's what
Ron,
we put on roofs.
You do?
for the not being able to cite someone for failure to obtain land permission, would that include if they cross private and then we're hunting on?
Yeah, that would, if they
Public.
cross private, you could cite, yes.
So just be legally accessible.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in Region 7, the maps that I'm familiar with, there's a statement told us that this does not apply to legally accessible public land. The reason that I like seeing the public land on the maps is that for some places, they designate their roads that are their access to roads through the property. In some instances, those roads either terminate or begin on a chunk of BLM. If you had to take those out and all of a sudden you have a road that's going through private land and the main access road comes from a county road through a chunk of public land, I think it'd be very confusing for the hunter to say, well, geez, I got to get from here to across this public land to where I can hit the private land.
And don't get me wrong, I want to include it on all the maps, just not in the boundaries necessarily of the block management.
How do
Is that
you
what you're
separate
saying?
that? How can you put it on the maps? And I mean, if you have a map of your block management area, it
I
just
think,
seems like
can
it's.
I interject here?
Sure.
We have block management, they delineate the stuff that's in block management, the deeded land, and there's no map drawn around the outside of the public. If it's public, you
Yeah.
can go wherever you want. You just, if you intend to hunt the deeded, then you sign in. And it doesn't say that you can't hunt it says, it doesn't say you can't hunt the rest of it.
Right. I mean, I have several examples. I could show you guys maps that I'm talking about where, you know, it's gonna be hard to see, but this one's in Region 2, for example, and you see this black line around all this public land, BLM and state land, right? The only deeded is this tiny little bit over here, but the boundary of the block management is all of this over here. So signing, all that kind of stuff. We have land management agencies that are supposed to take care of their public lands.
So in that case of that example, so that black line sort of goes through the middle of the BLM.
Yeah, right
Is that
through the
right?
middle of it.
Why does it go through the middle?
That's my question.
Because, I mean,
Probably because it's the signees allotment.
is that why?
Probably a lot.
I don't know the answer to that.
What would it matter if that line just followed that BLM? And the access to the block management, I mean, the BLM is already there.
Is that just the ranch boundaries that have?
At least.
Probably the least.
It's
I mean,
probably
that's
a
how I
lease.
would- I mean, that's.
I mean, I'm just guessing. I don't know the answer to this specific one.
Are you required to put the boundary that way?
I don't know, Jason, I don't know the answers to some.
I mean, to me, it looks.
No, you're not required to include or exclude. You know, from a fiscally, fiscal approach, you may think that if a hunter sees that full area, that we would draw more hunter days perhaps to the private land, landowner involved. Again, it's just one of those.
Do they get paid
questions.
more?
They would get compensated for the full days on the block management area.
Yeah.
Well, and in that case, you're putting the sign-in box at some entrance, so it's gonna be that traffic.
One way or the other, right?
Yeah. So what I'm saying, Dale, is this map could look identical to this because it shows all the public land. But the block management, you know, the black line
Should
could
just
be
outline the deed.
over here, and you could put on the map, public land hunting from this block net. You know, you can access the public land as all you want.
Right.
You know.
So what do we suggest to fix that?
Put a pallet or.
Well, there are those. Yep.
You know, here's another one, and I think this kind of told me last night, maybe they took this one out. This block, it's kind of hard to see, and I apologize, but this block management here is entirely DNRC land. There's no deeded land in this block management at all. It's 100% DNRC.
Wasn't there a rule passed though, and with DNRC that if you're involved, you can enter your DNRC land into block management, which requires permission. And it's gotta be signed or something to the effect, but isn't there some
There is.
caveat that allows for that?
There is, and in some, that's those instances where I say, like, there's some, let's say you have block management, and in there, in the center of it, you have a half section of DNRC. It makes sense to enroll that DNRC, right? I think that rule was for that, Dale, if you ask, just my opinion, but not taking just the whole section, you know, several sections of DNRC and making it a block management area. Then we administer it. The DNRC doesn't have to do anything. All of a sudden, it falls on the lap of FWP to do everything.
Doesn't DNRC get paid for part of that block management? It wasn't that part of that where they got some kind of part of the funds or whatever that were generated through block management came back to DNRC?
Well, I can't speak specifically to funds going to DNRC because from the hunter access program, we don't pay DNRC anything.
Okay.
We do provide dollars and FTE through our enforcement division to provide hunter access enforcement. And so there may be a portion of those DNRC wardens that are funded through the access program. But we don't pay DNRC anything anywhere in the state. From the access side, I mean, obviously your conservation license, those types of dollars go to DNRC for the public access component, but we don't pay from the hunter access.
Well, you know, I'm happen to have a pictures of Paige Whittam, block management and the Cherry Creek one on my phone. I have to collect those maps somewhere along the line. It's a ton of public ground on there, you know. Are they getting, is the landowner getting paid extra giving access to already accessible public lands?
No, that is a cooperative agreement with the BLM and the DNRC on the page with them. When that was established in 92, when the easement went through. It was, this year I asked the BLM, I said, are we still wanting to do it this way? Because we are doing a push to take out of block management. And the field office manager said, nope, we still want this part, and that's not, it looks like it's part of block management, but it's not. It's just ease for the hunters to show that that's the ranch. There's certain roads that are open, and there's travel plans on that chunk. So I do not count the BLM for the contract. It's only the private owners on that.
But what are we trying to fix? I don't know what we're trying to fix, because right now you've got, on your list, you got 1.1 million acres of public ground in block management, and then you got 5.9 million acres of private. So are you haven't taken all the public out of there now?
I don't believe that is part of the 1.2 million public acres.
Okay, where's that coming from?
That's throughout the state. That's
somebody else.
So is it public land that doesn't have access then?
Most of it doesn't have.
Some of it is DNRC that is formally enrolled. That was formally enrolled through a public process.
The only issue I'm getting at, Mr. Chair, is the violations of hunting without landowner permission when it comes to public land versus private. And then I don't want to overstep, hope it's not my program, but the amount of work it takes by staff to administer some of that public land when there's other land management agencies that should be.
So within that, Ron, so the impact of enforcement to police those lands that are included in that border, that boundary line listed on the block, is the issue, besides the question of trespass or hunting without permission.
And game wardens have to enforce state land anyway.
Yeah.
We have to do those rules anyway. BLM is kind of, they have their own rangers. We also enforce off-road and stuff like that. BLM.
Tim, did you have something?
Yeah. So Paul brought up Page Wyoming. Last year, I don't know if there's the Square View south of Zorba. It used to be huge public land, lots of private. This last year, we took out all the public land and just did, so we are making a conscious effort to get rid of that stuff out of there.
So if I'm hearing this right, the only solution I can think of quickly is you guys should take out what makes sense to take out in regards to the impact on enforcement that creates confusion within that issue of trespass and in the list, and how that, like that one example, and how that boundary is shown. If that solves the problem and you're not required to do it, and it doesn't add to something else, why not? I don't know.
Yeah.
I know somebody else is thinking of something different there.
I know the DNRC in some situations and the BLM, they like it in there,
The DNRC makes sense because it's state. Is there a memorandum of understanding with BLM that you enforce on them?
I don't know if there is.
Well, what is there to enforce? I guess I'm
Game law
confused.
violations. It's not.
They have
It's not.
that ability to enforce game law violations on lands, whether on any lands, whether they're in block management or not. I guess I'm just confused in terms of when we're saying about enforcing BLM laws or enforcing laws on BLM. What are we talking about? 'Cause I don't know.
Staff, right?
Yeah.
There's no staff to do, right, Ross?
Well, it's Fish, Wildlife and Parks enforces the game laws. And it doesn't matter, believe me, if somebody's poaching a deer on BLM or
Sure.
private land along the Cherry Creek
Right.
Road, they're not looking to see if it's whose ownership.
I think it's strictly hunting without permission on
Yes.
private
Yes.
and
Yes.
trespass.
It comes down to landowner permission for hunting. We can only enforce that on private property. And so when it's enrolled in block management, it presents a conflict.
But that's where I think, like, that's where I'm trying to say, like, BLM and DNRC, I mean, I think it's a big, with all of this now, kind of, it's a new era of what's happening here, right? We have to somehow encourage them for more field staff. And whether it's, that's my opinion. I think they need more people out there on the ground to help with this, and that's, I'll stop there.
Our guy just got out of the office here about 3 months ago. They were locked in their office with masks on. 2 years.
Okay, so.
They wouldn't even let us in.
So to maybe try to head this one up, on this question, is it, from Rich's point, and like we heard yesterday, that's what I was hoping from yesterday with Forest Service and Block, is they need to provide more, same FTEs, boots on the ground presence to deal with the wildlife management issues. And just a statement to encourage that from this council to them. Does it carry water? I don't know, but it's a statement.
Yeah, there's two things, I guess, just our own staff and our abilities to carry out all that we have to do. But if you think about BLM rangers, I think in Glasgow, there's one BLM ranger for, I don't know how many thousands. Millions of acres, you know.
That's about.
So specific,
Just the right amount.
yeah,
They need to know.
specific to trespass and hunting without permission.
Just enforcing, you know, BLM enforcing their own stuff.
Yeah,
Okay,
they can't, yeah, they don't have enough staff to even keep people from driving off the road.
Because I think that would reduce, I mean, even when Drew and I were talking and even Everett, like, I think that would really put some landowners at ease, knowing that those people are out there on their behalf enforcing really all of it. I mean, not just the palas, and I mean, it would make someone, I would certainly feel comfortable knowing that, look, if I saw, I'm like, well, you know, what, he's out there. I don't know, that's what.
Speak for yourself, John.
Yeah.
they brought.
Makes Lee and me uneasy.
They brought yesterday their excitement for map land, and I think it's great, you know, it's good. What comes with it? Right?
Enforcement.
Yeah. You good, Paige? Or Hope, excuse me.
Interesting. See, have you been
AJ?
doing that over the years? No, Paige. So when people don't call me Hope, they call me Paige. I've had
Were
a
you
dozen
Paige?
people. No, I was never Paige. I had a dozen people call me Paige over the years.
And what's encouraging is what Tim and Kendra told me last night, that we're slowly starting to get rid of those lands, you know, and I'm not saying forcing any other agencies, but they need to take care of, they're the land management agency. Not that they don't entirely, but do their own stuff a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got that.
Thanks.
Okay. Last call.
Okay, well, talking about getting more boots on the ground, is it time to maybe talk about getting some hunt coordinators and trying to find something more like that?
So we're done with this one, right? Yeah. Okay.
So my thought is, you know, I don't think there's enough people out there, you know, and can we use some of that Pittman money to fund these people? Is that Jason or?
So we have funds to work with. We don't have the FTE.
Yeah,
And so it's that point Dale was making yesterday is we have money, but if we can't get the authority for the FTE, we can't hire the people. So opportunities might be contracted services or temp services that don't require FTE, but you know, that's kind of something that we'll look at case by case.
So does somebody have a statement to put up there in that regard?
Couldn't they be part-time?
Well, are you?
Without the details, could somebody put up there a statement about our request that with new access programs and focusing on access, it creates a need on the ground by implementing all these programs?
Yeah.
And we recommend increase funding into the access programs for FTEs.
Well, I don't know if it's funding, it's like, I think what you said, it's the
Appropriation.
the appropriation of
Appro-
FTEs.
To hire.
Or if.
The authority to hire.
There you go.
The authority to hire, or I think it was a good point made that if there's retired law enforcement, I mean, that might be a way to kind of do some things too. for
Dale.
Contract services of during those times, maybe that would be something too. But I think the authority to have FTEs is a good start.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think what Hope's getting at is, when you think about where your recommendations are pointed at, in terms of getting legislative authority to establish new FTE for boots on the ground, that's more pointed at the legislature.
And is that part of the solution?
Yeah.
And I think so. We can talk about the success of even just PALA, which is the newest program, and having another 343,000 acres before this year's round, whatever that's going to be, 500,000 acres, has increased that need. And also, just the increase in license sales, and who was talking about 4 million fishing
We
days?
got an email yesterday, for the first time ever, we've had 4 million angler days
Yeah.
in the state. We've never had that before.
So that's all great, but we got to deal with managing. And part of that is that.
Can we request more funding from the legislature?
Yeah, we can do both.
That's how we talk. That's how we.
I think simply by requesting more FTE for more boots on the ground, the funding piece comes with that, but it's the FTE request that you.
And then if we get there where we bring it, whoever brings it, if we bring it or EQC or whoever, then we have to be able to back that up and say, this is where this was derived out of when it comes to the legislature. This is why it's coming. And this is what we're hearing from landowners and hunters and the whole ball of wax.
Mr. Chair, are full-time employees needed, or is this something that they can hire, the department can hire somebody seasonal?
It's a matter of terminology. FTE is just, they could give you half an FTE, 0.75, 1.75, they could give you 5 of them. And the way that if it's what we call an aggregate FTE, you can receive 1 FTE, but if it's an aggregate, you can hire up to 9 people. So you can divide the FTE into chunks. And typically in what you're talking about is a seasonal position, maybe a short-term worker, it kind of depends. But I'll just go ahead and say this. So within the structure of the new division, my advocation has been for making people as whole as possible for retention and recruitment, because that's part of the piece. So these are lower paying positions. They can be hard to hire. Although I think my sense right now, and the access managers can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's harder to hire on the other side than the access side. I don't know. Are you guys having the same hiring issues on access side, or do you feel like generally you okay? All right. So part of recruitment and retention for me, I've been talking with the regions about what can we pair together in a calendar year of work. So can they be a recreation technician during peak season, May to August, September, and then they transition more to focusing on access technician for the hunting season into January, and you build a position that's much more of interest to someone and get them invested in the agency. Because if you look at the position descriptions for these jobs for short-term workers or just seasonals, we're asking them to understand all of the FWP policies, to be able to talk about them well with the public when they interact with them out on the landscape, and to be courteous and professional. That's a lot to ask of a short-term worker. And so if we can build positions that are Swiss Army knives that we can use throughout the year, and we point them to the task, it's all recreation management. It's just what's the specific kind of recreation management. And, move them through the seasons, pointing at different tasks and keep them on board longer term. That's a goal that I have, because I think it will help recruitment.
And Hope, if I could say, I think for those of us that live in those areas, if you don't have the experience of where these roads, where things are, I mean, that long-term, knowing the neighbors, the land, all that, so I just support that, yeah.
Yeah, that's extremely valuable, Rich. You hire somebody every year to try to learn that country down it, you just,
I also have to say that as a hunter, I plan months ahead, and so if you have somebody in August, I'm back in April trying to figure stuff out. If you've got somebody full-time there, that's really.
We write that up. I still move. That will write it up.
Seek additional FTE. What I would say would be for access management. Hold on a second. Seek more FTE for. Do you guys want to focus on speaking to the access piece, or do you want to make a statement that speaks to the bigger picture?
It's overall management. I don't, I mean, access is just part of it, but it's overall land management.
Put more enforcement too, right?
Yeah,
I would like to see that.
More enforcement too, I will.
Yeah, enforcement and management.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's Matt, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know,
I'm with you.
Worded.
I mean, it really is increased use by all types of people, and whether it's fishing, parks, it's
Biking, bird watching. Yeah.
And all the accessible lands and the other agencies. need
due
step
to
up
new
their-
programs that we've never had before, PALA, you know,
New
I don't know.
programs
Well, I
and
think
new
it's-
demand. And
new demand.
I mean, look at the Yellowstone participation compared to 2 years ago on this side of the Yellowstone.
Well, and it's cool because we've done all the, I think people would really resonate with the acres that are, if you went back to when things started and show where we are now, I think it would be justifiable.
So to Rod's point on enforcement, I'm just wondering if you have more people in the field, they're gonna have to call, if they don't go through the law enforcement academy, they're not enforcement. Is that right? So it might be better to encourage both, and increase enforcement, because they're two different functions. And I think you could, somebody said yesterday, people drive around with a shirt and Eric wants a license plate. And they can do a lot just by their presence, but they can't do law enforcement. They can make the call to law enforcement and communicate the problem, but it's gonna be somebody in law enforcement that has to deal with it.
Wouldn't that be a huge help in itself?
Well, yeah, I think
that's
that
huge.
I almost think when you ask for them, they're two different things.
Because remember, law enforcement can't be part-time, seasonal. You cite someone during the fall, that case might go to court that next spring, you know, and those folks have to be full-time.
Yeah, my understanding of it is asking for more FTEs in law enforcement is a very different ask than AIS people or hunting access technicians. It's two different asks, is it not?
Well, so there are, it all contributes. It's a matter of what's the strategy, I think, for trying to get the issues we're trying to get to. And so for folks hired into my division, it would be a separate ask for, ask for enforcement, but there might be a strategic coordinated approach to how you ask. We're gonna ask for X many of this stripe or X many of this stripe, but getting, you know, it's kind of like the conversation yesterday. So we didn't seek more enforcement FTE, but we sought more wildlife FTE that would deal with those game damage issues to free up time for enforcement. So it's a.
Yeah, good point.
So the way I see if this sits right, seek additional FTE for enforcement / recreation / access management to account for increased use, programs, and quality of experience and customer service for users and landowners.
We haven't, sorry, did we have increased demand? I don't want to, sorry, I'm getting out of my wheelhouse. Increased demand?
Use.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
increased use.
I think it's okay.
Oh, my glasses.
Enforcement would be included in this. We wouldn't ask for two. We include all in what we want to ask.
Yeah, I would incorporate it as one. I think that would be my advice. It's your call. If you want to make two separate statements, you certainly could. But again, you know, whatever the boots are on the ground, yes, certain types of boots can't write citations, but that discussion you had yesterday about simply having presence on the landscape is a deterrent. And so, of course, for many, most, some, however you want to quantify that.
Chair, speaking of what Hope just said, and it reminded me, we had a recent meeting in Region 6 with some lessees regarding state lands. And some, just a lot of use that occurred this year and issues getting enforcement done. We've got one warden up there. And what he said at that meeting really rang true then. And I think I think we continue to tell our technicians, we continue to remind ourselves and even the public of this. And that is that citations don't have to be written that moment. And he writes the majority of his citations after the fact, because he tells all those landowners, all those lessees, and all those hunters, you're essentially my ex officio wardens. You see a violation, you send me a license plate, you send me a photo, you send me everything I need, and I'll write that ticket 6 months from now. And so having boots on the ground may not have enforcement capability at that moment. It has a major impact, and we tell our technicians that all the time.
Yeah, that's
Obviously, don't lose
extremely valuable.
Yeah.
Most tickets, game wardens, right? We don't see it happen, right? It's you guys report it to us, landowners report, outfitters report it to us, then we follow up. We don't run into half this stuff,
Can't be everywhere at once.
Yeah.
Off-road, when we catch that, we obviously deal with it right then and there. Poached deer, of course we deal with it right there, but most things we write after the fact.
I personally, and this just personally, feel that we're such a need and demand for additional law enforcement. I would like to see that and ask alone.
Okay.
Just to give it more legs to stand on, maybe, I don't know if it gives it more legs or not, I guess that's right. It's pretty useful.
I don't think I could really weigh in on that, Donna, honestly. I think if you feel strongly about it and you'd like to make it 2 separate statements, that's fine.
Just to weigh on Donna's comment, I do too, just simply because there aren't enough wardens. How many wardens? How many wardens? How many wardens are there?
56 counties.
There's about 125, but some of those are field game wardens. There's 90.
Yeah. 1.5 roughly so it's clearly a problem, and it seems to me, they're pretty well taxed in being able to be responsive. So I think we should put them forward as an individual ask, as Donna mentioned. And I think when you are looking at on the legislative side, it has to be there. They are sort of 2 different issues, and they're 2 different asks. Both the cost of the ask. Make legislators look at those a little differently. You're totally talking to the customer service side of this administration when you're looking at people on the ground visible out on the field, whether on the water or on the land. So, we all good there? Rick?
Didn't we hear yesterday that there are vacancies right now as far as wardens?
There's just a few, Ray. We're almost fully staffed, more than we have been in a lot of years. Yeah.
Is there a problem getting applicants?
Nope, no problem getting applicants.
Okay. I was just wondering why there was vacancies.
Hundreds of applicants. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that because the pay is so good?
Uh-huh.
That's one.
It's benefits. I would imagine there's some applications that aren't from the state.
Oh, yeah, we hire a lot of
Is a warden
non-resident.
to be here.
Oh, yeah, they won't.
But anyway, I digress.
Yeah, I think just, Mr. Chair, to answer Ray's question in a little different way. So in talking with Dave Lowen, probably a conversation a couple months ago, he says routinely, there's always 5 or 6 openings, just because of attrition and, change, people make career choices or whatever. And so we're on par with what typical is.
Yeah, we've had wardens recently go be wildlife managers and they just want to do something different.
This guy sold one of the wardens as a wildlife manager. So.
Worked well here. Hey.
Mr. Chair, just briefly, great respect for the idea that boots on the ground can lead to compliance and that they can take notes and pass them on to the warden. I think just to leave also on the table, further west you get, at least in Montana, and I see this with the river some of these encounters staff are having now, and they are full blown enforcement scenarios where you're dealing with drunk disorderly, illicit drugs. And so I know our chief of law enforcement is always careful just to point out there are situations you just don't want your access technician, especially if they're working alone, and they don't have, that doubles up out there. So just kind of balancing that conversation, there are times I would suggest that it's truly, there's a need for enforcement. You don't want to put your other staff in those situations that would just be unsafe.
Yeah, and we tell our block management techs, and we're really good about it. Leave, walk away. They're not trained to deal with psychology and people, and just if you witness a violation, you're not comfortable with it, just get out of there, get a plate, get out of there. But very good point, Charlie.
I just had one thing. I think in terms, I'm glad we'll put it up there as the compliance, is that it is interesting where we are in the east, the misinformation or just misunderstanding of what state land versus BLM land is. I mean, I continue to, most of the encounters that I have, when I see people, I mean, a lot of driving on state land, it's just, well, it's just like over west, or they don't know the difference between federal and state trust land. So just a quick point on the compliance, like I think having more boots on the ground where people can talk about that, and it may go, I don't know how you do more hunter education which is a whole nother subject, but I think those guys can be out there helping with compliance and understanding what the rules are. So.
Okay, we all good here? Got that one? All right. Next, let's see. 2 on the list was, should landowners be incentivized for forming an aggregate block management area? Dale?
I guess I wonder why that is on there, because it's my understanding that if they're in an aggregate, they get, I may not have the figures right, but I think they get if they take the average of the 100 days, they get a 20% boost in terms of, if they have however many, they get 20% extra 100 days plus another $1,000 incentive that's being a part of an aggregate. So I may not have that correct, but I think there's something to that. And if that's the case, why is that on here? Because it seems like there's already an incentive for them to be an aggregate.
You're correct. I think the question that we probably more specifically have is that the right incentive? Can you be a double check for us? That's something that the department has implemented coming out of the 2021 session. But is feedback, is that the right approach? Should be something different.
And it's 1 year old.
This will be the second year.
Yeah.
So you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
So
sir.
Dale is correct. We do have a 20% aggregate incentive that would go to each of the landowners for the total number of BMA hunter days. Then additionally, this year we offered been 21. The first year we offered a $1,000 aggregate incentive to every landowner who had land as a part of one aggregate block management area. Where that started from was a conversation about paying every landowner in that BMA 100% of the days. So let's just, for example, say Tierney and Rod have a BMA with Dale, and all 3 of you combined on your block management area, the whole area had 1,000 hunter days. Initially, some of the discussion was that Tierney would get 1,000 then, and Rod would get 1,000, and Dale would get 1,000. So we'd be paying 3,000 hunter days. That was going to cost us about another $7.5 million, almost $8 million to do that.
And what's the total budget?
Right now we pay 7.6 million. So we basically doubling what we pay. What we basically came up then with was a compromise solution, or even, I don't know if it's temporary or how long term it is, but at least for this biennium. So in 21 and 22, we're offering the additional 1,000. So now instead of everybody getting 100%, you get 1,000, you get 1,000, you get 1,000. And now you can take that a step further. If you have multiple pieces of land in different parts of the state or even in the same region, every block management area that you're a part of as an aggregate, meaning multiple landowners in one, each of those is worth 1,000.
$1,000.
So you could get 2,000 because you had 2 different parcels in one block management over here, and 2,000 over there because you had just just multiples of that $1,000 incentive was also offered this past 2 years. And then it also applied to those with flat rate contracts, meaning a section or less of land enrolled.
And another piece of the conversation has been, and I'll just throw this in Everett first, is still within that configuration, there's some discussion amongst landowners of, is that equitable with averaging the 100 days and the 20% and then the $1,000 for landowners who might be the more direct access point within the aggregate. There have been some folks who've discussed, but all the vehicle traffic really comes through my place, and these guys are part of the aggregate, but the vehicle traffic isn't as focused on their place. And so that's a question that's been raised, and some of that, am I accurately representing that?
That's where the original concern came from.
Yeah. So
I see Taryn, you shaking her head. How would you address that?
I think you have to be fair to that person that's taking the brunt of it. So I agree, we should pay everybody that double, but I guess having that bonus of $1,000 goes helps. But
Fill up one tank on your semi.
yeah,
So how can you change the ratio based on that?
By
Leakage?
Why didn't they do it by acres? You know, say if you had an aggregate and you had one landowner had 80% of the ground and the other two had the other 20%. Why didn't they use acreage instead of just paying everybody by?
What do you think of that? In your application?
it's fair. I was specifically Garfield County. I know there's some people that are joined up on there. Somebody might be drive-through and the other, you know, a walk-through, so they're gonna get most of it anyway, but I think it should be. Yeah.
Paul?
Well, that's what I said, why don't we do it by acreage?
Tim, did you have a comment on that? No?
Tim,
Where's the quality come in?
yeah, well, it could be, that could be part.
Maybe that 80%, which is terrible. but the
Yeah,
other
maybe it's all
20%
animals, habitat, when the wind isn't blowing.
I don't know, to Dale's original question, I guess it's a new incentive 1 year in. I don't know, do we know enough to make a suggested difference in that?
Yeah, Chairman, that is, I guess, the thought that I've got right now. I mean, if we're really only one cycle into this, it just seems very preliminary to say, gosh, what changes could we make? I would really suggest this council defer this for maybe 2 years and just say, where is this? Do we have some glaring problems here that need to be rectified, or let's just see how it works and give it a chance to play out a little bit.
Is there another option in mind that might be more equitable? Jason? You know, the access managers and myself have worked twice now through some other options or other scenarios, you know, change the 20% to 40%, or change 1,000 to 1,250, or just different solutions. For a programmatic and ease of simplicity and trying to implement, just that flat $1,000 was just easy. But you're right, you know, now we're seeing landowners that have obviously talked, and they realize, well, if we work together, we may be able to get more money as this incentive. And that actually helps us because it's less administrative costs, right? So less boxes, less coupons that you have to count out of 2 boxes. Now it's all consolidated. It helps the hunter because it's one property rather than multiples. So there's actually quite a bit of cost savings with our aggregates. But we did pay about $700,000 this year in that aggregate incentive over above the hunter day threshold. So,
You say 700,000?
Where are we at? I guess we're at, leave it as it is, or try to come up with something else right now. When
I guess I have to agree with Dale.
I do too.
Yeah.
I agree with Dale.
We don't have enough information.
Okay, we're good. Everybody agree? So in 3 years, that council, you're gonna look at it, all you. Okay.
I just want to say thank you, because that discussion has all been internal predominantly. there's been touch points, but having it discussed in this forum is helpful for us moving forward.
Should all hunting seasons be available to landowners for fall only? Ron, you want to address that again?
What was that? Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Should all hunting seasons be available to landowners or fall only?
What other hunting seasons are there?
Spring turkey.
Predators?
That's the question.
That's
Jason?
So,
Spring turkey
so
and bear.
to try and keep it as simple as possible. Currently, any landowner who offers a fall hunting season, let's just use fall turkey as the common example. They may also enroll in spring turkey block management. Part of it is obviously we don't have any staff or relatively very few staff, and really any boots on the ground when it comes to anything other than the fall hunting season. So where we struggle is perhaps looking at offering additional opportunities, spring turkey, spring bear, wolf season that goes to late March, even some waterfowl, elk shoulder seasons that run to mid-February. So there's these other seasons that are quote unquote hunting seasons, not coyotes, not prairie dogs, not stuff like that, but where we don't have any support behind it. So we're kind of utilizing a really skeleton crew, if you want to call it that. I mean, it's really these guys setting up stuff and helping to do a little bit of patrol, but there's no seasonal technicians on in the spring seasons. So what it's caused is that we have some areas where we're probably not offering the opportunity to the public that the landowners are willing to offer because we don't have the support behind it. Spring bear, let's say region 2, Western Montana, we don't offer as much spring bear hunting opportunity there on block management as a landowner is willing to allow because we don't have anybody to support it. I don't know if you guys have any other comments to seasons outside of the fall, but that's really, it started with the program as a whole, that fall hunting season, September 1st to January 1st. That's where everything we have has been built and set. But now with the advent of elk shoulder seasons and a lot of other opportunities going way beyond that January 1st timeframe, there's places in Montana you can hunt 11 months a year. And we just don't have any staff or anything behind the support. So that's where the question comes from is, do we continue to limp along or do you guys have some other approach that you would like to see the access program?
Everett, if we give you more FTE, does that solve the problem?
It helps, but there's still the enforcement component as well.
Okay. So do we just need to caveat these, seek additional FTEs to also include boosting everything, or is that already included in what we're asking there?
I don't think it was contemplated in the way this was written, but that could be something if you wanted to make a statement on this.
And I may be overly simplifying, but it seems to me like you need more people, we want more access. Do we have the budget? If so, everything just works together and we get everything where it needs to go.
That's certainly a big piece of it. There's also the infrastructure behind it, right? So when is an off season? When is it time to sign a contract for the next year if you're going 11 months a year and don't have the IT support behind it to be able to make that a streamlined, efficient process? So right now it's very clunky and cumbersome, but it's all been set up based off that fall only opportunity. And so as we branch out and expand and become more consistent in what we offer statewide, that's where it certainly as a piece of that vehicles and operations and
Can I ask one more follow-up then? Is that figuring out how to make it all work? Is that something that we at PLPW need to do, or we just allow you to do that? We just give you the resources you need to do it.
I guess I would look for a recommendation from PLPW to encourage us to figure out how to make that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Figure out what it would take to get that done. I don't expect you all to have to get into the details on all of that, but there's certainly a lot of variables there that if the group said, yep, full steam ahead, we want you to offer other opportunity outside of the fall hunting season.
And I think the way that I would suggest you stated, if you want to make a recommendation like that is, asking the department to pursue additional seasonal opportunity on block management areas, for instance, and then there could be components of that, recognizing that could be seeking more FTE to make that happen, but also that we would need to look at our administrative processes and assess how we would functionally, time everything. So, and if it was, to me, it's simpler as if you're just including it with existing block managers, just write it into the existing contracts we already have for them, the additional seasons. But if for somehow you would, I don't know if this would be the way this would go, but if you attract new cooperators just for spring bear, for instance, that's a workload consideration. And a different piece of the process.
Dale had.
Yeah, a couple of things. Just what you just said, I could very much see the potential where you could have people be involved in the spring season. I look out in eastern Montana and look at spring turkey season. I could see where people say, yeah, I'd happily be involved in spring turkey season, be in block management for that, where they may not want no part of it for deer hunting in the fall. But right now, we do have block management in certain areas for spring turkey. I know I don't know if it happened this past year, but the National Wild Turkey Federation provided funding, to help fund some of the block management areas in the spring. And we're encouraging hunter participation. To me, block management needs to be a year round or a hunting season, regardless of when they occur. And I guess I would encourage the department to figure it out, how they make that work. And just for maybe the benefit of the group, the last statistics I saw, pheasants are the #1 game bird in Montana. Second to that are wild turkeys, and it has increased exponentially in the years that since I've lived in Montana. And I see that popularity, especially as the populations continue to increase, to that interest in spring turkey to continue to rise. And any way the department can facilitate that, I would encourage them to do that.
How do they do it now? If I got a block management program on the Milk River, and if you have a there's spring turkeys on the Milk River, right? And so how do you do it now then? You just don't sign in, they just go, if they want to hunt, they call and ask first. I've got guys that do that.
Katie does it. Katie does it.
You do it, so if you've got, like, say, Robert and Linda Olson's turkey deal, if they want, you just take care of
Yeah, we open up. the
page
box.
with them.
It's not as much of an effort in the spring as it is in the fall. We don't go out and sign the properties as much as we do. We open up the sign-in
So
boxes.
it's working the way it is now then.
Until we start getting more interest. We don't patrol as much as we need to, because we're in the office actually doing contracts, getting ready for the contract season, which we have to have wrapped up by July.
Thank you.
Okay, Everett?
Can landowners do an a la carte type of approach, or do they have to do fall hunting season and then add on spring bear?
Currently, you have to offer the same opportunity in the fall that you would offer outside of that. So you would have to offer fall bear and fall turkey.
Is that
offer spring bear and spring turkey.
Is that statutory?
No, that's just a program.
So we could make the suggestion, present it a la carte, and if they just wanted to do spring turkey, they could.
That could be a recommendation.
Would that increase the workload to a burdensome level?
I think that's a separate
It
question.
depends on whether the turkeys die of the avian flu or not.
So if I can tie those together, so what Dale suggested is we suggested the department to focus on the potential spring opportunities within the access program offerings and pay some attention to that for staffing. And I think what you suggested, Everett, is allow them to either, if they want to pick a spring turkey season but not a fall, allow it to be as a rule.
Yeah.
They're two different things. I mean, one, we're talking about, do we want to maintain block management and have people available to be present in the needs of the spring that we don't now?
Just one minor tweak to that. What I heard Hope say was some of the elk shoulder seasons would also not be included into the sideboards of the current block management. I guess I would say any existing Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks authorized hunting season should be eligible for block management.
Yes.
So I'd like to, in the vein of what we did earlier this morning, go through the access managers and get some feedback on, you know, what physical response do you have to that suggestion in terms of, if we're talking about additional FTE needed just to, you know, be more effective with what we're doing now versus additional FTE needed or resources to do more add-ons, because I can see what you're talking about, Dale, with an a la carte menu, having more spring activity than we do now and separate people, which would mean more contracts to manage. So, which changes workload and capacity and bandwidth. So any of the access managers want to share anything? Is it all the same? Is it?
I guess I just have a thought on the timing of how we do our contracts, the accounting process that takes place at the close of a contract to prepare for next year's contract. The spring season creates some complexity. The shoulder seasons going through February creates complexity, or it just crunches our timeline to get that accounting done and get the information prepared for the next year's contract. In Region 3, we only have 5 or 6 spring contracts, and it's not as probably intense as maybe some other regions, but the shoulder seasons are where we've really felt that added extension and compression of time to get next year's accounting completed. That's just a thought. Maybe with some additional resources, we could still address that, but there becomes a time compression. Accounting that needs done.
Yeah, kind of, Colleen said too is, so we have probably 50 some block management areas open for spring right now. And so those contract renewals we have with those cooperators, we can't get a final 100-day average until turkey season closes. And now that's been extended to May 31st, so that's an extra 2 weeks from what it was before. So it's that time thing. We can't complete those contracts till well into June now. Once we get all those coupons collected and counted and added into the average. And I'm the only staff member right now, so I'm the one that has to go collect. And then take them back and then be an accountant. But so it's just, if we get to resource specialists and stuff, yeah, that's gonna help for sure. But right now, it's just, it's a real time crunch. We have, like probably between 50 and 60 of them.
That was just a quick question. Would it be helpful though if the spring turkey season, 2022 spring turkey season, those counts were counted into the fall hunter days as opposed to being grouped with fall 2021 hunting season? Would that make a difference?
I think it has to go on fiscal year. Right?
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so we can't pay across fiscal year for services rendered.
Forgot about that.
So that's why we have to do it as we do currently. But as Travis mentioned, he's the only one. There's no seasonal technician, so everything else is put on the landowners themselves to manage. So
Seems like most of it boils down to just needing more personnel.
Am I missing something there, Ed?
No.
No.
So in combination with
Get
the,
more hours of the day.
yeah, with the previous discussion about the part-time potential for people on the field, in the field, it could be cumulative to that. You know, that's part of the mission is you create that position and that's part of that assistance to Travis or whoever it would be. By us simply saying, let's focus some attention on the access agreements that are there from August till the end of April, or was it end of turkey season, end of Miami? Spring bear goes to June 15th. Yeah, so I think it has to be addressed. I mean, it seems obvious that it would have to be addressed wherever there's an agreement to have some opportunity to fund that need. Otherwise, we have the same problem we're talking about with not having people there to deal with the issues.
And Mr. Chair and group, you know what? I'll keep standing up down, but, so one of the solutions we've thrown around too is this technology piece. And I always keep plugging that in because if you get to a place where we don't have to physically count coupons or manually account for everything, and all of that is synced with the map and rules, which is synced with our contracting system, which is synced with our licensing system. There's a lot of integration there we can utilize technology for that would streamline a whole lot of duplicated processes. Right now, these guys like will touch a single map and rules and contract probably 4 times before it actually gets out to the public. That's not including just building it, but that's just in all the different data management places that we have. And so I keep plugging that technology piece just because it's a interest of mine, but it's also a place where I think if we struggle to get staffing resources at times, but perhaps that's another avenue that we could explore further or get to a place where we can become more efficient and more streamlined in how we do our processes, which would enable freeing up of some other times. Cindy, sorry for my soapbox.
How didn't FWP this year request volunteers to make the phone calls? Or
survey?
Turkey, yes, for turkey. Did you get a turkey or whatever? Didn't they request volunteers to do that? I think they did.
I don't know about volunteers. We do utilize a contract services for our harvest survey. So temp service people that we hire to call.
Those staff are separate from the access staff. I'd like to follow up just on Jason's remarks. So again, you know, that technology piece feeds back to the discussion I had yesterday, which is our components need to tie into the new system moving forward, and that's 3 to 5 years out. Hopefully we can get it pushed up faster, but it's not going to be an immediate problem solved. As Hank and I were talking about it, he says, you know, the old ALS system and replacing that with XMT, it's like building a brand new house, and you got to get the foundation right first before you can put up the rest of the pieces. So that's where we're at. Two, in regard to the FTE asks, I want to be very clear that as we talk about these things, we've had great support this year in this, you know, in these last 6 months, making this request for these modified FTEs. So while we talk about the difficulty with making FTE asks, you know, we are seeing support. So I don't want to give the wrong impression that leadership isn't behind moving these things forward, because we are getting support on that front. But, you know, you gotta bite that elephant one bite at a time. You can't jump in and request 50 FTE all at once, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So I want to be very clear about that. We have a lot of support behind moving this forward, and leadership sees where we're going, both in the director's office and the governor's office. So I want to make that clear.
But as recommendations, and they see this
Yep.
is what we, I mean.
Yep.
You
Yep.
gotta acknowledge
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. And I just want to be careful that we're, you know, also acknowledging the movement that's happening while just standing here as staff. You are absolutely free to make all the recommendations that you would like to and say it however you would like to say.
Everett?
I don't know if this is the place to do this, but I mean, I would like to recommend exploring the idea of offering a la carte to block management participants and giving those landowners flexibility there to participate and seeing if that's viable. If that's something we can do.
So that's one. So explain that again.
So my suggestion is that the department explore offering seasons a la carte to block management participants. and not requiring that fall season as a prerequisite to everything else.
So again, they could pick turkey fall or turkey spring and not have to do both repair. That's simple. We can amend that they look at that as an option.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to say just do it, but I don't want to be that kind of
We
guy.
don't get to do that.
No.
Could, but
Do-
it wouldn't do it again.
Do we want to put it down? I mean, it's simple.
Like that.
Yeah, I think it should be.
You're
an
really good
option.
with that?
I think it's a good option for landowner to.
Good.
Spring to its own-
No objections. Donald looks question.
Same amount of paperwork goes into a process for small things or a large thing. I let them only do a small thing, but we're not gonna have as much benefit for it.
Yeah.
Comes back to a little access is better than no access, and you never know what it may lead to.
But what does that do to our team?
Well, I think,
So to throw that back, one last time, maybe in this question to regional access staff. Does it add more workload to you to only offer, so when you're doing the offering, you only offer a spring or fall option on the two examples, turkey and bear? Does it add more workload to you?
It's paying worth the gain.
It's gonna depend on the situation, it's in a case by case basis, like, so I can't really answer.
Kind of go back and give you guys the latitude to say, hey, this place is worth it. We're gonna get 500 turkey days out of this guy's place. If we're only getting 3 and I gotta do all this work, forget it.
Could I ask just how would that for a clarification on how would you see that when it comes to shoulder seasons?
It wouldn't.
I'd like to see the shoulder seasons end and hunt elk when we're supposed to hunt elk.
You need to be on another committee for that.
Yeah.
Colleen's point, that's
Yeah.
where this whole discussion came from, was do we require somebody to have archery and rifle opportunity in order to get compensated for shoulder season elk hunting days? And so if you go to an à la carte situation, you could say you could participate only for archery, you could participate only for rifle, you could participate only in the shoulder season. And
The thing with the shoulder season, that might be the only time the elk are on the guy's place is during the shoulder season.
yeah, and to be fair, I don't know what can of worms I'm opening here, but I like the idea of granting landowners a flexibility to participate that grants access in places that it might not. And if a guy's only got turkeys in the spring and that's all he has, I'd like to hunt turkeys. But if he has to go through everything else and it just doesn't make sense, then I don't know. And so bigger picture, if we're able to modify the BMA program so that it grants a landowner a flexibility, what could that open up? I'm optimistic a lot.
I think it can work where these guys have the flexibility to say yes or no to that place. If it's a good enough place that it's worth your time and effort, then I think it's no brainer.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea. I just wanted to get the staff's input.
Yeah, and I don't want to be cracking a whip on them all the time. I'd love for them to have all the resources they need to make these kind of things happen in a reasonable kind of approach.
So one comment I might make in that regard, just simply is, when you open something like this, I think we need to consider all the aspects of the applications and the hunts that are involved. Not just look at, oh, we're letting them hunt turkeys one season instead of 2. I think we better table, my suggestion would be that, is table for a further discussion that you can bring, Everett, for us to further discuss with a little more information about how that impacts what might be happening in all the aspects of all the seasons. Like shoulder seasons, it might be a bigger deal than we think it is. That's what I've seen in the past. We made a pretty quick, simple decision and we went, well, that didn't work. Later, it had way more ramification than we saw in the beginning because we looked at one specific aspect of it, not the whole picture. Just a thought.
Yeah.
You good with that?
Yeah, I'd have to go to Jason and say, hey, can we explore this?
Yeah, and that would be a
Figure it
good
out.
avenue.
Then give him time to visit with everybody. too.
So the way we have the policy we do now for the program side of things is because of that 2017 exploration. We actually got all the wildlife managers and these folks have in their role as the access role to, as well as regional suits together to flush this out. That's what we came up with, because the concern was that we would lose the fall program in exchange for the spring program, or you know what I mean? So that's why we kind of have those restrictions in place.
Okay.
But we can certainly look into it if you'd like us to.
Okay, table it.
Okay, so back to the original question. Which was what?
Well, the original question was, should all seasons be available to landowners or fall only? And I think what you're coming to is that there's more detail and complication to consider here. So what I would suggest is that one we can do without any statutory changes. We can keep this as an ongoing discussion topic in the future of the program, I think. And maybe come back at the August meeting and have more thoughts from our side of the equation about what some of the ramifications and implications could be for you to chew on next time. And just keep that conversation going.
Very good.
Mr. Chair, within that conversation, there's additional staff FTEs. One other question. Because it takes away so much time to have to call people and find out if they got an elk or a turkey or whatever. Is there consideration to doing like Colorado does, where they have to call if they get it? You know, Colorado does not call you to find out if you killed an elk. If you killed an elk, you have to call.
Mandatory reporting.
Mhm. Would that be more helpful on that kind of thing to reduce workload on?
That has nothing to do, the easiest thing they can do is have electronic.
Well,
check-in
absolutely.
box.
Or even an automated phone call, yeah.
They're not getting paid by the dead turkey, they're getting paid by the 100, they're getting paid by blueprints on the ground through our programs.
So to your question on that, Cindy, I think, and to Jason's point about, and Hope's comment about it, it's 3 to 5 years out the way it's going. We might want to consider throwing a suggestion out there to look at another option for certain aspects of electronic capture that might already be available. And I think from my understanding of all that, and one thing Ron said in his report about the other states, to be able to, not that I want to question that private property situation and how you deal with it, but the fact you can identify it electronically, quickly, and there's probably an app for it that could be accurate. That just gives an example of what might be there to address some of these problems if we look at those electronic opportunities that are available outside of what the department is building right now, whether it be with another source. Does that make sense? I mean, Everett probably knows more about it than I do. I tried to build our own in our company and we did it, and it cost us a tremendous amount of money and a long time. Now everything we do is in the cloud and we just ask for it and they do it because they have all those resources. I don't know if we can go there, but it seems to me all these things about electronic capture of harvest and such, they're there maybe through Calcumi or whatever program, I don't know, but is the department really looking at outside sources for those quick captures when everybody's using this that could be implemented now as a temporary fix or answer to these questions? I mean, that, I don't know if that's actually where we want to go, but it seemed to me that that's sort of the question. Can we find that more rapidly because of the need we see in this council to have that data?
I would think that would relieve a ton of pressure on the department staff, if there was an electronic capture of the block management sign. Save you going to 50 different boxes to spring and collect a turkey. Whatnot.
So
It would help. Not everybody's gonna have the ability or the technology to do, so we still have to have lots.
Well, I have the technology, I just don't have the ability.
To Travis's point, I would almost bet that if you could go here, that you would have a higher participation rate than the box. I'm just guessing. I look at my customer base and how much they've transitioned to this, and I have an older customer base in my company. I know that's not an exact equal comparison, but when I watched my people transition, yeah, some of them still have flip phone. Not very many. And a lot of them come to us to work the technology on Onyx or GPS. Just a thought, do we want to maybe throw out a recommendation to look towards a currently available electronic opportunity to move us forward quicker, and then later it can be incorporated into the new system?
This is a can of worms. So there are some really specific IT considerations, not only within the agency, but for how we fit into the statewide system. And the off-the-shelf solutions, they're called COTS. I forget what the C stands for right now, customizable off-the-shelf solution, I can't remember. Might be a consideration in the future, but some of the things that we think about as we talk about them is if you start somebody in one vein now and you have to switch them over later, the time, just you get them calibrated in one system, now we're taking that away and we're switching to somebody else. So there's a customer service component there. But the technical piece ties into building the foundation like Hank talks about on the new IT system. We need everything to interface with, we're calling it the customer database, which is the very bottom of that foundation for the things that we need out of the new XMT. And I cannot accurately explain all the components and how those things tie together. But this is a really specific and careful conversation that needs to happen with people above me. And in our IT division as well. And you can absolutely make the recommendation, but I'm gonna just warn you, there are a lot of careful conversations around that.
But I think we are having conversations about reporting what the app ever maybe talk, but what the app's available to do, especially for fur bears, reporting bobcats, things like that, ways to streamline, certain processes that would make it easier on staff. And, we are having conversations about some of that for sure. I'm not saying block management. I haven't been a part of that. I don't know if we are, but as far as reporting requirements, one-stop shop type things.
Yep. Yeah, I want to make sure I say my words right, because I want to be respectful of the process that's been going on for 4 or 5 years now, since the money was authorized for our whole new app and everything else. And the idea that it will become the one-stop shop, I'm really concerned about how long it is taking to get to that point when we have in other states very comparable systems. And I know that it's not apples to apples, but it's close. And what those solutions would do for us now in terms of lightening workload, getting better data, improving customer service, and just, one of my big recommendations for revitalizing block management is an online reservation system. Just get rid of the phone banks altogether. And 90% plus of America owns a smartphone now. So that's significant to say, if there is a hurdle or a barrier to using that, okay, maybe we have it, but 90% of us can't. And so to I guess say what Ed was talking about, I think we should recommend that this become, I want to say it's not a priority, but whatever we can do to expedite it in some way so that we're not waiting 4 to 5 years to be able to implement things that could really be having impact now.
So in light of what Hope said and you just explained, Everett, I guess what I would say is let's bring that forward as soon as possible for us to flesh out something in a statement to the department, because again, Ron's comment about if Rich wants to post his private property, it's available somewhere. And everybody's using Onyx to find the trail in. If that was posted there, it would be pretty slick. That's just a one-off thought in this whole thing without even looking at hunter harvest access or recording and such. I mean, there's so much there. It's a subject we don't have enough information for right now.
We don't have the right people in the
Yeah.
room to really have
So-
this conversation.
So let's make sure we bring that forward however we can soon, in a further discussion. Okay. Everybody good? Okay, we're supposed to go to public comment here in a few minutes, and we have not gotten to a couple of our access programs. Probably go to public comment, see what we've got there. And then finish this block management. Okay. Public comment from the room. Again, if you're here for that, please state your name and who you're representing. Do we have any? None? Seeing none? None? Any online?
Chair Beal, there is no one online that would like to comment.
All right. They were right out the door in the wind. Okay. Good there. Okay. All right, so staying with block management then, we're gonna try to go to block lunch in a little bit. And in an effort to be out of here early on time, we've just got some big work to do. So going down block management, let's discuss the current 1,300 payment, and maybe in combination with that, keeping in mind the cap. Maybe we can kind of throw that in somehow together. The current 100-day payment is at.
How much does it add? How much does a dollar increase in the 100-day add to the budget?
So just backstory, when the program started in 1996, the per 100-day payment was $10 a hunter day.
Right.
In 2015, it went to 11 or 10. 2017, we increased it from 11 to 13. And at that point in time, for every dollar we went up, it was about a $500,000 program increase. So if you think going from 13 to 15 would be another $1 million roughly, not taking in the cap consideration, the $25,000 maximum payment consideration.
How many are at the cap?
Currently, with the cap being increased to 25,000, we're about 18 landowners who are over that $25,000 max. Prior to the cap adjustment in the 2021 session, we had about 65 cooperators who were over the $15,000 cap at that point in time. But today with $25,000 cap, we are seeing still about 18 landowners who are over that cap. And as Chair Beal mentioned, if you increase that per hunter day payment, you probably want to at least discuss.
The cap.
Correct, because you're gonna still pinch that top end again.
Where does the funding come from to pay for it?
Currently, it's either the hunter access fund, which is typically 28.5% on all the non-resident big game combos. So all of our hunter access license dollars, it's about 92% non-resident funded. 8% of it's funded through residents. If you factor in the PR side of things, that's where we use Pittman Robertson federal aid to also pay contracts. It's about $1.5 million of PR. So you could, one way or another, however the agency decides to increase the funding source on one side or the other. There's not much available on the cash, the $100 earmark from non-resident side. There's not cash there. But there is with the big PR bump, depending on how the agency wants to spend the money, there's potential there too.
It's just a question of where the most benefit comes from. So what does it generate? The hunting part of it generating here. It doesn't generate all of it. So 28% of the total comes out of pit and rock.
No, it's, whatever $1.5 million is into 7.6. So
7.6 is what.
7.6 is what we paid total last year. Of that, 6 million roughly was licensed dollars cash. And the other money was PR.
15%.
Raise it, then we gotta come up with funding somewhere. Or if we just tell like Fish and Game Commission, figure it out.
It'd be a agency discussion on where we would come up with the money, and if we have the authority to spend the money.
How about if it, how about resident license here? What does that money go for?
So
Is that all taken? Is that all going someplace good?
So there's excluding the $2 of everybody's base hunting license. So the base hunting license that you have to buy as a resident is $10. $2 of that goes into the hunter access fund. So that's where the resident contribution comes from. But otherwise, everything else is funded, excluding PALA. So this is block management specifically. Everything else is funded through the non-resident.
Yeah. Okay, so what if we ask for an increase in resident license?
So there's two different things here. There's, do we want to consider an increase to the 100-day and or the cap? And if we do, then you go look for the funding, if the funding is necessary. So, isn't that correct?
Yes, and I would just say that I wouldn't worry about the funding source. We have available federal funding that I don't think this would be a hard sell.
Dale?
So just to try to take this someplace, thinking through this a little bit and see the note about tying it to the CBI. And I'd like to just throw this out for a consideration. I think to try to recalculate the daily fee every year is not warranted. But I do think maybe on a 3-year basis or a 5-year basis, whatever the department thinks would be realistic, we look at adjusting the daily rate. And from there, it would be rounded to the next full dollar. So if it's in 3 years, if it's $13.40, then use $13 as a base. Then they get $13. If it's $13.60, they get $14. We're not playing with those half figures. The same would be said for the cap and round that to the 1,000. And instead of 25,000, either go to 26,000, 27,000, but not have it be start saying, well, it's going to be $25,323. But again, try to do it in a time frame that doesn't saddle the department with having to try to figure this out every single year, but have it on a basis that, that's more reasonable.
Okay. Other comments?
Just for context, again, in '96, when the program started at $10 a hunter day, I believe it was an $8,000 cap, but regardless, just on the value of the dollar today, it's about $18 a hunter day. If you use that same $10 '96 to 2022 value of money is about $18 a hunter, just for.
And I would say that the department could determine what that base layer, maybe it is $18 a hunter day, and that's what we use now as a base. I'm not an economist, don't understand that part of it, but I do think there could be a mechanism for altering or changing those fees.
So I'd ask a question, as far as a $13 a day hunter payment, how does that sound? Tyranny.
Not a lot.
I mean, compared to what Ron reported from North Dakota, it's like, wow. But
they're also.
Yeah.
Not even close to what we're dealing with.
Yeah. Well.
I don't know if this is the time for the conversation, but I think paying by the 100 day is the wrong way to go about this. because you look at a $25,000 cap and you take off, they get sign up fees and so on. You still gotta have almost 1,800 days to generate 25,000. Now, you're not encouraging people to manage for any type of quality, although we have a 90% approval rating or happiness with that. And maybe there's no issue here, but it seems to me, if I were to do that on my ranches, and tried to get the $25,000, I wouldn't have a stitch of wildlife left on it. And so I think we need to come up with a better way to reward landowners to have better hunting and have a better experience. Now, I don't know if this is the time to talk about that compensation, but I think I've seen it over and over, and it just seems like it's paying by the 100 day. A lot of people just have a sign-in box and they want the more the merrier, but that doesn't encourage a good hunt, in my book.
So I would just comment to Jason's input from the beginning. The original creation of the 100-day payment was about the most equitable payment that could be created when I read through all the stuff for measuring that. At that point in time, considering that the program really is created for what? We're all talking about access. Program was created for impact. We weren't paying for access. And that's a conceptual difference. You know, this program was created to address impact. And so it was created to address the number of 100 days. Just a thought. I do believe restructuring it outside of based of 100 days would be a monumental task to take right now. That's just my opinion. And I think we could address quality. I mean, I'm not suggesting this number, but if you pay per day on a shotgun day, what's a gun day on a shotgun day? I'll just throw that at Hunter. If you're going out to hunt in North Dakota on a shotgun day and you're paying for that gun day, how much is that per day, per shotgun? Any idea?
Are you talking about hunting private land to do that?
And I'm only getting to what the current realities are.
In South Dakota, it's gone from $100 to $200 a day.
Okay, so again, I'm not proposing that in any way, shape, or form, but we're at 13. And let's just say, and I'm just throwing a number out. Jason adjusted that for CPI, which was $18. Nothing is figured into that in regards to the change on the ground today for the demand of the resource. So, you know, if you want to divide the cap by a bigger number, it reduces the impact to get to the cap. And it's not really even the way to look at it, but these are all things we're talking about.
Well, I think that this group is trying to find quality access for more and more people. I understand that. But I think the key part is act in quality. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe they're evidently happy with what we got. So I don't know.
How do you do that though? With more hunters, there's a finite amount of game. What do the outfitters do if we get buck management so good that it's all a quality hunt?
Here we are voting more money for our competition. Our competition is the state.
Yeah.
As an outfitter, we're competing with the state to lease property. We're funding our competition, which I'm fine with. But people have to have a place to go recreate and hunt. And it should be, the landowner should be fairly compensated for what he's providing.
Well, they just raised it last legislative session to 25. So do they have an appetite to raise it again? Probably, I don't know.
I can speak to that a little bit. The License Advisory Council recommended a change in that back in 2014. And it was, I'll just throw it out there, we kicked around $25 then, and it ended up being 12. And then it went to 13. I believe is what it went to.
2017.
Yeah. 3 years later. And then we actually kicked around that cap going to 25 and went from 12 to 15. And that was with a lot of deliberation. In 21, it went from 15 to 25 with very little deliberation. So is there a tolerance for that or an acceptance of that? Just have to see, but I would guess. And that's just my experience with it, is it moved more quickly in the last 2 years than it did in the 10 before.
Unfortunately, we're looking at 8% inflation right now.
Yeah.
So dollar buys a lot less than it did a year ago.
I guess I would just suggest that we can't really quantify an amount very well based on anything other than perception that we throw out there. What, 18, that covers CPI from that time to now, and what about the value of it? The demand value, not the CPI value. So I think we should throw out a number that we're comfortable and we think has a chance of success. I wish we had one of those legislators still here for us on this council to talk about the realities of that. But I think we got to go forward with something and see if we can back that up.
The $13 is, or the per 100-day payment has historically been set by the department. So you may be able to ask for a modification to, or make a recommendation to modify that per 100-day payment. The cap is what's statutory. So if you wanted to see a increase in the maximum, you'd have to work.
And when Jason ran the numbers, Mr. Chair, a couple months ago, at $17, there were 29 cooperators that would go above the cap, and at $18, there were about 50. So.
At the current cap.
Yeah, at 25,000.
Would we get more landowner to the max this way?
Right.
So that would that be a bad thing?
Well, just what it is.
Yep. Ernie, do you have any comment on that?
I guess curious on how many acres some of those people with the max have, because if it is 1,800 winter days.
13.
13.
No,
No.
18,
Currently,
18, yeah, to get
Yeah.
to 25.
Yeah, what it takes to get there.
Yeah.
Surely these are probably pretty decent sized pieces that
Yep.
can handle that, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, and that could be something, if you wanted to look a little bit more at that, we could pull those numbers, I think, pretty easily. Am I wrong? Yeah, and bring them back in August for a look. Yeah.
So isn't
Quality over.
it fair though that for the majority of those people that are reaching the max, they have a significant number of either waterfowl or bird hunting days where there's just a lot more people in on them, or is that not fair? It just seems like at least in
Off
our
the top of my
country,
head, it's
yeah.
mostly elk.
Oh, yeah.
Pardon?
Off the top of my head, I'd say it's mostly elk. I'd have to look,
Followed closely by deer. Down back.
but the highest harvest success would be up with birds. But the most number of days, I believe, is elk country.
Okay.
So do we need to see more information to make a recommendation?
I would think.
Probably.
What do we need?
I think it'd be nice to see some of those stats as far as acres on some of those places that are meeting that.
Okay.
And I think maybe we ought to also talk to some legislators to see what their appetite for that is.
I would suggest in that point that we make sure we have a solid proposal to put forward before we put that forward. An actual, this is our proposal, and float that. Anybody ever comment on that part? Okay, so in
We need to
regard,
do that today then, so we've got some, so we can come in August and say, That ain't gonna fly, boys.
We're gonna get some information from the department between now and then, and we'll look at that department or that information before then and have some suggestions ready for August. I mean,
But we just don't know what it is that we. can
yeah.
use.
So the other option is we try to get that information available so we can at least,
Have the conversation.
we can have the conversation by June
Yeah.
and we'll be well ahead of it. Let's do that. Let's look at having that information by June instead of the August meeting. Okay,
Well, it could be information we could simply just send out as a follow-up to this meeting to
Yep.
the group
Yeah.
as soon as possible, and then you could have whatever conversations you want to have with your local legislators to get a feel for it.
so just in case we got sidetracked, is everybody here? I'd like to see thumbs up or down. Affirmative towards looking at an increase in the 100-day and the cap, or one or the other? Both? Both? Okay, so generally, that's what we're interested in. Okay. All right, that's good. So hopefully this is quick, which means it won't be. I would like to pose that question: should block management cooperators get an elk, either sex permit or deer? In
Yeah,
addition,
that's not- let's-
well, I know there's so much in there.
And we can take up this time after lunch. This is, that was there not knowing exactly how this was gonna go.
We could do a working lunch.
You could, I have to take a phone call at 12:15.
Okay,
Just that's not quite.
okay. All right. So I guess we'll break for lunch. Anybody want to do a working lunch or just, I don't know that we need. I guess it's a half an hour. Let's take a lunch.
Are we on schedule to be, I mean.
Let's be
it'd nice to be done
Yep.
before 4.
Maybe. We agree. 12:30 back for lunch for after
Yeah.
lunch. All right.
Stay by us. You need to-
Let's do it.
Jason.
say it all again.
Should be good now.
Okay,
Yeah,
on
no,
block
thank you.
management. Thank you. Should a block management cooperator be offered a elk or deer, either sex permit in addition to a license benefit? So they get a license now, but they don't get a permit.
So what's the difference? You have to have a permit for deer?
It depends on the unit. There may be a unit where there is a special draw for a permit for elk or deer. Yeah. And so one of the things that we looked at in the past with the FALA, or excuse me, the FALA, with 454s is the 454 gives them that opportunity to have that permit currently.
Do they have to buy their own license then?
No, it is given. They get the license. But
For
they
every
don't
one
get
you
the-
get, you gotta give one.
If, no, but you get the license and the permit, like say you had a ranch in the breaks, which is just restricted, right?
Yep.
And so, do they, like they get, like Whitmire's must get a landowner, they must get a landowner permit, don't they? Do they still do that too? What's their deal where you have, so
Yeah,
you have
draw.
1,200 acres
So-
or 1,600 acres?
Do you want to clarify?
Certainly. So currently, all block management cooperators are eligible for a license benefit. If they're a resident landowner, they can get the sportsman without bear, which includes a general elk license, general deer license, fishing, public bird. If they're a non-resident landowner, they're guaranteed a non-resident big game combo. So rather than have to go through the draw and be a part of the 17,000, non-resident landowners are guaranteed that.
They don't have to be in the drawing now.
No.
If you sign up for block management, if I lived in Key West and owned a ranch out here and I signed up,
Correct.
I'd automatically get a combination deer elk license for.
Correct.
Is there a size of the block management? So if I had 80 acres somewhere, I get a free license.
Correct. They can also designate that license to a family member
Oh, okay,
or a full-time employee.
okay.
So yes, if you had a family member lived out of state and you were the landowner here, you could designate that non-resident big game combo to that family member out of state. What we're seeing now is this, again, integration or overlap of programs with the elk hunting access agreements or 454s. They can get the permit, so they go that route with an application and a process. They can get the license and through the block management side of things if they want to. So we just have some complexities there and integration between landowners wanting the permit, but they can't get it through blocks, so then go to this other opportunity to get the permit, but they're allowing the same access through their block management.
The out-of-state landowners get the special drawing permit?
No, they just get license.
In block,
Just the license.
in block, they get currently non-resident landowners just get the big game combo, which is just the general elk license. Same thing. So yes, in some places, if you want to harvest a bull, let's say on your own land in a limited permit area, you would have to compete in the draw as a non-resident for that, or even resident, for that license benefit, the permit benefit. But you have to get general elk license.
They don't get a landowner's license then. Nobody gets a landowner's license for elk.
No such thing.
Nobody in Montana.
No such a license. I guess I wouldn't have a problem with giving the landowner and block management a permit, as long as that permit was good only on his private land.
So to that point, Eric, the 454 is that way. Right?
To differentiate between 454 and block, maybe in the block, instead of giving them a permit, what if we came up with something to give them an extra bonus point or something towards said permit, instead of just giving them a full boat? Here's your permit. It would, better, but it's not, divides 454 and the block a little different. I don't know. Thought.
Are they eligible then to apply for the permit, the landowner permits if they get the license in? Because most of the landowners, you know, if they put on in as a landowner. If they get the hunting license, are they eligible to put in for the draw for the permit, or is that something different?
Jason would love to explain that. No, seriously, it's the landowner preference is what you're talking about. So you've got landowner preference, you got the 454, and then you have this. And you also have a limited number of tags that are available under some conditions in
Aren't
the
they
first
dropping
place.
it this year too? 10% or something? Something.
Yeah, so we've kind of got three different discussions all going on at the same time. One is,
That's why I wanted 5 minutes.
one is landowner preference. And so if you're a landowner and have 640 contiguous acres and your property has elk, you can apply under the landowner preference program. And there's a subset of permits that go, I think it's 15% that go to those who apply with landowner preference. That permit is valid district-wide, so it's not restricted to hunt your own. The 454 program, similarly, you can get a license and or permit or both to hunt your own land if you allow 3 public hunters, a minimum of 3, one of which can be picked by the landowner. And then the third conversation, which is the lane we're column winner in now, is block management, which is just the general license. So it's valid in any general license area. So if you're a landowner in a permit area and want to hunt either sex elk, for, let's say, in that permit area, and you're in block management, you get the license piece, but you're still missing that second piece to be able to hunt even your own land in that district, in block.
But, so is it too late for them to apply, they get the license? Is it too late for them to apply for that landowner preference?
You don't need to have the license to apply for preference. But the way block works is they get the license the following year.
If you're non-resident, you do.
Not, or resident.
Yeah.
So let's say you participate this year in block management. Because of your participation this year, you'll get the license for 2023. And so you'll get that issued to you in time so that you can use that license to apply for your landowner preference or go fish with it or whatever.
Okay.
Can you give me a specific example? We live in region 6. Okay, I live on the north side of Highway 2. And I'm a block management participator. And somebody saw an elk once or twice on our place.
You're in the general elk area though, on the north side of the highway.
Huh?
You're already in the general season elk area.
Yeah, so if I apply as a block management cooperator, I'll get a general elk license. Deer elk every year, as long as I hunt. But I can't take that to the breaks and go to
No.
315 and a half and gun like that.
No.
I gotta stay north of the highway.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what he's talking about, I think what the question is here, should somebody like take Bert, for example?
Yeah.
If he's in block management, should he get a elk permit for 622? I don't have a problem with it as long as it's on his private land. I don't think it should be good for the whole, all of 622. It should just be good on his private land if he's enrolled in block management.
True. Just a couple questions for Jason. One, I guess, just to gauge the demand, are we having a lot of BMA landowners specifically ask for elk permits?
I'd have to defer that to the region.
And then my other question is, generally speaking, what is the percentage draw for landowner preference compared to, I know it varies a lot, but can you shed some light on that versus a regular draw?
So the first question I have to defer to these guys on. I know, like 3080, let's use the prime example. There's probably landowners there who would love to have the permit to hunt their own land in block for either sex elk.
It might get more people signed up.
And it may increase participation. The second piece of it, which again, I'm not familiar statewide draw odds on those who draw with landowner preference versus those who don't. That's something you can probably find out for you. I know, again, in the 380 example, it takes about 4 or 5 years of bonus points as a landowner to draw. As a regular hunter who's putting in for that limited permit, I've got friends with 19, 20 years of basically max points.
It varies greatly area to area due to how many landowners.
Understand, but the point was that the landowner preference already gives them a pretty good chance compared to a general draw, probably in most cases.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
In every case.
I think the statistic I saw was overall, it's about 86% chance of drawing. It's pretty good.
I think there was 145 people who applied with landowner preference this year for an elk permit who did not draw. I was one of them.
So that was statewide or for what area?
That's statewide.
Because I put in for myself and all 4 of my kids in 690 as landowner preference, didn't get one.
That's because you had a lot of landowners there.
I guess.
Well, and Craig, it's the number of licenses too. I mean, the landowner preference is 15%, so if you only give out X number of
And
permits.
the other thing, Rich, that would help is if those landowners are restricted, when you apply landowner preference only to your land, but they're not.
I know that.
And there's a lot of guys with 640s in that area that
Is
don't
that
have
something
elk.
we can address?
Yeah, we could, that's what we're doing right now. And so like, to the point of, do we give them a permit or not give them? I think it's a creative way that we should discuss.
It's liable to get a lot more participation.
Especially if it helps
especially
get
if
more
we can
people in the
sell.
program.
Well, you asked a question to the regional people about the issue. Do we have?
I've not had a lot of people clamoring for it. I did hear, was that last year, Jason, where we had people that were kicked out of the landowner preference school because they didn't submit the proper documents to prove that they could qualify.
Okay.
So I had one landowner that was upset about being kicked out of the drawing last year.
Okay.
That district is now general license.
I know.
So
Kind of a moot point now.
it is now, yeah. And we had some other districts in Region 5 that went from permit only for sex to general license. So with the reg certification process that the department just went through.
Yeah,
Do you think it's that much being incentive?
it comes up occasionally. They mentioned that it'd be nice if they could get a permit as well. So it comes up, it's not everybody, but it comes up, and I think in certain areas, it might be an additional incentive to get some more acres involved.
When they ask that question to you, or when they make that comment, I mean, do you ask and find out if they're putting in for the landowner preference? I mean, that's a very anecdotal.
Well, I guess it depends on. I don't know if I asked specific what they put in with landowner preference, but I asked if why.
Yeah, or just remind them of that option too. Some of them don't even know about it.
Well, and it's a big reach. I mean, for a landowner to think he's going to get a permit, it's kind of something that's completely out of our question. We don't even ask that question. Most of us don't even think it. If it's made available, I think it's going to incentivize a lot of guys, especially in 700. If they can get an elk permit to hunt their own place, it'll incentivize them to allow some access.
I mean, if it was coupled with block management.
Yeah, if it's coupled block management or even within the 454 program.
Dale, you still have a question?
Yeah, it just seems to me that we're trying to simplify some things. We've got programs there, and could there be tweaks to them? Yeah, but they're already getting the sportsman tag or permits, and yeah, it doesn't, or the license, but then it doesn't give them the permits, but they have the opportunity to go through the 454 program. It just seems like we're starting to add layers on here that I'm just not sure we really need to keep adding layers. I mean, I think there's already programs that would accommodate them. And ultimately, do we hurt ourselves in terms of access for the general hunter? I guess that's a question we would need to ask. But if we're just adding another opportunity for somebody to get a license that, where there's already an opportunity there? What are we really gaining in the big scheme of things, other than adding another layer of administrative work for the department? Again, I just think we have, the opportunity exists.
I'd like to make two comments about that. One is, part of this conversation comes about because of the 454, and you are provided that permit, and you allow 3 people to access. And on a block management, you're not provided that permit. You're getting paid. And you have any number of people on that property. And is that inequitable? You know, what I'm hearing is it currently isn't a big deal out here. And that was one of our concerns is this equitable? We brought this up. So the other part of that, though, is that when you look at those 3 options, it seems like the big limit is the number that's going to happen. If we go back to the Elkhorns, there's going to be a limit. There's going to be more demand for that tag, wherever it is, 600 or 380. Because in 380, there's 100 to 135 total permits issued. So you're already in that cap and there's more demand for it. So it's all going to fall within that number. It's, you know, you'd have to decide, would they be increased over? And the current, when we get into the 454 discussion, the current guidance, if you will, is that's capped at 10% over what the unit quota is. You know, so it's kind of, in a sense, it becomes a little moot because there's an opportunity, but it's a complicated thing because of the fact there's 3 ways in, right? I mean,
3 ways in.
to potentially get a landowner tag, but on a permit. There's landowner preference, there's 454s, and then is there this?
Yeah, but do we want the 454 guys? There's some of them that are participating in the block management program too.
In
But I
the
don't know.
beginning, there were none.
Yeah, but there are some now. What, out of the 13, I think there was 2 of them.
At least 2.
Yeah, 2 of them that participated in
So-
the block management program. I mean, I guess if we want, are we doing any good there by enrolling them in the 454 program when they're already letting out an enormous amount of access anyway? You see what I'm getting at? I don't think very many people that are in the block management are gonna apply for a 454. But I think.
Except to get that tag.
Yeah, except to get that tag, but I think we ought to.
Get that.
And they're getting more than just one, but through the landowner preference, you can only get one, so.
Correct. The voice of wisdom speaks.
Well, if I could, I'm not doing the 454 anymore. I'm not gonna do it. Because it's limited, so only I can get it. I can only give it to, I can't remember, I can give it to an employee.
Family member.
Or a family member, but who cares? Like, none of my family hunts. So, and my employees, I'm not giving it to them. So I'm just like, I'm serious, like it ticks me off. I feel like I'm just, like, it's just a BS deal, and it's 1 to 3. And I know that's already set in statute, so it's set for 2022, but, and this is that's not what we're talking about. I think if you're in the BMA, I think you should get a tag. I mean, it's landowner, I mean, if they're opening up this land and doing all that, the landowner should be getting something. And so I think they could do it for all of them. I think, if you're gonna want people to get involved in it, they need to be able to see some use out of it, and they shouldn't be dictated on who they give it to, what they do with it or anything. And that's what I feel.
So the difference in the block management is they're getting the payment.
And they could go to an outfitter and get paid 4 times that.
Sure.
So I think that's a reality of the situation, that fine, don't do anything for them. Let them go find an outfitter who will pay them 4, 5, 10 times the amount and add some management to it. get some biologists, they'll do it all for them and don't do it for them. And that's not just me speaking. I'm saying that, but I've got friends and neighbors and landowners, and that's speaking from some of them too.
So how would you do it if you said you had a deal where you only had 150 permits and you got 300 guys sign up in block management? If you said everybody that signs up in block management gets a permit.
So, like, sorry, man. Oh, sorry.
I think what we would do is if this were to be a route that moves forward, is set it up the way we have with the EHAs, so that there would be a cap on what's allowed in a district with a limited quota. And with EHAs, we've used that 10% mark above what the district's quota is. And I think there'd have to be consideration of, do these tags also go within that same 10%? And then I'm getting way into the weeds here now, but that's where my mind goes. I think you'd probably have a combined 10% overage, and then you'd be drawing EHAs and block cooperators out of the same pool. But do you think that's the same about it, Jason? Yeah.
So I think
We haven't gotten to that level of detail, but it's a consideration,
Because-
but there would be a limit. Yeah. when you draw.
Because I think some of the complication, Rich, again, I don't feel like landowners shouldn't be able to hunt their own property. Like, I think there's gotta be some sort of middle ground that we can find there. When you start to look at all the programs in totality now, I'm intimately involved with Region 7 just because I grew up there. There's 200 and, let's just say there's 200 permits there for elk. Okay. There's actually a few more. So now if you have landowner preference taking a percentage of that, you have BMAs taking a percentage of that, you have 454s taking a percentage of that. And then, so now you've got three pieces of the pie cut out of there before the public land sportsman, who's maybe lived there his or her whole life too, has probably paid taxes there his or her whole life as well, has been an active member of their community for 40, 50, 60, 70 years, who hasn't drawn that tag for 20 years, 30 years at that point. I've got a neighbor at home who's on 19 points trying to draw a tag when landowner preference people, I know certain individuals who've drawn that tag 3 times in the last 10 years. They already have a pretty good shot at getting those permits. I know you'd like to have them every year, but again, back to, is that equitable? I don't know the answer to that. I'd probably lean to say no.
And that's why I think there should be some numbers, then I think to make it fair, then let's see what it breaks down to. Like you're saying, if it's an area where it's overpopulated, or if it's an area that has to be changed for hunting seasons, whatever, I gotta see the numbers though too, and maybe you're right. Like if you're a landowner and you put in it and you're getting it every year and someone else hasn't, well, maybe you only get it, once every 5 years or something. I don't have all the, I'm all about being fair, but I think that I guess I would have to see where it all fits. And you're right. I only know Region 6. I'm like you, like I don't know the full scope of it. So I'm just kind of stating what I've heard from guys around my area, but I am open to seeing some of this so I can see it on paper and see where do we see that? Because I don't even think these absentee owners that, like, for example, we lease a couple of different places from out of state people. So they don't want to participate in any of this stuff because I get one tag and it has to be for me or a family member, but I can't give it to my friends or anything that would like to come hunting with me. And by the way, I have to let 3 people on. Like, wait a sec, I've got all this land. And so there's a lot of this, and it's maybe some misinformation, whatever, but I think those are some things that I think we need to see on paper and see what is the ratio to that and see, what is equitable? Okay, this for one in every 3 years, you can have a tag, and then you're out for the next rotation or whatever. I don't know that. I don't know if that's here to discuss that, but I would want to see it and then see how it kind of, how it can be drawn out.
Well, this opens up a can of worms and is giving in certain areas. Other areas are going to be less impacted. You take Region 7, for instance. The elk there are difficult to come by during the rifle season. They're far wide and scattered. If you take and give a block management cooperator a permit above the quota that's set, if it's good for only his land, you're not going to impact your population. In the Missouri breaks, if you have too many people that are in block management, or you're giving out X number of permits above, if it came above the quota, these permits for landowner participants, it could have a negative impact in areas. There's some areas geographically that'll support it, some that will not.
Just one quick, the only thing different that landowners are providing that the resident hunters are not providing is habitat. I mean, we want to encourage them to keep doing that. If they don't,
Habitat and feed.
if they don't, I mean, that's a little bit of difference, in a resident hunter, a non-landowner hunter.
Especially to the resident hunter that's still trying to make his living off of cattle and farm.
Yeah.
To the non-resident hunter, elk are purely aesthetics. They love to see them. They don't care. They didn't buy a place to make it run sufficient, efficiently. They bought it for the aesthetics, and elk are aesthetics. To them, elk are a value. To me, elk are not a value to my place. Elk cost a lot of money to house and feed.
What do you do? Is there like that, what was the deal, what was the United Property Owners of Montana deal you sent? What, those are 404 districts, right, in District 4? So that'd be, what was it, 417, and remember that, you sent an email. And so what do they do there? Are those still, is there still is there 3,000 head of elk over the number that the department set? Do they still restrict who gets a license? Why?
I don't have the answer to that.
You
No
won't
answer?
I'm pretty familiar with that situation.
Well,
We're getting in the weeds. Never mind.
yeah, and I think maybe what I'm hearing is, so our concern or some concern has been that because the 454 is now on the surface, and they get one or whatever, that it was not fair to the cooperator on the block management. And maybe the discernment or the selection of that on the landowner's level is that's what they want. They want to participate in block management. They want that program more than they want the other, and that's okay. Maybe that's just the reality at this point because we haven't heard a lot in the field. So back, I think, threw it out there first. If that's true, would it add any value to those cooperators to actually give them a bonus point in the preference, landowner preference drawing, since they're a cooperator, instead of offering the tag?
That was your idea, bonus point. We're gonna
Extra bonus point.
Yeah, okay, to Rod's point then. I mean, would it actually, so like if you are a non-resident and you get that extra bonus point, you're likely to get drawn quicker. That's a fact. Right, Paul?
You have to look
Yep.
at the stats. Every area is different. you know.
Yeah, but I mean, in
Still
general,
moves you up the ladder faster.
yes. I mean, we can think what we think when you have 19 bonus points, right? How good a cookie they are, but in that case, if you offer that cooperator a bonus point on landowner preference, if they're block management, it probably does work.
Well, they can get one anyway, but give them an extra one, just like we're doing with
Bonus point. Right,
an extra, instead of one, give them two.
or preference point.
No, bonus one. Depends on which.
Preference now to state
Preference for
non-resident.
preference for non-residents, bonuses for residents.
Yeah, so whichever case it would be.
Just to further confuse things.
Instead of one, give them two, I guess, whatever, yeah.
Try explaining that to people all year
Yeah.
long.
I do.
Don't buy the bonus point.
What do you guys think? I mean, I don't think we're gonna proffer
It
a,
sounded good at first, and the more we talk about it, the worse it sounds.
yeah, that's fair.
I'm glad we don't have any elk. They're controlling them. CWD, they're on the north side.
Yeah.
That's another solution from your neighbors to the west and that.
No,
I
that
will
was a
say
solution
that.
from one of our neighbors real close.
Yeah. So Do we want to do anything with any of that?
Let's leave it alone for now, my takeaway.
Yeah,
Okay? Does anyone not want to
it'll
just
make
leave?
it any better.
Let's think about it.
So we'll table that idea for the time being.
Meanwhile, I'll try to find out the stats for you.
All right. So we talked a bit about other ways to incentivize block management cooperators. And we discussed some of those specifically in the past. Does anybody want to bring any of those forward at this point?
I think to make these changes, it's gonna be a major undertaking. Not something we can just decide in the next 15, 20 minutes. I think there's ways we should improve incentive, ways to pay them, basically. But I think that's for a longer conversation. And maybe continue it after.
So what information do you need for that? We don't have an idea, so.
I think we got all the information we really need is, we know the cap is 25,000.
Yep.
And we know the payment's at $13 per day.
I think that's where we work on that. Just get some-
Yep, and then we need to figure out a way to get people to the cap that are providing quality too.
And maybe look at paying by acres instead or something like that. I don't know. I mean, that kind of opened up some ideas after Ron's presentation today, what other states are doing, so.
We'll start talking $8 to $10 an acre for a quality piece. That adds up in a hurry.
Pretty suggestive, though, who determines what's quality?
Therein lies the problem.
Yeah.
And it may have to be from the amount of harvest that takes place. Is where the reward comes in. If you let in 10 guys and all 10 of them go home with bull elk, it's obviously worth more to the hunters than it is a place that let 50 people in that killed no elk.
I'm gonna throw this one out there. Probably isn't gonna go anywhere. What if the compensation they received off the block was tax or non-taxable?
When you get the fetched away.
Yeah,
I think the IRS.
Well, I mean,
That's a big.
So
Maybe from
I
the
was,
state though.
I was thinking about that in state, what if it was non-taxable on state level?
there's something. in South
11%
Dakota.
city.
UPL has a,
7%.
Already a
even our
tax credit.
UPL is a tax credit, so that's not, our UPL chair is tax credit for land.
Right.
Not that we only have 5,
Right. Oh, that's 750, right?
it's 750.
Yeah. So what about that?
That's a pretty big incentive.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, I guess when you're looking at state taxes and I just do not want to come out offensive to any of our landowner friends here. But when you start looking at taxes and you look at, the cost of doing business on a ranch and the tax write-offs, I know it's different with property tax as opposed to income tax, but would that be an incentive to landowners if you got a tax break, if you could deduct your income that you got from block management on your state taxes? At the end of the day, would that really mean that much when you look at the deductions and the stuff that you have? I don't know. And again, I do not mean to be offensive by any means. I don't know.
There's some landowners that I know whose income tax, property tax burden is one of their greatest expenses on their ranch for a year.
Maybe adjustment to property tax.
Yeah. I have,
So Rod's proposal would be as an incentive for block management cooperators, whatever they get compensated, that is Montana tax-free.
Montana income tax, Montana
Income
property
tax.
tax.
Maybe that's something someone could look into us to see what, which way, because we might have some stipulations, they may not allow it, so maybe that's a directive of just to look into that and see which one could we do it by, and I like the idea, but
I don't think there's any way to avoid a property tax. I think you
Well,
pay that.
I
But
think,
if it's a credit,
They
could
come-
you
I
do a
think
credit?
Yeah.
Credit, you wouldn't really, but could you do a credit on your property tax? Let's find out.
yeah,
It might,
so I think this is potentially a huge discussion to try to even get anywhere with. I'm only guessing,
We're not gonna get there.
but
It's complex, I'll say that. It's a lot easier just to figure out how to pay a landowner more. And start messing with taxes.
well, and we're gonna look at that once we get the information on that per 100 and the cap here in the near future. So should we proffer a recommendation that we look at what that would mean?
Mhm.
What the possibility of it would be
Down on the tax.
on the tax, on the state tax that they receive on income tax or the block management payment. Cost one way or another, it's either in and out to the state. So who's in support of bringing that forward as a concept? Anybody opposed?
That's not just you asking us to bring back info for the next meeting. We want to put that on the official recommendation list.
Release some investigation into it. Even possible, right?
Well, it's possible.
Okay,
I mean,
it's possible.
you're doing we have the Unlocking Public Lands program now, which is, and the way it's written, it's a dollar per dollar impact. It doesn't just reduce your taxable income, which then goes into a formula of how much taxes you end up paying. It's a $750 credit against whatever you owe. And if you don't owe, then.
Yeah, there's no legislator here to forewarn us of that.
Well, so
Yeah,
But we have hope.
in my other hat, so, I mean, as you think about these, the pros and cons that come up in a legislative discussion are gonna be that's a hit to the state general fund. And so you get into the philosophical debate about, do we take state general fund money to support these programs or we don't, which historically as the agency is constructed and its funding constructed, you don't. So that's a piece. Unlocking public lands is an exception to that historical way of funding FWP and programs. So that's a consideration. I'm not telling you right, wrong, or indifferent whether it does or doesn't fly, but that discussion.
I think we put it down as a look at item.
Yeah, and then in the details, it would be, as you look at it, is it a reduction in your overall taxable income or is it a dollar for dollar credit of some kind? So.
All right. Any other block management suggestions? Eric didn't throw type 3 at us right here.
We already discussed that, so.
I have a suggestion. I don't know if this is the right spot because it kind of ties into the Landowner stewardship project as well. So do you want me to wait?
Well, is it involved with block management?
It is, yeah.
Let's be the time.
I don't know. Let's see what it is.
All right, so one thought that I have had to address declining hunter behavior, but to also encourage / require hunters to elevate their education, understanding of what's going on, their ethics, is to use the revision of the Hunter Landowner Stewardship Project as a requirement before you can access type 1, type 2, type 3 when if it comes about for block management programs. And the idea kind of stems from my experience with the Master Hunter program, but it also comes through, we're looking to, again, address all these hunter behavior issues that we're seeing and having a lot of negative impact on private property that is being hunted and enrolled in public hunting. And I have a lot of thoughts on this, and I don't know how far into this, Mr. Chair, you want me to really go, but that's the big idea of revising that.
Framing that shortly is that essentially to require a hunter education piece to accessing block management programs.
Yes,
That's what you're talking.
yes.
Yeah. I don't think we have to get into all the details of what that is, but we do have to look at a few of them.
Just an added thought to that, because hunter behavior is a big issue with everybody across the board, across states, all the different things. We are expecting hunters to have good behavior, to keep up on ethical practices. 11 years old and went through a hunter's education program. It's no different than any skill trade that you would do in life. You don't go to class for 1 hour and then, remember everything or be good at everything the rest of your life. So continuing education, basically, I would double thumbs up on that.
And maybe that's where, if we can get to a type 3 block management, because everybody's been going hunting 1 and 2 already without the education requirements, then suddenly to whip it on them. You have non-residents show up here that don't have a clue about it. You start a type 3, a new type, or you don't even gotta call it block management, just call it a quality access program. Fund it differently, fund it maybe with a $5 stamp. Then on that program, they're required to take this educational course in order to gain access to that.
Lots of details to flesh out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just to comment too about that, like, it kind of goes back to the thing too, where like, it's almost like you're penalizing the good hunters though in that regard. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like you said, there's like 99% of everybody really wants to do a good job now to get experience. They've probably gone through the training, they've been through all that. It's like now we're asking them to do that, or, to have access. So I just a quick comment on that, because I think we've all agreed, like, it's a small percentage, and I tend to get focused on that so much when I'm not really rewarding those hunters that are really wanting to do it right. And so it's just more of a comment about it, that I mean, I think education is always important and all that. I just think sometimes we're penalizing the good people, by making them do something that, like, I don't know, it's just a comment.
Right.
But the one thing I can really see a problem there is enforcement. Because right now, they go and they sign in. And do something like this, you'd have to have some type of enforcement.
Well, I have a question. The guy from Two Dog required that. Was that part of that block management, or was that, okay?
No, any private landowner sets the conditions of access on their property, and so that was just one of the conditions that landowner had to set foot on his property, was you had to produce the certificate of the hunter landers stewardship.
So any block manager right now could actually have that requirement.
They could if they wanted to.
So to Rich's point about, punishing those that don't need it. And what you're talking about, Everett, I've been thinking about that a lot. And, how do you implement it? Maybe you implement it in a way that's a little more voluntary to begin with, and it becomes a practice as we go forward. I've wanted to make it a requirement personally, and that's not my decision, but I've wanted to when I've heard of all these problems everywhere. And it's not just private land. It's BLM. They're going off the tracks. It's the Forest Service. And it isn't everybody, clearly. So looking at that program that we're looking at, the Hunter Landowner Stewardship Program, I think trying to incentivize it also is a good thing. And I was thinking about, in my experience with it, things that these two guys would do. And I'm just using you as that example. You know, if you take that, and Greg was asking us, is it a certificate? Is it a what? And what's it for in the program if he creates it? What's the message here? So a couple things I've been thinking about is, what do you call it? You know, the landowner stewardship program is a little cumbersome and maybe aged. So I was thinking about the term respect the hunt, or maybe it's respect the ethic. I don't know, but just something short like that. And you see all these stickers around everywhere that everybody wants to buy or have. You know, if you're a BHA guy or whatever group, you put that sticker on your rig. And maybe this one is clearly a sticker that comes from that program, and it says respect the hunt. And then, you know, as a landowner and the wildlife department, that you've taken that course. You can give them more than one, you know, and maybe it's t-shirts and hats and patches. You know, what if they're all walking around with the pat? And I know you won't put a patch on your Sitka, but you'll wear the hat. You wear the hat. So you're wearing that. It's kind of like Mountain Ops or whatever it is, you know, hey, I want to be part of good hunting. So it's kind of the gifts you get is swag. I mean, Jason's always looking for gifts. That's a different thing, but it's simple. Maybe there's a better gift for taking the thing, and at least making it attractive to people to do it. Just a thought.
Like you said, make it, to Rich's point, make it less of a penalization.
Right.
And make it more of some sort of incentive there. Not only do you maybe need that to access places, but you also get, you know, to Ross point, you know, up points or whatever that might be.
We used to have the sportsman's license stickers, and everybody put them on their vehicle because it was kind of a proud thing. You know, I got 10 of them. You know, it didn't mean anything.
1980 and 1980.
But I had all of them on my window till I couldn't see out the back. But why did you do that? Because, you know, you were associating yourself with, I'm a sportsman, you know. Maybe it's something as simple as that. And then, because the other thing is, where do you put it so people do it? You know, and I think you can look at when you're online licensing and all that, you know, maybe when you look at the block management access programs within the hunt planner or wherever you want to go to get it, it pops up and 7 times it says skip ad, skip ad, skip ad.
We already have mandatory bear videos that you have to watch. So there's already something in place that's mandatory.
Yeah. Those, okay, let me tell you about implementing them on the ground level in a store. They walk up to buy the bear tag, and you tell them they got to do that. And this would be new residents. They go, what? And then they go nuts, and then they leave. And that's at that point of purchase, that's how that works.
Sounds like they need to take this new.
They do.
Program.
And our staff is instructed to just go home and take it.
Unfortunately, all the tests and quizzes in the world are not going to change people's behavior.
You get all the slobs to sign up, put a sticker on their outfit, then hell, we could just watch them.
Yeah.
I agree that the idea of legislating morality is, you know,
it's impossible.
It's impossible, but the idea that we should do nothing is also as abhorrent. So
unacceptable.
My thought behind something like this is that we're at least bringing everybody back up to a common denominator of what's expected. I bet if you ask your average hunter, do you wash your truck before you go to somebody's ranch? They're going to tell you, no, mud is a badge of honor. And what is it bringing? Knapweed and everything else, right? And so if I show up at your place with my big black shiny truck, you're going to like me a whole lot more than if I had mud caked on, right?
Absolutely.
People don't know that from Mississippi. So the idea of adding elements like this to a 2 to 3 hour, whatever kind of program that brings everybody up to the same standard, gives them the certificate that goes to my FWP, like the bear and the line and everything else that we do. And then if they don't have one, give them a fix-it ticket in the field and say, you need to do this. You've got whatever X amount of time to get it done. Go to FWP, show them your certificate, and the ticket goes away. Then we bring everybody who has been doing hunting in Montana for their whole life. Hey, I didn't know. That's okay. Now you do. Here's this that brings everybody up. And again, I think the idea is not that we're going to weed out the 1% or whatever, but that we are making this cooperative effort as landowners and sportsmen and outfitters, that we recognize there's something going on and we've got to do something to address it, because if we don't, Rich is going to put gates everywhere and not let anybody on his place, right? And I don't blame him at all. If I had a ranch like that and stuff like that was going on, I'd kick everybody out. But I don't want to see that happen.
I like it. I love it. Right? I think it's a great idea. I really do.
Now, there's people that don't know better than to drive and tear up roads.
Where do they learn that though?
It's BLM, so they think it's a right.
Yeah, maybe they learn that in a program like this.
I think
just don't have an
I really
idea.
do. I think you're right. You gotta do something. I think you're right on. I like the perspective. I think that's kind of cool. It's easy. That's a cool idea too.
Oh, man, you could put it on the back end of some ammo, the bottom.
I'll call federal and say, when they do ship ammo. I love that.
So what do we get to you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair? How do we follow up with this ever? Where do we go? I guess just kind of moving along. What do we want to do there? Just know that we want to pursue that, I guess. Is that?
I don't know is the answer. I know that Greg's working on revising what he's doing right now. I think it ties in perfectly to that. Can this be up and running by August? I have no idea, but
So you're gonna have to give input to the specific points that you want in there, like, do you drive up to a place with mud caked all over your truck?
But maybe we could meet with Greg.
All those things.
well, I think.
Why don't we try to set up a meeting with him and come to Helena, or where is he in Helena?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should. I think
So let's do
also,
that.
we have kind of working groups already built into the
Okay.
PLPW, and I would love to hear from like landowners. These are our top 10 you should cover, and outfitters can do it, and sportsmen can do the same thing. And then we come back as a working group and say, we have identified 15 things that have got to be into that.
Let's do
I'd
that.
actually not cover the outfitters deer.
Covered?
Covered.
Oh, yeah.
We're Polish.
And again, I don't think this is rocket science. I don't think it needs to be overly burdensome to anybody. I mean, my idea was maybe you're doing these interactive videos for a couple hours and you're done, and that's it. I mean, this does not have to be.
Yeah, we could just do a Zoom and let's get an agenda. Let's just throw
Could do
some,
that.
throw some things together and then we could go sit down with.
We could totally do that.
Okay.
But to answer to your question, Mr. Chair and help, I don't know how we implement something like this, but I'm kind of passionate about hunter education. I feel like the longer we wait to do anything, the worse our problem's gonna be to surmount.
I have one question, Marcus. Yes.
Yes. For Marcus, in regards to communication with Greg to this point, with the surveys going out, how fast do you think that's moving, and do you believe it's covering these types of issues that we're addressing?
It's a very broad survey. There's 3 questions on it at this point.
Yeah, we heard
Yeah,
those.
so I think in general terms, it's gonna get at some of these things, but we're not gonna go down to the specifics that you all are talking about. As far as the timing, I think we're looking at in the next month for this to go out.
Okay.
So there, I guess what I would say is, are you asking, could we add some of these questions to it? Is that the question?
Well, I was just looking at where it's at, what's come so far, and how we need to get it in there, because I'm the same way. Let's get what we can now, get it done well, and get on with it.
And I mean, that's a question for Greg.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. So I think Hope's gonna make that connection. Maybe whoever is interested, we can have a way to connect with Greg, whether it's in person or on Zoom.
He was gonna try and hop on here. I haven't seen him pop in yet. Colleen, is Greg waiting in the waiting room by chance, Greg Lemon?
Donna had thought. comment?
Edward, what did you call that program? Or what was that thought you had?
I'm calling it the HLSP revision, because I have no creative.
And Hunter Landowner support.
Yeah, it needs a title, it need, whether that's Montana makes their own master hunter, whether they do advanced hunter education, hunter ed 2.0, I don't know.
Right.
But it should have I think it should have a gravitas to it that there's something here that is not just a passive thought, it's substantial.
And I'm thinking about carrying that one step forward. If you have that certificate, and that would enable you to have preference on block management. What about the, UTV permits, the off-highway permits that they get online through Fish, Wildlife and Parks? OHV permits? They have to take that class prerequisite to get an OHV permit.
No, there's no class to take to get.
But what, yeah,
Oh, you're suggesting that, Donna. Oh, yeah, that's up to you guys.
And I have one more.
yeah, so that certificate, that person with that certificate, they easily get their off-highway vehicle permit. They easily get preference onto block management. So there's more than one incentive for them to
Now you're
take.
giving
the
them an
program.
incentive to take their OHV everywhere they want.
Well, they might learn something.
That could be a topic of the continued education.
Exactly.
Just lump it in there.
Right.
And there's a laundry list of topics.
Yeah, I don't think it's too far fetched to think about requiring something like this for block management. We require hunter ed to get a license, unless your grandfather did. But the idea, again, that what we're asking people to go through is, this is not onerous, this is minimal, but it's targeted at things that we have to be discussing right now and getting somehow to shift behavior change in the field. And I'll just leave it there.
What I know about it, and I think Greg Lemon's on here now. What I know about it is if you're gonna require it somewhere, you have to figure out where you're gonna require it, at what step. And I was thinking about that last night. And to me, you're talking about specifically for block management. There isn't really a place where you have to get into that at this point. You do have to buy a base hunting license. I don't know that the director would go with that because it could be a real problem. We just have to see.
Could be, but if this is such an issue, then it warrants a conversation there.
Yeah, but if you were gonna do something that's required, Everett, I think it has to be very succinct. So if you're talking a 2 or 3 hour program, I think it's something that's more basic and boom, boom, boom. And then if you want to go to the components of, and make them good enough that people want to go there, and whatever that is.
That's how they do it, like with beef quality assurance for ranchers, feedlots and stockyard owners, is that you have segments of it. So if you complete that section, you want to go on, then you go, and it's in there. It's like, I think it's BQA is like a 3 hour, 2 or 3 hour course. So similar, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, my initial response would be, hunter ed is 8 to 15 hours required to get. And we're talking about something, again, totally online that I don't think would be that much. My fear is if we start to reduce that standard again, and it becomes just a check in the box, then it really minimizes the impact that we're trying to have.
Yeah.
And I think were you speaking to like the director having the authority to require something like this before somebody went to BMA.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think we just, I don't know, but I was assuming we'd have to go through the legislature to pass something like this.
Yeah, we could look at that.
That's how all the other programs are, Hunter Ed, Wolf ID, Bear ID.
Understand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trapper Ed.
Trapper.
So, go ahead, Dale.
You know, Cameron and other people, I too have been one that have promoted or have a belief that some type of advanced hunter ed is really needed. What my concern is that, okay, if the ultimate goal is you've got to have some kind of advanced hunter ed to hunt on block management areas, there is going to be that segment of society that says, the hell if I am, I'll hunt BLM. So you just get more and more people that have a lower value system or potentially have a lower value system that abuse public lands. And that to me is a concern. I guess what I'm saying is ultimately our goal should be that you have to take this. If you want to maintain a hunting license or hunt in Montana, you need to have this advanced hunter education program.
I would get 50 years, and we haven't got them taught to throw the beer cans in the back of the pickup yet. It's getting better, but, you know.
Sometimes.
Then you go out to the bed night plant, looks like Christmas out there with all the toilet paper decorating the sagebrush.
Maybe we're looking at two things right now. I mean, Greg's and Marcus's effort to get something ready soon might be where we begin with something that's just, here it is, incentivize going to it. And, you know, we talked about stickers and maybe a gift. Maybe the gift is if you take it, it's a bonus point. And that's not required. And it's easy to go forward with for now. And then make sure we have those components in there. To me, one of those components would be self-policing somehow. I don't know if that's in the current setup, but or goals. It's kind of there. To me, we're almost onto something with where the status of production is. So Greg, if you can hear this, you had mentioned.
I can hear you.
yesterday. Okay, so you're ready to go with something before this hunting season. I guess if we're gonna get that rolling, we're not gonna be able to require that for hunting or access, but we should still get it going for this season, right?
And we're talking about a marketing campaign or a modified hunter landowner program.
Yeah, the modified hunter program.
Okay. That is the plan.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way to implement a requirement at this point in time, right, Greg?
Well, that's not mine to speak to. I think just from the challenges that you're talking about, we've sold a lot of hunting licenses and already, and we've got hunters on the land right now. I think putting a requirement in the middle of the season might be a difficult thing to implement.
Okay.
It would have to be legislated.
Yeah.
anyway.
So with where you're at right now, is it possible, when will we be able to take a look at that, what your content is now? Or any of us that are interested in viewing it?
Well, there's not much to view now. I think we're in the development piece. So, but if, when's your next meeting?
For certain, it's August 24th.
Okay, so let's put an interim. If there's a group of folks that wanna guide us on this, let's put an interim date in there to check in with content, and then we'll take that input, work on it some more, and then have sort of a more fleshed out draft for the August PLPW meeting.
When would that be for you?
Let's say let's say like, mid-July or maybe let me pull up the calendar, look for a date. I really do like deadlines.
If you can give us a date, maybe not now, but send us a date, that would be fine.
Let's do July 7th. That's a Thursday. And so if there's a subgroup of you guys that want to we all get together on that date and kind of look over where we're at and what we've got, and then you can provide some feedback, and then we'll have a more fleshed out draft in the August PLBW meeting.
As long as you're willing to staff that, Greg, I'm on vacation.
I'm willing to do it.
It'll have to be a public meeting.
That's all right.
Okay.
We good?
So Ed, I'll leave it up to you to figure out who's going to be there from the PLPW.
So are we gonna do this in person or
Zoom's
Zoom?
fine with me.
So Zoom. Okay. All right, so if you would like to look at that and provide input into the current progress and content, be there and be square.
So Craig will send out a Zoom invite.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That was all under block management improvements, just so you know, Greg. But that's good because we've been talking a lot about that, and it doesn't matter, it's communication, so that's a good step. Any other thoughts on that at this point? Any different process for it that you see? Or is that good?
On my end, I think I'm good. I've heard a lot of, just jumped in and heard a lot of different ideas from advanced hunter ed and things like that. So different requirements, and this will be just focusing on that hunter landowner project.
Right. Okay.
I do have one question for the group, is just so I'm clear, is there still the desire to have some sort of exam as part of this program? Or is that still a question?
Yes.
Yes, an exam, or yes, it's still a question?
No, yes, and an exam.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, Greg?
None for me, but I'll hang out and listen.
Okay. All right. So are we good on that part of the discussion? Nothing else? Everett? Okay. Any other ideas on block management? Okay.
Did we suggest moving to exploring an online reservation system for DMA?
No. We talked about it
Okay. No, I'm sorry, an online reservation system for ID.
for block
For
management.
block. Yeah, that's tied into that tech conversation.
Okay.
On that line, and I don't know if this is appropriate at this point, but some type of check and balance needs to be in place for block management, because I talked to a person this past fall that called up that can't accept reservations until such and such a time on such and such a day. This individual called in to get reservations on a block management area in Region 3. Said he called an hour after reservations were open and said, "I'm sorry, we're full for the season." And that screams misuse to me. And
And, it's just something that needs, I think the department, I'm not saying you're not aware of it, but it certainly needs to be addressed. And if that is occurring, that needs to be rectified.
You know, my personal experience calling at 5 AM on the 15th or whatever it is, it being full is frequent, yeah.
I too know of examples.
Okay, so what do? What do you suggest?
Online reservation system.
Till then, what do you suggest? In the interim.
Do you, to the staff, do you guys hear some of these rumblings and have you tried to address it with landowners?
Yes. Oh, yes to all of that.
Okay.
Probably 4 or 5 years ago, we don't know about it unless hunters call in and let us know.
Mm-hmm.
We had that happen here. We contacted the landowner. They basically admitted, yep, we're doing that. We gave them the option of going to a type 1 sign in, no reservations. They did not want to do that. They did not want to change their standing reservations, so they were no longer in the program.
Why would you want to sign up for block management and not have anybody come and block manage?
Well, they had standing reservations basically.
Oh.
Year to year.
People come back every year.
Yeah.
Or another example is they might operate another business there and they run that in conjunction with that. I've heard like an Airbnb type deal where you only get the reservation if you also book the house.
Oh, okay.
We too have run into that in Region 3 and worked to address it. Again, got complaints from hunters and reached out to the landowners to see if there was some other way we could handle reservations. It was a highly sought after VMA. They did not want to have Fish Wildlife Parks take over reservations. They wanted to maintain that ability to work directly with the hunters. And so we looked at different options and that property is no longer enrolled. But again, it's sold. There's sometimes the reservations when we've stepped in work well. Sometimes when we have elk become highly available, the 10 people who got reservations all of a sudden get additional people getting access. And so sometimes there's pros and cons sometimes to those reservations. Or when there's elk available, people with reservations don't show up. And so there was just more control for that landowner to stay one-on-one with the hunters handling those reservations.
So it sounds like we just need hunters to make a phone call, let you guys handle it. Sounds like you're doing.
We can't address it if we don't know.
Correct.
If we don't have someone telling us.
Yeah.
And we do our best to put out the start reservation dates, but yeah, if we don't know, there's not much we can do to follow up and address it.
Good on that. Any other comments, guys, on it? No? Okay. Anything else on block management? Okay. So just about to our next program is EHAs, AKA 454. So maybe we'd like to lay this one out, just what it is. I think we know pretty much what it is.
I'll take it. So
Okay.
Jason has the part in charge. So everybody's fairly familiar with the elk hunting access agreements.
Oh, no, open.
So when we open it wide open, we're fighting the temperature control system for the whole building.
Yeah, the
So,
hammer.
well, there's that, but then there's nothing, sort of.
Well, we don't have to be here after today, so.
Yeah. Well,
We'll trade with you. It's getting drafty down here.
So
Swap ends of the room about every 15 minutes.
get up and move around as people need to, don't feel cemented to your chair. I'll go through this quickly, but the elk hunting access agreements, this is what we've already been talking about today, but for the record, this is where a landowner can sign up to get a license and a permit for offering access in a 1-to-3 ratio on their property. The license and permit are good only on their property. They can transfer it to a family member or an employee. In districts where there's a quota, we have determined this year that we'll allow up to 10% over the quota for these landowner permits to be awarded, to be obtained, yeah.
And they're good only on their private land.
And they're good only on their private land. Yeah, and if there's more folks that have applied in a district with a quota, then that would exceed that 10%. And when we figure that 10%, we round down to the next number, not up. That we would put them all in a drawing. And so the way we've set this up this year is that the application period was open April 15 to June 1. So it's still open right now. We're going to close that up and then put those together in a quick turnaround time for review by the commission at its August meeting. And we have a deadline internally to get that information posted to process that information by June 9th. So between June 1 and June 9th, the department's going to be very busy. Jason Poole being a primary person who's very busy. The licensing department, the Bureau has been processing the applications, taking them in, getting them to Jason. Jason's getting them out into the regions so we can have both the access folks being aware, but also biologists being aware of what's coming in and getting some eyes on. We'll have an internal review to make sure applications are complete, et cetera, et cetera. And what we're presenting to the commission for the August meeting is in an area where there's no limit on permits or licenses, we would simply move forward with drafting proposed agreements to fulfill those applications, take those to the commission for approval at the August meeting. And again, in districts where there are quotas and a limited number of permits available, we would take that forward to the commission for consideration, and we recommend that they go to that random draw. And then once the random draw were completed, then the draft agreements for those would be put forward. But that draw would not occur until after the August meeting, and the commission has a chance to review it. Oh, it's the June meeting. Gosh, I keep saying August. What the heck am I thinking? What the heck am I thinking? I apologize. I was sitting here talking to myself about this timeline. I was like, why are we caring about June 9th if we're meeting in August? I apologize. It is the June commission meeting. So we're turning everything around by June 9th to get it posted on the website 2 weeks in advance of the June commission meeting. I apologize. I don't know what you chalk that up to because the 3-year-old's not here. So one of the things that we'll also be presenting to the commission as they consider these is a survey of last year's after action report, both with landowners and hunters that participated. And so Jason did the surveys with the landowners, the participating landowners. He was able to talk with 12 of 13 of them and get feedback from their perspectives. And then on the hunter side, we used our hunter survey folks, and we got 98 respondents to that. And we're still finalizing the summary, but Jason's been working hard on putting this forward. And so I'll just run through some highlights. And again, we'll have this document posted on June 9th with the information going to the commission. But what overall we find is that results are suggesting the landowners and public hunters are generally satisfied with the program, and most want to participate again in the future. Of the 98 public hunters who responded, 49 harvested elk, so that's about a 50% harvest rate. Of those, 16 harvested bulls. And then in the landowner take, We had, there were 28 landowner license permits issued, and of those, we got 26 responses. And that was 19 bulls and 2 cows harvested on the landowner side of the equation. But some of the specific feedback we got, landowners appreciated the opportunity to hunt their own land. They appreciated that they could designate the license or permit benefit to a family member or employee. Both landowners and hunters wanted more advanced communication, better organization, and better timing going forward. That was a consistent theme in the comments received back. One of those, one variation of that was that hunters didn't get notified with much advance notice, or in some cases, it sounds like at all, of their opportunity. Not sure exactly where the pieces fell down in those situations, but this year we're fully committed to making sure that that information gets out much more in advance, so everybody has the full opportunity to understand that they were selected, et cetera. But on the landowner side of that communication piece, there was a comment that one of them didn't get their list of public hunters to choose from until after Thanksgiving. And so that's also not good timing, and a piece that we need to make sure that we're doing properly and in a timely manner up front. Landowners said that they'd like more options to choose from a pool of public hunters to increase harvest success, and they cited that some of the public hunters that were selected did not respond to the opportunity to hunt, and so they'd like more interaction and coordination with the hunters and FWP. So again, that's that communication piece. On the public hunter side, a majority were very supportive of the program and thankful for the opportunity. They also commented, though, there was a lack of coordination, organization, and communication, with some not knowing they were selected. There was some comment for some that when the hunters reached out to landowners, the landowners did not get back to them or did not answer their phones. And so that's a communication side of the coin too that we'll have to consider. But still, they said a majority that they would like to participate again. There was only one landowner that said they had any issue with a selected public hunter not knowing where to go, and didn't know, and then didn't go where the landowner told them to go. So we had one not good experience reported in that regard. So I think that's the wrap up as we have it right now. And again, we're still processing all those comments, and I think Jason for putting that all together, because there was a lot to comb through. So.
One quick question, Hope, just backing up and just some operational stuff. First of all, awesome report, and just sounds like some normal growing pains with anything. So should be pretty easy things to fix. The 10% number of tags that will be allotted to this 454 or capped at 10%. I guess that's kind of a two-part question. How many percentage points over did Director Warsack allocate because of the draw mishap? And then will that affect the number of permits going towards the 454?
So the director chose the same percent, and he chose the 10% for the elk hunting access because that it has been the allowance for if there was some snafu ever in licensing and draws. That's the number, the percentage that they've used in the past, the fudge factor for a lack of a better term. And so that's why they chose that same 10% for elk hunter access agreements. And I don't know, Jason, in those districts, I think it's considered separately this time.
I
Yeah.
checked, it is separate.
It is separate, yeah.
How many total hunters were there? You said you got 98 responses?
We surveyed 126 hunters, 98% or 98 responded. But all we called were the 3 public hunters. So we didn't, if somebody offered additional public opportunity, we didn't chase that further. We just took those 3, the landowner selected, and then the 2 FWP selected public hunters, and really hit those with the evaluation component. But again, recognizing other landowners also cited additional public opportunity. We just didn't chase that.
Yeah, because I feel like we got different numbers from the lawyer on our last meeting.
Those were his numbers.
Well,
Those
and-
were,
and they could include additional public
additional
harvest.
ones,
We,
yeah.
yeah, all we focused on were the statutorily required three
Right.
public hunters per license, yes.
they were the 6,
7.
7.
The ones that he helped facilitate, yeah.
And I don't remember what that was, 300? I don't remember.
Roughly 300.
Yeah. Paul,
Well, it was 289 extra cow elk tags, mainly on the whelps. And there was the bull tags and stuff, everybody. But from Mark's explanation, he said that 78% of the people that his people shot bulls at his ranch, the 7 ranches.
and I believe they pretty completely effectively managed that, that hunt opportunity.
Yeah.
I think one piece that I forgot to mention, so in districts where there's general licenses available for landowners and no restriction on the number, in those districts for hunter sign up, we're gonna have a hunter sign up period between June 30th and July 1 through our website. And then in those districts with general license opportunity for either either sex or animals, those public hunter slots will be offered in a random draw from those who sign up between June 30 and July 31. So just something for hunters to keep in mind as they look for an opportunity to potentially be selected.
Any other comments or ideas to put forward on 454s? HEAs.
It's been exponentially, the growth has been exponential on this one, right? Is that similar for this coming year? Or have you got any way to tell?
Right now, we've probably got about 15 applications, I think.
Did anybody drop out or do you have any way to know it's not over yet?
We don't know yet. The deadline hasn't ended, but some of the people that were in the program last year did draw their permit through Landowner Preference this year, so they won't be reapplying through EHA.
I think Rich got it.
And then Rich, I heard today, maybe he's not gonna.
No, it's me.
We're laughing with you. so.
And that's part of the timing with the application period is that we wanted folks to know what their permit draw was. So if they wanted an opportunity to sign up, they'd have that answer.
And I think, Lee, there'd be more people sign up. The longer this is around, the more people are gonna sign up for it.
Well, that's our goal, isn't just an access count.
Absolutely. And I think one of the caveats that should be put on this thing, especially and not only in these limited permit areas, where landowners awarded a permit, and then X number of the public gets either sex permit. The biologist in that region needs to sit down with the landowner and the landowner's biologist and have a discussion about how many cow elk need to be taken. And I'd recommend taking the last 2 weeks of the season and making it cow only to start bringing these numbers back to objective. And I know there's a lot of discussion out there. The objectives are wrong because there's so much habitat and there's X number of elk and great amounts of habitat. But when these elk were introduced to eastern Montana out of Yellowstone Park, they came with a set number that the landowners agreed to. And the department agreed to keep them to those numbers. And I think that needs to be revisited, see what landowner tolerance is today. And hammer out an agreement to where we have elk numbers everybody can live with.
Well, the elk and the bear pond is by the old deed it is. There's very little public land. There's some state land around the edge of it. Maybe a few alternate sections. I've got some friends I grew up with that live in the bear ponds, and they said the only time they see any elk is when their hay's growing. And then they come back there and calve in the spring, and and so the management's not working. As soon as somebody shoots, they vacate, and the numbers just keep growing. Said it was kind of neat when there was 8. When it got over 800, it wasn't near as much fun. 'Cause they're tearing the fences down.
I know an instance of a guy who borders a large ranch that doesn't allow much hunting. And he woke up one morning with, he's got a 300 cow outfit. He woke up with 5,000 elk at his place.
How long did they stay there?
Till 8 or 9 of his friends showed up with elk permits and they shot at him and then they ran away. Not very long.
Took the fence with them.
Yeah, but a day or two is significant on a place that size. How that.
It was kind of, I mean, it was, like I said, these are some things that come in there is that so we outfit, and so we participated, we gave the tag away, we did it, Wounded Warriors, which is, I think is a fine thing to do every once in a while, but I'm not gonna give away a hunt of that value every year just to do it. And so that was frustrating. And then we had 298 on our stack yards, and I called FWP to get help, but since I don't allow public hunting, or I'm not in there, and I can't say that I let my kids go or the employees go or anything like that, there was no assistance for any type of, and yet if I did, then I got assistance. So those are some, I'm like I said, I'm a little bit tainted on some things right now about it, so.
Yeah, it's a private property, right? It's just for the guys that try to play by the rule. They're, I'm not saying not everybody's playing by the rules, but the perception is that when they find a harbor, then they help take advantage of it, and then they come back later.
Members, I apologize. Jason and I both have some other commitments. We've got to run off. Got any last minute questions for Jason before he leaves?
Thanks, you guys.
I
do. That's okay. Appreciate you being here.
Did all 126 of those public hunters have bull tags?
No.
No? How many had bull tags?
I don't know. A lot of the agreements were restricted to antlerless only opportunity for the public.
Majority of it's probably cows.
So we don't know how many people have bull tags, so we can't get a harvest percentage of how many took bulls that had bull tags.
I would have to look at each agreement to see what opportunity was available to the public.
Okay.
Because a lot of them were restricted to antlerless only in the agreement.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there wasn't 18 total either sex tags used on that deal where, and 16 or 17 bulls were harvested total out of the whole deal.
Yeah, there were 17 bulls harvested.
If I remember Mark's numbers, that's what it was.
From the public hunters, there were 16 bulls harvested.
And they had like a 360 average.
There was a lot, and there was nothing smaller than a 4x5 taken. Everything was 6x6, 6x8.
Yeah.
So it was all,
I
I don't
remember
know
it
the
was
size.
roughly a 360
We didn't ask,
average.
we just asked points on each side.
Maybe I'd ask you a subjective question, you decline, but do you think there was parity in the bulls that were harvested, the number and the size from the public hunters to the landowners?
They were better. They were better. They had a better average.
It depended on the agreement and the landowner. So the ones that I took care of the landowners, the landowners that I surveyed, there were some that, again, there were 4x5s, 5x5s. The public hunter side were all better than that. But again, without seeing the elk, I can't tell you that a 5x5 is a 330-inch elk versus a 6x6 that's a 330. You know what I mean? In terms of opportunity, there were definitely some landowners who went over and above to try and get public hunters elk. So one of the situations was the weather prohibited the public hunters from getting on that ranch. So they took them to another ranch to try and get them elk. Some were allowed to harvest a second elk. Some were allowed to bring friends. And then some took them to a spot, helped them clean the elk and load the elk for them. So there was a lot of landowners that went over and above probably than just here's the place to go.
The ranches incurred a great deal of expense catering to. Oh.
I think from when I looked at my numbers, it was like, I think there was there 26 bull tags issued to the landowners?
Probably, I think 28.
Okay, 28. And from what I gathered, there was 36 people got to hunt bulls, from what numbers I think were available. But it was just from what data you put out earlier.
Right.
From what Mark had given me too.
Yeah, like I said, I'd have to look at each of the agreements because a lot of the public hunters were restricted to antlerless only. And so, you know, the landowner may have been issued a full permit or either sex permit, but then the public hunters are allowed to go either sex only. And so it's hard to say that they're quote unquote comparable in that sense.
Well, I thought they had to let at least one bull hunter hunt for each one. That wasn't the case.
They got to select one.
Huh?
They got to select one, but that person that they selected was not necessarily provided the opportunity to shoot an antlered elk. They just got to select one of the three. Am I correct in that?
I thought what Mark had said for every one of the bull tags of the people that he had, they let the public have one bull tag too.
And that could be, I know he represented 7 of the 13 agreements. So.
He told me that the public hunters had better success than the landowner. A higher percentage of success.
That was one of the rubs in the beginning of the change, was that in the initial agreement, it was like license for like license. And in the change in 21, it was a bull permit for any 3 permits or licenses. And so that was the rub, one of the rubs. And if Paul would like to propose that goes back in, that there's one bull tag and one bull tag for sure, I think that would be great.
Not so sure that isn't what happened.
No, that is not what it is.
I think we need to see what the report was.
No, I'm talking about the code as it exists.
Oh.
Yeah. Drew?
Mr. Chair, just a couple of general comments. Eric, you said the introduction of elk, and I guess I would just clarify that it was reintroduction of elk after we eradicated them prior to, so just to clarify there.
Well,
We had elk.
to the people that were living, there was a reintroduction because they had never seen an elk there.
Yeah, after our previous generations eradicated them, so I think that's important to note that this isn't a new species that just we randomly brought in there. And then just another point to say that I'm sure we'll circle around to, Rich, you said it, and I'll just re-say it. You know, when you gave away those hunts, first of all, awesome, thank you. I'm sure that whomever that wounded warrior was really appreciated that, and I appreciate you doing that. But you talked about the value of that hunt, and I think that's one thing we haven't talked about so far, is that a lot of these hunts haven't had so much of a value put to them, and elk definitely have a dollar amount to them. So whether that's $10,000, $20,000, it's not a small value. So that's some of the reason why this is contentious, is because it is so valuable. And just thoughts to keep in mind.
Dale?
Well, I got a lot of thoughts on 454s that cover a lot of areas. Right now, it's in statute that it's one permit, or for every permit that we give out, or then there's 3 that are given out to other people. One that's being selected by the landowner. I guess I have a problem with that. And I would like to see us take a hard look at that. And maybe if they are receiving 1 permit, and then they're having to select, or if there's 3 other people selected, if they're giving 1 permit, maybe that first permit that the landowner selects, they select who they want. But if we're giving them 4 or 7 permits, I really think that those bull tags that are being issued need to be selected randomly by Fish, Wildlife and Parks or whoever. on that same topic though, I'm also real adamant that I do believe that a landowner should have the opportunity to reject somebody to come on their property, and not just for poor hunter behavior. And for example, I'm Rich Roth, and I've got people that applied to hunt the bull as a part of the 454 program, and Dale Tribby applied for that. But you know what? When Dale Tribby was 15 years old and in junior high with his daughter, he bullied his daughter mercilessly. I mean, to me, that ought to be a grounds that, you know what, there's just some people you don't want, whether they have good hunting behavior or not. I mean, I think they need to have a valid reason, but I just don't think it should be just if there's been hunting issues in the past. I think private property, there needs to be a reason for that. But again, I do think that, okay, if we're gonna have in statute that we're going to give out 3 permits, if we're giving 1 permit to the landowner, I don't have a problem with them having 1 that the landowner selects. I'm unsure if there's a category that says, okay, they select from, you know, wounded warrior, such and such and such. I don't really like that. And the reason I don't like that, and please, I certainly have great respect for the servicemen and the people that work in the different public services capacities in this country, but there's an awful lot of people that give a tremendous amount to their communities that may not be in law enforcement, may not have been in the armed forces, but there's a lot of people that really give a lot, and because they don't fall into one of these categories, they're not included in that selection process. So I have a little bit of concern by that. Some of the other things that, and Hope alluded to it, and I think it'll probably come out in this report, but people are potentially selected to go on a, you know, okay, you can come out and hunt elk in the shoulder season. Well, if Dale Trivey's selected to come out in January to hunt a cow in the shoulder season, and I'm fortunate enough to go someplace and hunt a bull during the general season, I think there needs to be a mechanism where additional people are selected. They're not somebody selected at such and such a time and they choose not to show up. There needs to be a mechanism where other people are at least notified, and there needs to be an adequate time frame. Something that you mentioned, there were people that they weren't notified until Thanksgiving or whatever that they were being selected. That clarity needs to be much more well identified. I just think and Drew talked to it about, you know, it's a process that's growing. There's going to be growing pains with it, but I just thought there's a lot of areas that really need to have better transparency, and hopefully in the next iteration. For now, anyway, I may have some more things to add, but those are a couple of the things that I wanted to throw out there.
Okay. Are you wanting to, can you clarify a proposal, or do you have that written?
You know, right now, I don't have it written. I guess if I had one though, that I would like to say, for any of our 454s, the 1 permit that's given to the landowners, I have no problem, or I have less problem with the landowner selecting that hunter of their choice to come in and shoot a bull. If they apply for and are given additional 454 permits, that hunter that's going to be allowed to shoot or have the opportunity to shoot a bull, I think that needs to go into a random drawing that Fish, Wildlife and Parks conducts or whatever, and they are the person that selects the additional hunters to come in and for any of the additional elk that are going to
I'm
be
confused, Mr. Chairman. You're saying that if they do 454 on your ranch and the subsequent ones is what you're talking about?
The subsequent ones, yes.
Okay, so the way it is now, they select 2 for every application, right? No, 3.
Landowner selects landowner.
Yeah, so issuance of one landowner permit
Okay,
equals 3
right.
public hunters, one of which the landowner selects.
So there, the landowner for each 454 application, one would be his, is there a restriction on that, that they have to be a family member, employee? First one?
No, the
Not the first
454
public.
permit that's given, if I understand, can be given to the landowner, a family member, or somebody that works on the ranch. Is that
The first one.
the first one? And then other than that, if they've applied for a limited area and they submit a list or whatever, and Lee Cornwell has drawn a permit for this area, and Rich Roth says, no, I know Lee, I'm gonna select him, he will go out.
You get a list to
okay, so
go
you've
down
got
and say, oh,
one
these are all the
list.
people that applied. They're not in my family, they're not an employee, they're not me.
But you could,
I pick one of those.
one for out of every 4 after the first one then?
Well,
I only get, there's only 3 permits. I get one personally.
Yeah, but can't you do more than one 454 on your place?
Yeah.
So
That's
that's
what I'm
what Dale's
getting at.
addressing is, the first one is set up.
Right.
The second one, and it all does say may, so the department may issue. The second one is what Dale's talking about. If you issue that landowner a second bull tag, then the subsequent 3 public hunters should be in the draw.
Oh, so what you're talking about, if it's a large enough area of deeded land, so that there's more than one 454, which I'm sure there's a
Yep.
criteria.
Yep.
If you've got 1,000 acres, maybe 4 is all you're gonna do, right? So if you apply and receive 3, then you've got 12 elk cars, right? If you have 3
Yeah.
454 permits on your ranch.
And then
so
you have
the
9
ranch
others.
owner designates 2 of the first one. And 1 of the next 2, so he designates 4 of those 12,
That
and the
would be
rest of them,
correct.
you want them to be publicly drawn.
The other,
How is it now? Is every other one of them, do they get to select 2 each time now? I don't understand.
Well, yeah, I think we're getting a little turned around here between the proposal
I am.
that's current and the variation of the current. So if a landowner receives a license permit, then there have to be 3 public hunters. They get to pick one of those 3. If they're in a limited quota area, they pick off the list of
Yep, I understand
people
that
who've
part.
drawn that. And they don't have to offer the same equivalent hunting opportunity. So they could get the bull permit, but only allow antlerless. Yeah, they're not required to. Now, that could be a policy consideration. If you think that's something you want to recommend to the department moving forward, you could do that, but they don't have to give the same kind of opportunity, just they have to have 3 public hunters of some opportunity. And the opportunity has to be offered somehow between all of the available seasons between archery and shoulder. They don't get to say, you just get to come during archery, or you just get to come during the last week of whenever. You have to have public opportunity, but they can still say, you get 5 days total. You pick in what season you want to come, but you can only get 5 days, so that they can help manage that hunter management. I just use that as an example. That's not what they have to go for. But then they're not restricted to just one for themselves. They can, whatever, and then they have to multiply their public hunters. And
But
so
do they still get to select?
they
then
still get to select the
each-
first
they
of
get
the
to
3.
Select 2 of the for 4 each time for every.
Yeah, well,
every-
themselves for their employer, and then the
And
other.
then one of the next, so.
Replicate.
And what Dale's proposing to change, if you get another license or permit, and that would require a change in law to do what Dale's talking about.
Legislature does.
Yeah, and the other piece being that, just a reminder that if they choose multiples and they're in a quota district, that all goes into the random draw, so they might not get everything that they request. So,
All right, I understand it now. Thank you.
did I help or not?
But we're gonna change that, we gotta go to the legislature. So
What Dale's proposing, yeah.
Since I missed a little bit of that, where are we at?
Clarificate, she just clarified the, the fingers.
Okay. So, Paul,
So in the example of last year of the Wilkses, they got 8 bull tags, right? They got 8 bull tags for their family, not their family and their employees, right? And they gave out 8 bull tags to public hunters that drew that 411 hunting district.
Okay.
And they selected all 8 of those.
So they selected 16 of the hunters.
No, they selected 8 of the hunters. The other 2 hunters that they had, the 16 cow hunters that got to come on the Fish and Game Select. That makes sense.
Well, the way that Lee's describing it is he's taking this one and
Adding them together.
saying that they pick 16.
Cause you're picking them both, right?
Because they because they designated who got those permits they requested.
The Wilkses got to select 18 of the, and they let bull hunters on. So they got to select 8 of the people that drew out of the 411 tag.
Yeah.
That permit area they have is 411.
Not counting the family members that they've already selected.
The 8 are, they're totally separate.
Yeah.
They got 8 tags
They
over here for their family.
They
and
picked 16 though with their family and the 8.
Counting the family.
Counting
Counting
the
family,
the
they pick
family.
16 is what
Counting
Lee's
their
saying.
family.
Counting themselves, yes.
No, they got to select, they let 24 people come on to hunt on their land. 8 of them were bull hunters and 16 of them were cow hunters. The 8 bull hunters of the public hunters that got to come on their ranch were chosen by the Wilkses, okay? The 16 cow hunters that came on the ranch were chosen by the Fish and Game, okay? That makes sense?
Yeah, well, but I still say that they selected all 16 of them, if part of them were their family. In order to get, they wouldn't have got those permits if they hadn't applied 8 times for the 454. Would they?
You're mixing the 2 up.
No, it's all the same.
Well, they got 8 tags separate. Those 8 tags are over here for their family.
Okay.
And then they gave 8 more bull tags and 16 cow hunters. So they got 24 people got to come on their ranch now. 8 bull hunters and 16.
You're saying the same thing.
Yeah, we're saying the same. I agree.
Okay, so what you want to propose is you want the Wilkses to only pick, and that exists, you only want the Wilkses to pick 1 of the hunters and the Fish and Game get to pick the other 23?
Yes. No, that, I want them, the first 8 that they get, that by being in virtue of the 454 program, they go to family and employees of the ranch. So they're selecting them.
Yeah, they are.
I'm talking about the public hunters.
Okay,
What do you wanna do
so
with
the public hunters, for anybody that applies for a 454 permit, if you apply for one 454 permit and you're given that, and there's 3 additional hunters that come on, you get to select the one person that's going to come in and hunt a bull or whatever, I guess you designate. The other 2 are picked by Fish, Wildlife and Parks. But if you're awarded any subsequent 454 permits, all of the 3 additional hunters are selected by random by Fish, Wildlife and Parks. That's what my proposal is.
So in essence, they would get to choose 1 out of.
I think you're gonna lose a lot of ranchers on that deal.
Well, no, there's actually getting to choose.
They only get, in his scenario, they get to pick the first one.
The 454 permit plus the first
2
random
there,
hunter.
That's
2 there, then 1 out of the next 4. So
But if they got more 454 tags, they wouldn't get to choose.
How was it, Ted? How was the first one when John Swans and Bob Lee?
So-
If you got a bull tag, everybody got a bull tag, isn't it?
So the first one with John Swans was if the landowner got 1 bull tag,
Yeah.
the public got 4 bull tags.
Yeah, they were all the same.
But again, if we go back to the
Yeah, that's
genesis,
what happened originally.
the genesis of the program, and he helped create that program, and looking at his property and what he saw as a solution, he thought it was reasonable to offer 4 public hunter to hunt again on that property. That was the beginning.
That was John.
Correct.
And it was the way I remember, it was this limited area right around his buildings that he had open. There was 1,500 acres or something.
Yeah, his license was good right there. Their license was good there and elsewhere in that region because it was already good in that unit, not the region. But whatever that hunting district was, that was the original. Yes.
But nobody, they couldn't get any other landowners to sign up.
Oh, well,
because they didn't think
had
that was
three.
fair.
Right.
They had three.
And so the legislature changed it. And then that's
Then
why.
they added cow tags, so it didn't have to be the similar sex.
No, they didn't add cow tags. What the change was, we went from one 454 license permit, whichever, for the landowner, 3 to the public, and they didn't have to be designated. They could be either a bull tag or just a cow tag.
Who decided that? The landowner?
The legislature.
What the-
Oh, yeah, the landowner.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
So,
that's-
yeah.
that was
so I-
legislative.
potentially I could get myself a bull tag and let 3 other guys hunt cow.
Right, right.
Okay, thank you.
Not last year, it was in 19. Yeah, so that change happened in the legislature in 19. And then 21 was,
21,
I can't remember what was that.
So in 21, it changed the ratio from 1 to 4 to 1 to 3.
Yeah,
And that that the landowner gets to pick one of the 3.
They don't all have to be the similar sex. You can designate, I'm on a big bull and you can come shoot some dry cow.
and this, just to explain it again, yes, John originally wanted a tag. He would like to hunt a bull on his place. And his contribution to the effort was, if I can have that one tag, I would feel comfortable allowing 4 of the same tags from the people that drew that hunt district, because it was a limited draw, the opportunity to hunt on my place. That was the beginning. True.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So circling back to what I mentioned earlier about there's money involved in this, whether it's actual cash or just people having a perceived value of elk. The uproar that we saw last year, the wrath that you felt, Rich, was sports people around the state not feeling that it was equitable anymore. And to elaborate on that more, when it was a 1 to 4 ratio and it was a bull to bull, and that gentleman thought that that was equitable, and yeah, there weren't a lot of landowners participating in it. When it all of a sudden got changed, and it didn't have to be that same ratio, and then to Dale's point, landowners got to pick, there was a loss of equitability there that didn't sit right with them. And that's where a lot of that came from, was that.
Just before Paul, Rod, did you have something?
Earlier I did, but, well, that's fine.
Yeah.
We've only been in this a year. I don't think we should be making a lot of changes in the new process.
So if I can bring Dale's proposal or concept backed up. I think one of the reasons why Dale was bringing that concept up is the original thing was one tag. And then the applications based on populations of elk can be greater than one of those tags. So in Paul's case, he's talking 8 of those tags. And so for the opportunity to get 8, what Dale, I think, is proposing is on the first one, that's the agreement as the law stands. On the subsequent 2 through 8, let those be the random selection of the public. That kind of
Then
clarifies.
equitability in sexes too.
That's a
It
whole
makes
separate
sense,
part of
doesn't
that. In the tag,
Yeah.
that's a whole separate part of that.
I would personally say yes.
Well, I would think in Montana fairness, if you're gonna give out 50 tags, half of them should be bulls and half of them should be cows, and they should be selected with a lottery. Other than the 5 or whatever that the.
Yeah, but
landowner-
what if you're long on cows? I mean, I think there should be a science component behind some of this. It can't just be a split, because all of a sudden you take an area like ours where our average food and carcass score of bulls is 366. You take it down to 280, you know, because you're just doing it like, I don't know, it's just a quick comment there, like
Yeah, but is it about management of size or is it about management of herd size?
Right.
Both.
Both.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well, I think
the
that,
state's been lacking.
I think though, that is your perception. When you look at the rules and you look at the things that in the guidance for the 454, it's about wildlife management. It doesn't talk about wild, you know, the size of the trophies. It's really
But that
talks
still
about
is,
trying to get.
if you talk to a biologist, that is a correlation between quality of herd. The better the bulls, the better the genetics and all that stuff. It'd be no different than me running cows. I mean, I could have a crap herd out there, just a bunch of cows out, but I've worked on genetics to have a good, they're better converters of grass, they're just better animals. So you talk to biologists, there is a correlation. I'm not gonna get into it because I'm not fully versed, but I've talked to them, there is a correlation, so.
I don't,
Eric,
The thing that a lot of people fail to understand is the pride issue that people have in the ranch. They have pride in their cattle and they have pride in their wildlife. Rich is proud of his elk herd that he's got on the place. And here's the thing I look at, when we're dealing with this, with these landowners, we have got to give them an incentive to join these programs, to allow the public. I don't care if it's just to kill some of the elk, I want to see elk killed to get these numbers under control. When elk were out of control in the Missouri breaks, we had 50 to 80 head of elk coming as far north, 65 miles north to our ranch. And camped in our fields, tearing our fences up.
eating the alfalfa.
Yeah, I mean, it's a problem. If we've got to give these landowners X number of permits to get Y number of cows killed in these these grossly over objective units, that's what needs to be done. Your other choice is alienate the landowners. What's gonna stop them from going and shooting a bull on their own place anyway? You got 25,000 acres, ain't nobody else on. They want a bull, they're gonna go shoot him and haul him out at midnight. Jump on their private plane and go home. Nobody gets access to an elk. So we've got to figure out a way to give landowners an incentive to allow the public in to kill some of these problem elk. And the cow elk are the problem.
That's where the quality comes in.
Absolutely. They want to maintain the quality of the bull, but they don't, and they're not gonna allow the public in to run all the bulls off their place and see them slaughtered on the neighboring property. It won't happen. So we gotta figure out an incentive to give them to get in there to check these cow numbers. Because having 8,000 head of elk on 25, 30,000 acres is not healthy. They're gonna get a disease eventually and wipe the whole works out. So in the meantime, we gotta come up with some solutions that are viable. And equity, yeah, gee, if life was fair, it'd be great, but life ain't fair. They own the ranch. We've got to deal with them in order to get access to the elk that are on their ranch.
and there's a difference between fair and equitable. I'm not saying.
Right, and everybody's idea, each landowner's gonna have a different idea of what's fair and equitable. And they're gonna have
I
to
guess
deal
the
with that.
challenge I have with it is the elk are in these havens until the season's over and then
Yep.
they're all back out on the neighbors.
Yep.
And you really haven't done anything to address the problem.
Absolutely.
You know, because the only time they're proud of them is when nobody else can hunt them.
Yep, and,
I'm just being the devil's advocate.
and here's.
Somebody wants to slap me when this is all over that. But what I'm saying is, if you're looking at it from a place out there like the Bear Paws was dry, those guys, you know, there's no irrigation much, so you're relying on what naturally grows. And the elk all show up at your place the 1st of May and stay there till the day after hunting season starts, and then they're down where somebody's proud of them.
Yeah.
You know, in the case of the Robinson Ranch is where the most of them go. And then they're hide there till the season's over and then out they come. And so the guy that's feeding them and taking care of them's only got them, he's got them the 10 months when they have absolutely no value.
Right.
And the other guy's got them the time when there were some.
And there's been talk of going to cow only seasons. If you really want to reward poor behavior, go to 5 weeks of cow only. I'd like to see the last 2 weeks cow only and get access and kill elk. go to 5 weeks of cow only, give me 3 years. If I had a rancher, instead of having a $6,500 elk, suddenly you've given me a $20,000 elk. Because he grew that much in 3 years' time. He went from being a 300 bull to a 380 or 90. So going to cow only isn't gonna work either. So we gotta find a way to work with these guys and bring some solutions to them.
So Paul, did you have a final?
Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so you keep talking about scientific management of our elk. This has nothing to do with management. This is all about access. This is all about access and opportunity for the resident hunters. And this year, I think we should just let it sit for a year and see how it goes, because previously the 1-to-4 ratio that didn't work. Landowner said that's not equitable to them. Obviously it wasn't, and they didn't sign up for the program. Now we have 13 landowners. We had probably close to 400 opportunities for resident hunters to hunt. And it wasn't just cows, it was bulls too. So I think, if you go back and if the Wilches hadn't been able to pick those 800, I don't think they would have participated. And so I think we just let it sit, see how it goes. But I don't think that you require them to let the Fish and Game pick randomly 23 hunters out of the 24 hunters. The landowners aren't going to go for that. And the other thing you got to keep in mind is that the 8 bull hunters in the Wilkes' example was they had to pick people that had already drew the 411 tag. So they picked 8 out of that, and then the 16 hunters that got to hunt cows was all picked by random.
So let me ask you a question, and this has been kind of itching on me all day, and I'll ask for Paul, Rich, and Eric, or whoever else wants to chime in. And I look at, it's maybe unfortunate to use the Wilkes brothers, but I'm going to just use them because they received the greater number of 454 permits. They selected the 8 hunters. They got 8 bull tags that, because they're non-residents, they likely would not have got, had they just applied through the normal means. Of those 8 hunters that they selected, not the 454 permits, but the next 8, how many of those people would have been selected by them because they're their accountant or they're some friend of their friends that would have been given access anyway onto that ranch? And I know I'm asking you to totally speculate, but.
No, I don't have to speculate because Mark put it in his report that we got at the EQC meeting. And he said very few, if any, knew the ranchers prior to that or had ever been on the ranch. I know there's probably a couple guys that did, that they knew, maybe their vet or somebody, but that was it. And how they chose the hunters, it was through Wounded Warriors, teachers, firemen, kids mainly. They picked a lot of kids. I mean, were you involved in that?
Well, I just listened to the EQC and saw some of the pictures of the elk cars.
Yeah,
So.
and I saw the pictures of the elk. They were monsters. And they didn't restrict them in any way, shape, or form, and they were all Montana residents.
And they'd already applied for a permit.
They had already gone.
So they
So
didn't pre-select them and say, hurry up and
I
go
think
apply.
they went from, I think there's 200 tags there. I don't remember for sure, but they went through that list of 200, picked out people that were, they actually probably got a resume on it and picked them out that way. And it wasn't, I'm not saying they didn't know, they didn't know any of them, but most of them they didn't know. And they came from all over the state.
So I did not know that. Thank you, Paul.
And that's a report Mark gave at the EQC.
Thanks for that. So Dale, would you like to bring that proposal forward for a thumbs up, thumbs down?
Yeah, I guess I would.
Okay. So the proposal is that on the first 454 issue, that it would remain as it is. And on the second and subsequent 454s issued, all of those public hunters would be in random draw. Everybody clear on that? Okay. So thumbs up for that proposal. We don't have a consensus. Do we want to try to break that?
I don't think we'll get there, so.
Okay. So, so we're not going to bring that proposal forward. To your point, Paul, I think everybody would feel more comfortable if everybody applied that rule that way, but that is not in the code.
Well, I wasn't aware of that. I thought they had to give one full thing. Is that
No,
not true?
they do
Okay.
not.
The public hunters,
No.
no, the landowner
And-
gets to choose.
And to ride on the good grace. And also to Dale's question, to ride on the, I mean, they have to be drawn first of all in that unit to get that, if it's a bull tag. So it can be fairly random, but I think, quite frankly, in my experience of talking through that particular issue, I think it was well done because it was very visible.
Yeah.
And it was clearly made equitable
Yeah.
in that condition. I just don't think that every one of those is gonna be handled that way.
Well,
And that's a
and maybe
concern.
not, and I agree, maybe one of the tags out of the three have to be a like-kind tag. I mean, I don't think that's gonna
Yeah,
cause
I
any
don't-
heartburn with the landlord.
No, I don't think it should either.
You,
What was that question?
So
if
let
they
me,
got, one of the tags has to be a full tag, it's
I-
like-kind, I don't think that's a big.
I think that should be that way. I thought it was that.
I did
It
too.
is
I
not.
did too, so.
so,
Thumbs up.
Yeah.
So-
Compromise.
let me clarify this. So what could fly is the landowner gets their
Bull
tag,
tag.
their bull tag. One public hunter will get a bull tag, and they already did it, the one you're.
Yeah,
you're
Yeah,
getting
well,
to.
in most of the cases.
They get a bull tag, and then the other two could be either or,
Yeah.
right?
And that like-kind,
Are we all clear on that?
Yeah.
and that like-kind
Okay, the
tag,
second.
let the landowner pick that one.
What do you call a lifetime tag?
No,
It's just,
like,
it's just
like-
like,
like tag.
Either sex tag or an animal.
Yeah, so the landowner's getting a bull permit. We're gonna ask the first public hunter gets the like bull permit, right? And the other two, whichever.
Yeah.
So that the second part of that
Maybe
has
half
to
the
be,
second
second part of that has to be, is that a random draw for that public hunter who gets the bull tag? Or is it a selection by the landowner?
It probably should be random for the other sex. I would
What
say.
Dale wanted to do was to have it so that it was all random.
I know, that's what we're
How
saying.
does it-
Moot point, that's.
No.
How does the law?
Yeah,
Okay,
good
so-
compromise here.
so right now, the landowner picks one and they get to decide, you know, what sort of access opportunity these folks have in terms of type of animal harvested. But the one that they pick, if it's in a limited quota area, comes off the list of hunters that have already drawn a permit. So I just want to be clear, when
Oh,
when
yeah.
you're saying they get a tag, some people could hear that as we're issuing an extra tag and we're
No.
not. So it's the list of existing
Yeah.
people who've already drawn. And
So that's gonna limit them to picking them.
Whatever it
Picking
is.
They
the
get,
ground.
they get to pick the one that the either sex tag, the permitted area. right?
well, currently that they get,
No, this is the question on. The first question is one like tag for one like tag. And that's, I think we're in agreement.
Yeah.
And then the second question is, how's that like tag for the public determined?
does the landowner pick the like tag person? Or does there have to be one like tag person that the landowner doesn't pick that is in FWP's pick process?
If I'm reading the law right, that person has, that picks a like, that has, if it's a limited draw permit. In this case, 4/11/20. Then that would be, they would select that hunter, because that's what it says in the law, right?
Not right now. Under this, if there's a like tag, issued under this proposal under consideration, would it be the landowner who picks the like tag person, or would it be FWPs among FWPs too? And that's the policy choice.
What does the law say about, if it's something about a limited permit, what's it say about that?
Doesn't.
It doesn't. The landowner, if there's a limited permit, the landowner picks off the existing list of public hunters that drew in that district.
Right. So if they're getting an either sex tag, that is a limited draw area. And so they would be able to pick that hunter off of the roster. The cow tags are not, they're probably not. I guess some of those are limited areas too.
Eric, did you have?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we put a caveat on there that if they get their tag, they get the one random pick from FWP and then 2 others. And over objective units, can we sit with the landlord's work and say X number of cows need to be taken out of here too?
That's always an option. I mean,
So I think that's another separate.
Yeah.
And it, I don't want to diverge.
We can't mandate them
Let's settle this.
any more than we already are. We're already having a tough time mandating 3 permits.
Yeah.
If we want to go out there and kill
So
50 cows.
Well,
Let's
what I heard not too long ago is that Wilkes has offered to let 1,000.
One example, for sure. I mean, Rich, if you got the tag and you were able to pick all you wanted, are you gonna let 100 cows get whacked off your place?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
Well, that's what happened with the road. They
So-
got 289 people.
So let's stick to,
Yeah.
and this is legislative.
Yeah, listen,
This is legislative to bring it back to where it was essentially. And so the one like tag would be issued to, in the permit case, the language is probably going to be a like permit or license to the one public hunter. Right? So that's the first part. We're good on?
yeah.
So the first part is the first public hunter tag would be a like tag, because we all good on that?
Got it.
And that's the one selected by the land.
Yes.
And I think it should, yeah, I'd like to see it be the landowner pick that person.
I'd like to see it ran.
So let's do this. Let's do this. Wait a second. We agree on, Drew, Paul.
Huh?
Do we agree on one like tag?
Yeah. Everybody,
Okay,
that's a thumbs up.
okay, all right.
Mandatory one like that.
One like tag, 1-to-1.
To write it down before it goes away.
Yeah.
Get it before it evaporates.
Turn off all that thinking. No. And this isn't gonna happen this season
No,
unless,
which is probably good, because I think it's what Paul said earlier about giving the program a chance to see. I mean, we're trying to make all these changes even right now. We
Yeah.
don't really even know. I mean, most of the time, like a 3-year time frame would give a person an idea of okay,
Yeah.
what was really successful or not. So
well, we could get this through next year, but that's the quick.
And
But, Rich, right now, to me, it's only been going
Right.
1
Yep.
year.
Yeah,
We've got to have 2 or 3 years to see what happens.
Sure.
So, to me, it's kind of mute what we're doing right now.
so then we're good on that part.
except, let me ask, if they seek multiple landowner permits of the next 3 hunters, is there still one like tag in the next 3?
We voted that. Well, yeah. Oh, it would be. Oh, you mean if it was multiple?
Each
So-
454.
Each one of they get, yeah, they've got to let like kind.
For each 3.
We all good on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so then the second part is, does the department pick that like tag for the public hunter, or does the landowner?
I say the first one landowner.
Yeah.
if they're picking them out of the.
Yeah, we have to pick from a list. It's not like I get to go pick my friend.
You can't
Right.
sculpt.
Unless he drew.
Yeah,
Well, unless he drew.
Pick it from somebody from
Yeah,
school
that'd
that
be
drew.
great. That's,
I'm applying.
I'm a landowner. That's, I mean,
I'm applying and I find out I'm your.
well, I get that. I'll tell you, Ed, growing up where I grew up, I had a lot of friends during hunting season and not very
Oh,
many
yeah.
afterwards.
I'll come later.
I'm used to it.
Donna, have-
I agree that the landowner should pick it, but then when you think big picture, in order to get this to go through legislation, does it look better if we let that go?
It's coming from a list of randomly drawn people already.
Yeah.
So I don't think that the landowner picking somebody off of a list is 50 people that drew a tag. is gonna
I
make a
realize
difference.
that, Eric.
Most of them are probably from Butte too.
But,
No, we
I
don't get it.
realize that, but it took us 20 minutes for
Yeah.
all of us to realize that.
Mhm.
The average voter in Montana does not get that.
Yeah, and I would echo that, Donna. I think the social capital that landowners might be spending to be able to pick somebody from a randomized list that FWP is already providing, certainly for a landowner to decide if that's worth it or not, but I think if you want to build relationships and bridges across Montana between landowners and sportsmen, randomize would go down much smoother.
With the sportsman, but not the landowner.
Do you want the landowners to
You want the
sign up
landowner
for
in
the
the
program?
You gotta have some control.
I think the fury that came out of 454 last year, I think 505 might have been the only thing that was even close to be as intense as that was. And I think that if there's not, and maybe I'm just speaking too broadly here, but I think if there's not an adjustment there made, I think that the continued, what we see from like the elk coalition happening here is going to be, this isn't good at all, scrap the whole thing. And I don't want to see that, because I think there's merit here to 454. So I'm just saying that, I think, I'm agreeing with Donna that, is it worth it? I don't know, but
Right.
I
My
don't-
preference personal is let the landowner do it. But
So
how's it
let-
gonna be looked at?
do we need to talk about it more?
no.
So if you're in favor of the, let's put it first, the public hunter being randomly selected by the department on that like permit, if you're in favor of putting that forward, thumbs up.
Say it one more time.
You're in favor of the department randomly choosing that public hunter. That's the question. right?
Like tag.
For the first like tag.
For the first like tag, thumbs up. Okay. If you're in favor of the landowner selecting that first public hunter through permit process that would already happen.
Are we evenly divided?
I'm gonna.
Well, we're not.
You bring the question up and then you go neutral.
Again,
Come on.
if you would all like to take this to fist the five until we get to a consensus, we could do that.
Well, that'd be.
I mean, really,
No,
that's our process. We're consensus.
If the landowner can't pick the like kind, which one is he going to pick? You gotta look at that question. Huh?
And it was just put forward, so.
I'm just saying.
So are we comfortable going forward with that? Then we already are. And so that first person, public hunter, will be selected from whoever was drawn by the landowner.
And that's the way it is now.
Right, and that's what we had to go back to, because it's already in statute.
We can't change
We're
it
not gonna
anyway.
change it anyway.
And wait till the next legislature meets this season, it'll be over.
Well, all this in again, as we flesh these out, we will consider to take this to EQC or wherever a supporting legislator.
It's 2023.
As we look through anything that we missed in it, we'll find out about it.
You think that we bring to our attention?
Right. But I think, we're offering to bring that forward. I think that's great. 3 o'clock, so we're kind of up against a break in public comment. Before we disband to a break, 454s, was there anything else in 454s?
When was that to figure some of these?
No? So let's try to take a 10-minute break. And then we'll have some public comment.
I'm ready to start back over again. I'm almost old enough to do this. I'm like.
Yeah.
Coalition or MWF?
Yeah, clarify.
We got it. Sorry,
That's okay.
I'm totally inept at this.
Can you hear us now, Colleen?
You're coming through loud and clear.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna get rolling again with public comment. So first up is in the room.
Hello again, Marcus Strange for the record, STRANGE. And I'm here today as the State Policy Director for the Montana Wildlife Federation. And I just wanted to take a minute and just thank you all for the good work you're doing. I've sat on a couple of committees similar to this, and I know it's a lot of work. Really great discussion today, and thank you for letting me speak yesterday. I really appreciate it. Love to come back again and tell you more in a couple of months when we've made some more progress. And I just wanted to flag, I thought the tax suggestion that Rod made was a really good idea. And, you know, tentatively, I could give some support to that. I'd love to see it fleshed out some more, but I thought that was pretty creative and a really good solution for a problem. So just wanted to share that. And again, just say thank you to you all. Really appreciate it.
Any questions from Marcus today?
No, I'm good.
I'll got my number.
All right. Any other public comment? None in the room? Online?
Real, there's Jeff Dara is on the line.
Okay. Mr. Dara?
Same guy.
Are you there, Jeff? If you can mute yourself. Unmute yourself.
How about now? You got me?
There you go.
All right. Man, I live out here in the country, so my service isn't always real good, so I apologize for that. Again, I'm Jeff Dara, the Executive Director for Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. And I just have some general comments I'd like to make. As an organization, we support the authority and responsibility of FWP to manage wildlife populations, and in this case, elk on private lands. We encourage cooperation between FWP and private landowners to maintain and advance hunting opportunities that provide for high quality outdoor experiences. Trying to stay within objectives of elk is very difficult when large tracts of private land harbor large numbers of elk. The EHA or 454 agreement provide a tool to FWP to help accomplish elk harvest on these tracts of lands. There's been a campaign, it seems like, to resist the use of 454 agreements, and information has been touted that isn't true or factually incomplete. It's obvious that the management of elk in Montana has become very politicized, and it will continue to ramp up with a session approaching us. Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife strongly supports private property rights, but maintains it's important to provide FWP the tools they need to crack barriers to elk harvest on private lands. Groups such as yours and the Elk Advisory Council are currently working on these very issues. We agree that the EHA agreements are not perfect and that some tweaking needs to be done. And I did get dizzy today trying to keep up with the thumbs up, thumbs down, and the number of fingers. But what you're doing, what you're doing there is admirable and needs to be done. And thank you for that. Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife encourages the support of these agreements as a useful tool to harvest elk and to hopefully foster positive relationships between Montana's hunters and landowners. Landowners that are willing to give this a try should be commended, not vilified. The hunter behavior issues that have been discussed previously are a real concern of these landowners. Promoting the politically motivated statement, bulls for billionaires, is a very counterproductive statement. This type of rhetoric will only cause further aggravation, elevate tensions, and it produces no solutions. Thank you for the time, and I appreciate everything you guys have done in the last couple of days.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions for Jeff? I have one.
Okay.
So how would you describe, and can you give me an idea of the number of your membership?
You bet. It fluctuates because not everybody gets their membership dues in it on a regular basis, but we fluctuate between 350 and 400 members throughout the state of Montana.
And how would you describe their composition?
Before I joined this group, I knew a lot of the members because I worked with them as an FWP employee. They're landowners, beehive keepers, taxidermists, hunters, retired folks, just a wide spectrum of people. I think our group started out with wolves as part of our main issue in trapping, but we've grown into a bigger group than that. We support hunting, fishing, and trapping.
All right. Thank you, Jeff.
You betcha. Thank you for the opportunity.
You bet. Any other? Oh,
There are no more public comments, Chair Bill.
all right. Thank you, Colleen. Yeah, not easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we're wrapped up with, I think, what are the larger access programs. So let's just kind of real quickly, does anybody have any comments on looking back at that sheet? The other programs there, the first would be the Unlocking Public Lands program. And that's the one that essentially gives a $750 tax credit to a landowner who would open access to public lands. Any questions, comments, thoughts on that?
We're running out of FWP employees, but obviously not utilized very much. Is it not advertised? Is it, what's the hang up? Is it worth having?
You're asking the staff?
Was the letter sent, the letter that was sent out that had UPL?
It included the unlocking public lands, the letter that was referenced in the PALA agreements. And I don't think we got any new hits that I'm aware of.
We've had 1 year since its inception. Basically, we had a few more over by Rygate, that landowner pulled out partway through the season. People driving really shouldn't be.
Yeah.
I think in general, what I've heard is that it's a select group of landowners that find that one be most favorable to them. And so as you consider it, it's a matter of, how customizable do you want everything to be? And it's a philosophical discussion. Having it there maximizes customization for an individual's needs, greater customer service, but then it's a larger menu, more things to manage with workload considerations.
It almost seems like that one and PALA could be combined, where you could almost offer both of those incentives. Essentially, they're the same thing. Well, I mean, sorry.
Mr. Chair, the other part of that, I had one enrolled when I was a captain in Glasgow between Hinsdale and Seiko, and it's the time of year too, because of the tax time. It's, approaching those landowners at that time when those applications are due, it's a little bit difficult too. They're just not, real receptive to that too.
Okay. Any other staff comment on anything particular about that program? So do we want to just not worry about it because it's not used much? Do we want to suggest that it be not on the slate, on the menu?
How much value does it have?
1,400 acres.
1,400 acres of land. Does it take any time?
Little signage. We put some carcinite posts up along the route from the access point over to the, in this case, Dnrc section.
You have any other comment on it?
We had a DNRC section that was enrolled as a PALA. And, you know, I'm not sure, it would probably be a personal preference on the landowner's end as to which program was the best fit for them. But we haven't had any interest in this program.
And I think in the Pala, they're either gonna get 525 or 1,050, I think. In a payment versus a tax credit, so it's pretty close.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, is you could take that incentive for Pala, add this as a menu option to that, say, pick the money or pick the tax credit, lump it into that program.
On the
Might be more complicated.
on the application.
I'm just looking at it,
Okay.
per our conversation this morning, when we looked at like what North Dakota did, how they
Right.
shrunk down the options.
Yeah, okay,
I don't know if there's appetite for that.
so maybe two, any other thoughts on it?
How long has it been available?
There's been 2 iterations of it. I'm trying to get back to the legislation. Unfortunately, my brain is failing me. So it started in one version and morphed into the current version, and unfortunately, I've lost the details in my head. I could try and pull that up here. And review that with you.
It's been quite a while.
Yeah, so it was enacted in, here we are. It was enacted in 2013, and then it was amended in 2015. And I want to check.
I think it was the tax credit amount, right? Hope it went from 500 to 750 or.
Sorry, give me just one more second. So it was originally a $2,000 credit and it increased to $3,000, and it started as unlocking state land. Started as unlocking state land and any public land. And then the original amount of the credit was $500. That was increased to $750, and the maximum in a year was $2,000. That increased to $3,000. And wanted to check.
Yeah, because a landowner could have multiple ones up to the 2,000 or 3,000.
And then it's also, the difference too is it's funded through the general fund, and public land lease not required for federal. It says no federal in that column. We can certainly add it to the next meeting and just.
Yeah, that might be a double check. 1830, 23.
On this one, there's also a restriction if the private land, if hunting is managed on the private land by any kind of commercial arrangement, that it's not eligible as well.
Is that true on Pala?
No. No. Just this one, just the UPL.
I guess if it's been around that long, hasn't got a lot of traction. I'm not sure what it does.
And I'm sure the 250 was the creative try to incentivize it more. There's no way I'm going to suggest you get a full tag with it.
Are you sure?
All right. Well, the thing that occurs to me on this is when I originally read Pala originally stated federal lands. And then it was interpreted to include state lands. And so to me, when I looked at that in the beginning, it's like, well, it's gonna suck this right up into it and make it irrelevant. That was just my initial view on what Pala became. You know, it's like, well, so this is identifying generally state lands. Pala was identifying federal, and now Pala has both.
The other thing to know about the unlocking public lands, this is the piece I was trying to get to in my head. So it has a termination date. It sunsets in 2027 under the legislation. So originally it sunset in 2018, then it was extended to 2020. Now it's extended to 2027, just as an awareness.
There you go.
Never seen, it just hasn't taken off. And I think it's because of the amount of money so minimal there. It's.
Now with Pala, there's no competition. It'll die probably, unless some legislators pet project.
Well, and if this were to go away and they apply for a pallet on a section, it'd be 1,025, 1,050.
So it's pretty much equal, if it's a section or less. What they get paid in pallet, what they get paid through UPL, once you pay tax on what you get through the pallet payment versus a $750 tax credit, it's gonna come out.
So do we want to put forward any recommendation? I would say it's either just leave it alone, not worry about it, or recommend the department look at doing away with it. If it's cost savings or whatever to the department. And it's gonna sunset, so.
I would say since it's not a burden, I would be fine just letting it go to its end date and.
So that's Drew's proposal.
Sure.
We let it run to its sunset. And let it be. Thumbs up to that proposal. Okay. The middle one, access public lands.
I have a question about that. Is there just one, how can we open up 187,000 acres of public lands with one application?
Well, that was the one completed in 2021. So that's what that number of contracts and projects in this year, the current year.
And it's new, isn't it?
Oh, that's
No.
No, okay.
So was there one contract that freed up 187,549 acres of public land?
I gotta get to sorry, this is one that I'm not as familiar with. I gotta pull up the.
Looks like it's the most effective one we have.
Well, it says there's only been one that's been completed.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
if you look at how many acres it's supposedly completed, it's
Must have
doing
been a
pretty good.
fourth of,
I think this one was about managing the property. If I recall. I think it was about more management on
What's
the
the home to hunt?
So it's
funding.
Home to hunt is what funds it. It's
I
like
know, I
if
get
you
that,
were
that's what
born
I'm-
in
Home to hunt.
Montana,
I didn't know.
The funding comes out of the home to hunt, license fees.
Yeah, so it's a license over children of that state.
So I'll give you what was in the PLPW report last time on this one. So projects can consist of simple signing projects or right-of-way acquisitions and access easements on term lengths or in perpetuity. And the note is that due to the complexity of some of the projects, some take many years to come to fruition and some immediately happen, such as the signing of public land boundaries. But in 2019 and 2020, FWP did both short and long-term, less than 5,000 projects, and work on long-term commission endorsed projects that were more than $5,000. And right now, at the time of publication, so January 2021, we had we had 3 ongoing long-term projects. One was north of Denton, one was in northeast Montana. It was a right-of-way road easement, and then the big Snowy's WMA. And then we had projects completed in 2019 and 20 were 5 projects. Money for the Forest Service improvements at the Falls Creek area in central Montana. Money for the CB White Memorial FAS in western Montana. Signing boundaries and sign maintenance on state DNRC land and BLM lands in central and southeast Montana. There was money used to research road status in northeast Montana, and then Spence right of way, which opened up about 3,800 acres of DNRC and BLM on an open fields project in northeast Montana. So I'm going back a little further than just the one project mentioned here for 2021.
I'm guessing that 187 is those 8 projects over time.
We have one into Haymaker WMA where we did a road right of way. One of the first years that money was available. It might have been called Access Montana at that time. I don't know, there was a switch between naming of programs, but we did buy half-mile road easement. Into Haymaker, WMA.
And these are funds that we've been looking at, so we've been trying to find projects for it, and looking at the Lower Yellowstone River Corridor project and potential for additional access along there. Jason went out along with another staff member at the end of April, looking at a couple of places to see what might be ripe to use for this kind of funding in tandem with that project. And so we have an idea coming out of that one. It's too early to talk about it, but
How much money does it generate every year?
oh,
Is there an appropriation for the?
yeah. Let's see if I can quickly find what we've got. I'd have to double check. I'm sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head. We've talked about it before and it didn't stick.
It isn't taking anything away from anything else we're doing. so we just leave it.
No, but it's just sitting there. It's a dedicated pot of money. Looking for projects.
Is there any-
Like the useful
Yeah, leave it
access
alone.
program.
is there any risk of losing the fund at the bottom? Okay, by not using it.
I would be curious to just know what the dollar is though. Like, I would just like to know what's there.
So let's just ask, as this bullet point, to get the information,
Get the update.
dollar details and the usage.
Is the Lower Yellowstone deal with fishing access from Isham to wherever, is that what you're talking about?
Right, from Hysham to the
Yeah,
North Dakota
worthwhile.
border. Yeah,
Yeah.
the projects that we're looking at along there.
Okay. Any other questions, comments on? Looks underutilized, but I'm sure it's hard to find the projects to apply it to. Anything we need to do to publicize?
On there, it says hunt primarily focus, but since it's fishing access, that's all right.
Yeah, we've used it at FOSs, so.
Do we need to change that like?
Let me look at that in the statute. here real quick. And, you know, and that may be part of it, is that we've got to get better awareness, so. Huh. So the way the legislation reads is that the money received from the sale of the come home hunt licenses has to be used by the department to acquire public hunting access to inaccessible public land, which may include obtaining hunting access through private land to inaccessible public land. And so those FASs might have some hunting opportunity, particularly on.
Okay.
Sweet, yeah.
All right. I just didn't know if we had to free up the language.
We're gonna get some more information on that and take a look at it. Next go. Okay. Good. All right. Regional access projects. Second from the last. Let's see.
This tied to block management, so it's on here.
Yeah, it's between block and I can read it out here.
I'm sorry, I totally got sidetracked
Regional
there. I apologize.
Regional Special Access Project 15. Yeah,
Here, I'll read it out of there. 'Cause that's what I put to it. So this is to address access opportunity, hunting access opportunities or challenges, to improve existing access, create new access, or address landowner sportsman conflicts associated with hunting access on private land. Projects that are eligible, but not limited to development of maps and planning documents for access availability in a particular project area, development of contractual agreements for access onto or across private land, development of agreements to provide hunter management services as a condition of access. And then in 2019, 2020, some examples were production of maps, rules, signs, hunter management services, and area maintenance for the Stimson Lumber Company Recreation Management Area, the Stoltz Recreation Management Area, the Nature Conservancy Recreation Management Area, the Correctional Enterprises Ranch Hunting Access Area, Manley Ranch and Douglas Creek Public Access Areas, the Bucksbaum Boulder Creek Regional Access Project, Gravely Ranch and Warm Springs Creek Regional Access Project, Dry Cottonwood Creek Ranch Regional Access Project, Clark Fork Islands, Public Access Area, and the 5 Mile Creek Public Access Area. And then there are some more specific things, but I think this is one that we probably don't need to. It's a specialty tool that.
Do some of you know some of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some pretty big arrangements there.
Yeah, for instance, we've used funds from this to support the Region 4 call-in answering service for certain block areas of conservation. So,
We need more information on it at the next one.
No.
I remember now, they are big, substantial opportunities that have to be managed in a loan, if you will. Yeah. Okay.
sorry, you're really batting second tier with me right now, and I apologize.
So, actually, I believe that that reaches our agenda items. So we get to, do we have any issues we want to revisit right at this point? I'm not looking at Paul.
And we're not opening the doors, so you're gonna have to.
Ooh, there's the motive, incentive. Incentive. Paul?
The only thing I got left is, Eric brought it up earlier, was these, what is it, the landowner preference? Especially for elk. I don't think there is one for deer, so for elk only, I think these people should have to hunt their own property, because it's getting abused out there. I don't know if we want to do with it, or we just let some legislators bring it forward, but I think that, somebody that's got 640 acres and never sees an elk on their place but once a year, and then they get a tag for the whole area, that's not right, I don't think. And I think they're taking away opportunities from other landowners. But we don't have to do it now, we can do it later. too.
Any other comments or questions in that? Donna?
Sorry, Paul. Some of us still have land in River Bottom. We don't see it out on our property during rifle season. But after rifle season, they're in there. So, I mean, we're still housing and feeding, but they know not that.
Yeah.
Are you gonna permit area?
Not for elk. But,
This
I
would
mean,
be-
it could
this would be
be,
for a
I mean,
special
the same
permit.
case could happen in a
Yeah.
urban area. So that would be my only.
I think there is a stipulation in there, though, you have to have elk on the place. before you
For X
apply.
amount,
It's-
the other is.
Yeah,
It's pretty big.
It's,
But the thing is, though, they get to hunt the whole hunting.
Yeah.
Is it 6 months?
No, there's nothing like that.
I think it should.
Says
be
used
required
by elk, and we
Yeah.
don't really know what that means.
it's kind of vague.
So,
More of a suggestion.
so here's what I would
Talk about
say.
it next time.
Here's what I would say. It is a question to address. Unless somebody's got a really lot of information right now about it.
I need to say, the director's office has asked that we not get into landowner preference, and we leave that to the other group.
Okay,
That's
so-
okay.
There we go.
Thank you.
Good deal.
okay, so here's what I'll say is if it doesn't get addressed, then let's address that.
Yeah, okay.
How's that?
That works for me.
I do think that, I'm gonna go back a little ways. We were asked to address it at one point and it never got addressed. So if it's gonna get addressed now, let it be addressed. Okay? Any other revisits? Dale?
Maybe not a revisit, but a question for maybe Hope. What is the status of the elk management plan? Where are they at with it right now?
It's still in progress, and honestly, I don't have, let me see if Matt Ladd could come in and say something real quick.
I don't know, that's not burning of an issue, but
I would make one comment to that. They've been meeting like every other week. and they're like 4-hour meetings generally.
Yeah.
You can get on their Zoom. If you'd like to make a comment to them, I would suggest you get on their Zoom the day before by noon and register to make a comment. I will tell you, the ones I've watched, they're turning all this over, and in so many of those aspects, they don't have all this data. So they're really trying to figure it out, maybe without the benefit of so much of what's gone before, but what their experience is right now. And I think they're working pretty hard on it. I think they're pretty frustrated to try to come to a place, but they're definitely on it. Okay. Oh,
Paul, I'd like to introduce Matt Ladd, who's the Region 5 Wildlife Manager, and
so the question is kind of the status of the elk management plan. So what's going on with it right now, we are in the phase of producing talking points for each of the elk management units with an OSGM sheet. And then actually the regions are scheduling scoping meetings. Each of them around the region. For example, Region 5 will have a scoping meeting in Roundup, one in Harlow, one in Big Timber, one in Columbus, Red Lodge, and then Billings. And in those scoping meetings, basically they'll go through some of the bullet points of what may be proposed for the new elk management plan. We'll look at the old objective numbers. And from kind of what I'm gathering, it kind of sounds like folks are gonna present, for each EMU will be presenting the current objective number, meaning the objective number that was established clear back in 2005. And the scoping portion of that, which is gonna be probably the biggest point of the discussion for most people, will be, do you think it should remain the same? Do you think it should increase? Do you think it should decrease? And I mean, in many cases, with as many elk and as much as elk are blown up in this part of Montana on the east side of the Continental Divide, we'll see where that leads. But my guess is those objective numbers in some locations will certainly increase. Region 7, for example, just didn't have that many elk in 2005. I mean, there was elk there, but nothing like there are now. So that's kind of where we're at with the process. So, for example, Region 5's meetings will start on the 20th of June. We have one scheduled for the 20th, one for the 21st, one for the 22nd, and then we'll start again on the balance of the meetings, the 28th, the 29th, and the 30th. So if you're interested in looking at some of those, they'll be posted. The venues, the times, and the days for each town. Could be Zoom available for those? I don't know that there's going to be a virtual available for them. There will be online comments from what I'm hearing. So a similar way of whether it's a doodle poll or some form of getting you guys any of the public's online comments.
Is it fair to assume they're going to be, the timeframes are going to be similar in the other regions, and there will be meetings in all of the regions?
Yeah, all the regions are scheduling meetings.
Okay.
Yes. As far as, and we, like for Region 5, we kind of tried to get them done before, you kind of start hitting that July 4th, even the end of June, you kind of start hitting those dates, and there's so many people out haying and really busy with agriculture stuff and different things. So that was kind of the point of trying to get them done then. If we would have been in July, I was really concerned about attendance and people being able to come. And then additionally, you start getting into August, and it's just, you're kind of getting later and later and later. And I think that you kind of want to keep the ball rolling and move ahead with this as much as possible, if that makes sense.
Question. You're going to be working off objective numbers, but how do you know what the new number is, especially if that number usually comes from the biologist, right? Flying.
Right. So,
but if they didn't fly, how are you going to come up with that number?
Yeah. So they'll, we still well, we have still working numbers that we can give you estimates off of what the population, 590, for example, hasn't been flown for a couple of years due to, number one, to fly 590, you gotta have snow cover to count elk, successfully count elk. During the survey and inventory period for 590, we didn't have that. And then it's counted, it's not counted every year, it's counted every other year. So when you miss it, there's other areas that are up and you can miss it for more than 2 years, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But we should have some pretty good numbers. The biologists will be able to provide those numbers for folks, or numbers that are reasonably close to that for people to think about and comment on. Based on.
I asked that because I don't think Area 2's been flown in 5 years.
For Region 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, so in Region 2 and Region 1, both of those regions, aerial surveys are not really successful, mainly because of timber cover. So they do some in those areas, but some of the areas in Region 2 and 1 don't have successful aerial counts. The same thing for mule deer in those areas. Elk, they can actually count a little bit better because elk typically are on winter range and a little more visible, but much of the winter range, even in those districts, includes timber and it makes them tough to count. So.
Any other questions?
Maybe a whole question, I don't know. I was gonna ask, and Mike can use well, do we know if the current lawsuit from Upham is going to affect our work here in any capacity?
So let's finish with that.
Yeah.
Anything else with
No more on
that elk management plan?
Sorry.
They're working pretty hard though, aren't they? They're working pretty hard on that plan.
Yeah, Lindsay Parsons, I don't know if any of you have met Lindsay, but she is our elk deer coordinator. And that's all she's a go-getter and she's getting stuff done. So her and all the wildlife managers and biologists is kind of what she's been up to and getting feedback from us, especially during the period where we're just actually completing survey and inventory, grouse surveys, deer elk inventory. We're still actually doing some forage inventory for deer, especially right now. So it's coming along. So hopefully by August, we'll be kind of putting the final pieces together for the actual proposal for the elk.
So to answer Drew's question.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Yep, thank you for saving the day. So to answer Drew's question, can't comment on the ongoing litigation, but I don't expect it to change our work at all.
Okay, just because we had a couple emails that bounced back and forth, I saw some of the director's comments on there and it made it seem like there might be some ramifications here, so.
If there are, I don't understand that there are, and you know, maybe there would be something we have to adjust fire in the future. I can't speak with certainty one way or the other, I suppose, but I don't have any indication that anything that we're discussing here and the way we're moving forward has changed. So.
So just gonna throw out, go around, final thoughts. We'll start with Eric. Any final thoughts today?
No, I think we made some headway. I think we got some issues brought to light that we can discuss, and I think we're headed toward making some decisions on some of them. So good overall session.
You know, I do feel like we are working well together and having good discussions, even though we have several disagreements. I'm concerned that we don't have enough time to adequately address what we need to, and then our next meeting isn't until August. You know, we might have Zooms in between, but I feel like we should move to monthly, if it only Zoom kind of meetings. What's that?
I'll just. Just to be frank, we just don't have the staff capacity to do that at this time. It would be a real challenge for us. August is the next best opportunity for that. I think based on what you've done today, I mean, we've talked to the chair. You guys will have that follow-up with Greg, thank you. I'm saying that out loud. I was having a total brain fart. I was thinking Ron's name, but I knew that wasn't right.
That's right.
Yeah. With Greg on, I believe, July 7th. So that'll be a next interim step for moving the work forward, and then we'll, get some feedback from the subgroup for that conversation around messaging, hunter education, behavior, and ethics, to have a broader discussion at that August meeting. But I think that's what you'll see in the middle between.
Cindy?
I think it's coming together. Possibly then at the next meeting, the legislative folks should be around. Because we're gonna propose that they take things to the EQC or to wherever, and we don't want to, cold.
Yeah. So I think what the chair and I can do is talk with, Representative Logie, for instance, who has been on the council and tracked your work in advance of the EQC meeting in July is the target for taking these concepts and presenting them for some initial feedback. Excuse me. But certainly, we can see if anybody wanted to engage at that August.
Right.
Well, I'm learning more all the time, but what I really thought was really helpful was having all the staff here today. That enlightened me on a lot of things, and with a lot of good information.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thought it was a good meeting. I really expected it to be more contentious, especially as we talked about 454s, but I really appreciate the perspective of the different audiences in this room. I mean, certainly I have my views, but it was really valuable for me to hear from the landowners and from the outfitters and from the other people, what their thoughts were. And I appreciate the professionalism that was in this room.
I thought it was great. I'm with Ray. I thought having the staff here was really good. Very well done. I think everything, a lot of things are coming together nicely, I think. So we can have our disagreements and hug each other later, I guess.
Oh, I'm waiting to see that. Tierney?
Good, same thing.
Well, it's nice we can disagree without being disagreeable. We're still friends, and everybody's ideas make sense. And good to see where they all come from. We're all citizens of Montana.
Thanks. Drew?
Got a good math lesson today and appreciate everybody's input the last couple of days.
It's good to see respect amongst each other and work together. We got a lot accomplished, I think.
Ditto.
I don't have much to add beyond having the staff here and hearing everyone's ideas. And I thought it was very interactive and a lot done. Good meeting.
Yeah, I would just restate the same. I greatly appreciate the staff. Their knowledge, experience, and efforts come clear in these discussions. It's, we're fortunate that we have people that are dedicated to their work so well and do the best job at it they can. And I think that's always the challenge, is to let them know that. And I really appreciate, in this council, the effort that's come to work together. And there are diverging different opinions. And that's really the strength of a collective body, to come together and work through that and bring something that's a deliverable. It works best, it lasts the longest in my experience, to be able to do that. So, you know, we've come a long ways, I think, when I look at this agenda and what we did tear through in the last 2 days, it was a lot. And nobody left. You know, we're all gonna leave now, but we're not gonna leave mad. And I really appreciate that. And you'll go home and we'll go home and take up the next. So wish everybody a safe journey back to home and appreciate all your effort and time and consideration of this process.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, everybody. And August 24th, and then June we'll hear some and July.
Yeah, thanks.